That's right, it's that time again, and oh man, do we have an epic stream lined up for you guys. We're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to get into some Subnautica, and oh man, are we going to work on some stuff. Now, I had another one of those moments, but let's get all you guys in here. Put a one in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Look at Alpha's already on top of it. Nice job there, Alpha. Appreciate that. Yes, we are going to be doing a gigantic, or the beginnings of a gigantic mega base. I call it the Kismet Mega Research Base, because one of the things that does happen when you play Subnautica is you get infected and you can't get off the planet because you are infected. There's a giant railgun that keeps blowing up all of the stuff. Which is how your ship crashed. And then, of course, we had another ship come along and that got blown up as well. So we got some problems. So we got to find a way off of the planet. And I've actually never finished Subnautica, so we're going to work on it big time. And of course, I had one of my visions that I have. That's how they know. That's how I know they got me. Everybody is when I totally start dreaming about it. I start thinking about it and start building bases in my head. Now, the cool thing, if you do have a great imagination, I can even see in color. By the way, that's how well I can design stuff. I usually do layouts in my head first, over and over, and iterate on them, and actually design them as I would design them, either by hand or in the computer with the mouse, clicky, clicky. I design them a bunch of times first in my head, and I do the same thing with bases, and the same thing with stuff that I'm building in game. And sometimes it's unstoppable. It'll just start going, and it's like a little, little rock. You start rolling down a snowy hill, and then all of a sudden it just becomes a gigantic, gigantic boulder, and then it just runs off, and I'm thinking I could do this and I could do that, and that's when I'm having the most fun. Everybody, have you done that? Have you ever done that before? Put a 2 in the chat if you've ever thought about all of the things you could do in game before you actually got in the game and did it. So I have a bunch of goals that we're going to try to work on this particular base, because what we have to do is we have to research a way to cure ourselves to get off of the planet. And so we're going to need probably a bit of everything. Don't tell me. Now, again, remember, no backseat gaming on tonight's stream. Whenever I'm doing like a primary game like Subnautica or Fallout 76 or something like that. But there are days in which you can backseat game all you want, including this Thursday at around 2 a.m. We're going to try a very fun game that I have lined up in my Learn to Play. Now, I'll make sure I get the name right. Let me get it over here. There we go. It is called Kingdoms Reborn. It looks really good, everybody. Really good. Can't wait to try that on there. I appreciate them sending me a code to check it out. That is a sponsored event, so definitely, you never know, might be your new favorite game. Now, also, on top of that, I'm a hardworking guy, everybody. I got all my videos caught up, so they're rolling out. In fact, I got a video rolling out, 1, 2, or 3 videos. I think some days are 4 videos every single day until April. And they're already queued up. They're already going. So, yeah, I work real hard. Now, also, we've got some other bonus secret things that are happening this week during the day. So make sure to be around for that. I got a couple of those lined up and some stuff for next week as well. Super excited to try all that stuff. And they are basically closed alpha. So you won't see them too many other places other than here, because you guys are awesome. And you come in, you show my stream some love. I get to do this amazing stuff. So can't wait to share all that with you as well. Can't tell you yet. When they say it's okay for me to tell you, then I will tell you. You'll see it on my schedule as well. I'll add it in there, unless it can't quite make the schedule, and then I'll just, I'll send out a tweet about it and tell you guys on my Discord. Now, if you do want to know all of that stuff, so you can just kind of pop over there real quick, you can go ahead and follow those links in the chat. Pop up on our Twitter over there, hit that follow button to keep up to date, or you can jump on the Discord as well, or both, and then go over there, make sure that you are kind of watching, have your notifications on over there, and it will let you know when I do all that extra cool stuff. All right, I see we're at 4 retweets already. We get one more retweet before I go into my main screen. I'm going to give you double caps to start. Let's go. One more hero in the chat. Let's go. Let's see if you guys can crush that. Put that like button, put that retweet button, follow that last link right over there. Get that fired up. So we've got lots to do. I've got some main goals that I've written down. As you can see, I'm being much more organized. For those who missed my stream earlier, everybody, I did have to go through some serious stuff this weekend, getting ready to go see the doctor to make sure that I don't have cancer or don't have any of that kind of bad stuff. They had to check me out for all of that bad stuff, so they had to put me under and make sure that everything checks out, and it does. So looking good, everybody, looking good. So Kismet's on the trail back to health now that my throat isn't closed up all the time. Now that my health is a bit better, I've been working at it and working at it every single day, everybody. Now almost a decade. This is actually year 8, I think, that I've been streaming, and so it'd be 1 year past that, so 9. Going on 10. So a decade of constant suffering, everybody. I hope you never have medical conditions. I hope you never have to suffer with that. But for those who suffer with any type of medical condition, you know that it sucks. And of course, my worst one is the fact that I do have insomnia and that I do have sleep apnea, which means that I stop breathing while I'm sleeping. It's difficult for me to sleep like a normal person. My neurologist has said, sleep when you can. So that's what I do. And the funny irony is my whole life, everybody, I was that 9 to 5 guy. I would go to sleep 9, 10 p.m. at night. I would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I would get ready. I would be to work early, usually 5 to 10 minutes early to work. Sometimes as many as 15 minutes because I don't like being late. I don't like to run behind, and I don't like to be unreliable. And my conditions make me all of those things that I despise. Makes me late for stuff, makes it difficult for me to do things. I mean, just doing towels, everybody, is a giant undertaking. It's difficult for me to carry the towels down the stairs. It's difficult for me to, navigate without falling and stuff. I almost fell the other day. I was carrying 2 of them at the same time, and I started to fall down the stairs, and I let go of one, and I fell back, and I grabbed the banister. That was pretty scary. But still alive and kicking, everybody, and I feel like I'm getting better now that I had my throat done, which I was asphyxiating, and I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize that I was slowly dying, everybody. I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to get your sympathy as well. I'm just telling you that life could be much worse. And so now things are getting better. Things are getting a little bit better, a little at a time. Now you might notice this little tiny bar right there. It is my goal this year, before I get too old, everybody, and I'm getting up there, I am going to try to go surf Hawaii. Now, I've got to reserve the time to go surf with my 3 daughters. And I have, typically I do projects like TwitchCon and stuff like that. This project is going to be taking all of you on the journey with me. We're going to be doing streams over there. We're going to be taking videos and all that kind of stuff and posting all of that stuff. On a grand journey. Now, I was going to do this on my birthday, on my 50th birthday, but of course we had COVID, so that's kind of screwed that up. So that is my big goal. You can see we're already $100 in, so we got another $100. Now, again, all of your bits or donations are directly going to go to that, and I will move that over to my other overlays later on when I get a time to fix that. But you're just going to see it here in my startup screen. So know that that project is going on, and that will go on until my birthday, June 23rd. In which I hopefully can make this crazy dream that I have happen. Now, I've had many crazy dreams, everybody. I wanted to be a graphic designer, and I went on and I was the top of my field. I worked at the very top, which is called pre-press and printing. I've done hundreds of thousands of projects for all sorts of companies, some of the top companies in the world. Been very, very lucky in my career. I'm not bragging, just saying super lucky, everybody. I was at the right place at the right time. I happened to know design and computers at the same time when they were coming together. There was nobody else around, everybody. There was nobody who had already had that many years of experience with computers, and then also had that many experience with graphic design and knowing about printing and publishing, because you got to know everything. You can't just know the design part. You got to know printing. You got to know paper. You got to know how presses work. You got to know how cutters work. You know how stamping works and how die cuts work and varnishes and Pantone colors and da 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 da. I could go on and on and on and on. Now I still owe you guys a design stream, and every time I try to get that design stream, something else goes off the rails. But I have not forgotten, and I've not forgotten your guys' custom commands, because they sit in my to-dos every single day. I try to figure out how to make that stuff work and when I can do that. But now that I'm feeling better, You're going to see a lot of epic stuff coming here to the stream, so we're going to settle in and get into it. So hopefully we get all of that stuff fired up this month, next month. Man, I got so much stuff lined up, everybody. It's going to be awesome. So, hey, if you guys dig that, awesome. Yeah, Rotisserie G, number 2, he does that. Yeah, wow, look, I remembered. I remembered what I was talking about. See, that tells you I'm doing better, everybody. Do you know, for the briefest of moments, and it's like, it almost makes me cry, everybody. It really gets me there. For the briefest of moments, my dizziness goes away. For just a few seconds, I goes away just a little bit, and then it comes back. And I can tell you that is progress, right? Now, this ain't no fantasy Disney movie, everybody. It ain't like all of a sudden they're going to wave a magic wand and all of my disability is going to go away, sadly. You never know. They might find something that they can fix that with at some point, implant or something, and fix my ear, and then my dizziness goes away. But any improvement is a good improvement, right? That's what's so cool. I find that a lot. Also, I find that my glasses are really helping my eye strain, allowing me to work more and do more stuff here on the stream. I've been working on my health. I've lost 10 pounds and gained it back, and lost it and gained it back, and lost all throughout last year. From June 23rd, I've been working on, working out a little bit more, watching my health a little bit more. But, I'm like everybody, you backslide into eating bad food all the time. And then you try, okay, wait, today I'm going to eat good food, right? But I've done the best I've ever done this year so far. Now, I've already lost 50 pounds because I used to be really heavy, everybody. Used to be an additional 50 pounds on top of where I am today. That's 230 pounds for somebody who is 5'9". That is way obese, everybody. That is way too much. That happens in life when you start thinking about everybody else other than yourself, and you're not working out, you're not taking care of yourself, you're eating bad food, and you're just worrying about paying the bills all the time, and that's all you're doing. You're working, and you're spending a little time, your downtime, watching TV or spending time with the people that you love, and you forget to take care of yourself. I suggest that is the worst thing I could have done for myself, everybody, and that's probably why I have the conditions today. And also, I just happen to live in an area that has like the worst allergies in the world, apparently, because that's also a contributing factor is my allergies that I didn't even know I had. I never had allergies when I was in California. California, much more dry. It's not as humid. There's not as much, weather. Here in Tennessee, we get all sorts of weather. But in California, it's pretty much sunny all the time. Just sunny every day, all day. And then, occasionally it might rain, which freaks everybody out. But it's not like a storm like you get here. I like the trees are going like this. Kind of storm, they're swaying back and forth. And these are 50-foot trees, everybody. That's what's really scary. I'm sure you guys have seen that if you live in those kind of states. As well. See, I was so out of it, everybody. I didn't even know what a snow day was. Had no idea. I was like, is that when they put out snow? I had no idea until I moved here to Tennessee. A snow day, for all of you who have lived in a sunny state like me, is a day in which people take off school because it snowed too hard and they can't get to school and they can't get back from school, for all of those who are uneducated like I was. So yeah, I didn't even know what a snow day was. But I did learn when I moved it here, that's for sure, because, I had to try to get my kids to school on some of those days. Because they very rarely call off school, even if it's snowing and all of that, and the roads are all icy or whatnot. They very rarely still call off school because it throws their whole schedule off, and I don't blame them. But occasionally they do, and then you got to either it snows too much and your kids are at the school. Like one time, I picked up my oldest daughter, and I was picking her up, and man, I was sliding all over the road. Man, it was scary as could be. It was just nothing but it was like a plate of ice. And so I was holding the parking brake too, so I could use the parking brake, and then I have a 4-wheel drive, so it would, not slide as much. And I almost slid right out in the intersection. I was like holding the parking brake, trying to do the thing. Car starting to slide. I start turning the side, so it starts sliding sideways. So I have a little extra room, so nobody runs into me. And I stop past the line, and I was like, okay, there was about dead. And then final light changed, and I was out of there. So yeah, we got all that kind of craziness going on. Now, one of the scariest things I find here in my area is when it gets warm, like it is right now. It's getting warm, which means that all of a sudden it's going to get super cold, because that's usually what happens. It gets warm and then it gets cold here in my area. So Brando coming in, bringing that love. I see you there, Brando. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for helping me with that test there, Keegan. I'm always testing my ability to do that thing. That's what that test is at the beginning of my stream, by the way. I'm always testing that thing is going to pop up so I can highlight you all. There's Jay saying hi with the Kismet wave there. Very nice. Alpha coming in with the ones. Rotisserie G bringing the love. Appreciate you all. Am saying hello. I heard it say hello. Hello. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Let's see. Right. I recently moved to Mississippi 2 years ago from Oregon. The weather in the South is wild. Yeah, isn't it? It is nutty. I don't know. I live like on Lightning Hill, everybody. I've never heard the sound of lightning. And you're like, well, Kismet, it makes that noise. No, that's not lightning. That's thunder. Lightning makes a humming noise like electricity, and it is scary. It will scare you to your very soul, everybody. The first time I heard it, first it makes a crackling noise, like boom, right? Like a boom noise like that. But it makes a scary humming noise that like reverberates through your bones. It is scary when you're close to lightning, everybody. It is scary, scary. Yeah, it's so loud and it shakes. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Cyan said he got his new glasses. Hey, congrats on getting your glasses. I got like the ultimate super nice glasses from my sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. Appreciate them sponsoring the channel. They did an amazing job on these glasses, everybody. They really do help my eye strain. If you don't have blue light glasses, I've been on the computer forever, everybody, since like dinosaurs roamed the earth almost. Forever since they came out. And they had no shielding then, everybody. We didn't have no fancy LED or whatever the new one is. I forget what the new thing is. We didn't have no fancy flat screens, everybody. We had CRTs that were bombarding you with radiation. There was no backing on them. So it would just have this like little square thing and it would just radiate the whole room. I'm amazed I'm still alive and all that. It does smell like iron. That's exactly what it smells like. Exactly. So yeah, I'm up on a hill here, man, and the lightning drops down and it makes you jump 3 feet. I'm telling you, it is scary. And it's very close. And it hasn't hit our house yet, but it has hit some trees across the neighbor's house. It's hit them nearby. It's hit a bunch of trees nearby our house, a block or so down. It is some scary stuff. Now, so I have like tornadoes here and whatnot. And the funny thing is, whenever I talk about that, how scary the weather is, they go, well, you people in California, you got earthquakes. Earthquakes like this, everybody. You want to know how people in California deal with earthquakes? Here you go. So you're sleeping. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Here you are. You're sleeping. Giant earthquake, right? Say it's like a 5.0. You go like this. Okay, it's an earthquake. And then you go back to sleep. That's what people in California do. Now, I was there for the Northridge giant earthquake where stuff started falling down. In fact, had I not taken the night off during that one day, I would have been driving under the overpass at that exact second that it fell, because they actually had caught it on cam. At that exact moment, I would have been going under that overpass and been going home. So I tell you, I dodged a bullet on that one. But yeah, me and my wife, man, the whole thing was shaking. His stuff was falling off, and that was a serious earthquake, everybody. But how often does that happen? That happens like once every, 50 years or something like that. As opposed to every single year. You're getting snow, you're getting weather, you're getting lightning, you're getting all of this nasty stuff in the southern and eastern states. So those are pretty scary. We're supposed to have tornadoes on Wednesday. Just tell them that you want to cancel that. You say, you know what? Let's cancel the tornadoes. Let's not do that. We need something like they have in Star Trek where they have the weather net system where they prevent really bad weather because of their weather net. We need one of those, right? Yeah, see, I know my Star Trek. I know a little bit anyway. I'm not an Uber fan. You're in Kansas. What the heck? Oh, man, that's where Dorothy flew away. Well, hey, if you see the wizard, send him my regards. That's scary. I mean, those ones in Kansas, man, those aren't little baby tornadoes, man. Those are huge, huge tornadoes. They're like the size of a city block, man. They are massive, massive. Can you smell when it's going to rain? You know what's weird is that when you injure yourself, like I've injured my shoulder on a slip and slide accident, Not kidding, everybody. Not kidding. I really did. Makes a great story, though. But now when it starts, I feel like it's going to rain. It starts to ache. And my wife has that in her ankle because she actually twisted her ankle really bad. Actually, she twisted it so bad she would have been better off breaking it. Yeah. So she feels it in her ankle. I feel it in my shoulder. The family, extended family feels it in their various places where they've injured themselves. I always find that wild, right? That your body becomes like a tuning fork for weather and whatnot. So yeah, you can smell it when it's going to rain, and you can just sense it because the air changes its the way that it feels when you go outside. It has, it's going to be obviously cooler, but also it's just the density of it. It's like how much the pressure it feels. You can start to feel that as well. Oh, you dislocated your shoulder. Ouch. I tore the muscle in my shoulder. I was on one of those little slide things on a slip and slide that I bought for my 50th birthday. And I went and was trying to do a spin move that my kids were doing. I am way too big of a man to do that spin move on a tiny little kid-sized thing. And I went down hard, everybody. I went bam. I went down like a fish hitting the table. Bam. Just like that. And I didn't even realize it that I had torn it, and I spent a year in physical therapy. Now you say, Kismet, would you do it again? Absolutely. I absolutely would do it again. You know why? Because if you don't live your life, if you're so afraid to do stuff in your life, you're going to just sit inside and do nothing. And your whole life is going to be about just doing the same stuff every single day. It's dangerous out there in the world. Be safe. Try to be smart. If you learn a hard lesson like I did, don't do spinny moves when you're 50 years old on a tiny little thing. But the thing is, I went down 100 times before that, and I was fine. It was just when I tried to do that spin move that my kids were doing, who weigh, 80 pounds or 50 pounds. I can't do that because I'm too big and that thing's too small. And then I had nothing to stop me because I was holding onto the thing. So I went down on my shoulder and found out later that I messed it up. And it's still, by the way, it's still not 100%. I can go way up though. I used to be able to go like here. That's as far as I can put my arm up. But now I can put it way back here. But I still feel it, especially when I'm sleeping on it, because I sleep on my side. When I'm sleeping, I can still feel it aching. So I don't know if it'll ever be 100%, but it's about 95%. And so that's what happens when you injure yourself. You don't always get back to 100% again. It's like, it's not the way it goes. But, as I still work on it, though, I still work on, do my exercise, make sure, because I got a frozen shoulder from it, that I was babying it too much. Because it hurt bad, everybody. It hurt really bad. What I did is I had them go in and do a shot in my back to help with it, to help the swelling. And once they did that, the pain went down by 900%. Went way, way down. So always look into alternatives of ways to help reduce the swelling. And then from there, see, now it's aching when I'm moving it around. I just started feeling it aching right there. Yeah, so I totally can do that. So sorry to hear you did that. Oh, you fell off the 3 steps? Oh, man, that's not good, Cyan. Oh, man, that's messed up. Cyan, one of the basic 4 colors of prepress and printing, by the way. Yes, cyan is one of what's known as a contaminant color in the graphic design and in colors. When you're doing like photo retouching, the first color you should go to try to take out of a photo is cyan. And the reason why is because what it's going to do is make it look kind of flatter and more colored in a way that contaminates the other colors. So if you take cyan and you take it out, there you go. You got a beautiful, bright image. Great Kismet tip there for you. That's 40 years of being a designer right there, everybody. Really professionally for 30 years, but I studied it for over 40 years. So there we go. All right, now we might actually play some games. I love talking to you guys, by the way. This is like my favorite thing. It's like my favorite thing in gaming and in streaming. But let's get into it. Let's play some games. Honestly, if it wasn't for you guys in the chat, I wouldn't do this at all. That's the thing. I love interacting in the chat and talking with you guys in the chat. Hey, Foggy, what up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I see you right over there. Yeah, I've almost fallen down my stairs multiple times because, of course, a person with vertigo and plus stairs equals danger. Very danger. But I'm telling you, it's way better than it was. I mean, it's like improved like 100%. Like it's gone down like 2 notches most of the time. So normally I'm between 1 and 5 dizzy. And now it's 1 and 3, and it's commonly 2 and 1. So again, when you're trying to explain it to your doctor, you gotta know different levels of dizziness. Sometimes it goes like this, though. Like sometimes like someone pressing the gas pedal on my dizziness. It goes, woo, it jumps up like that. All of a sudden out of nowhere. It's like I'll be carrying the laundry downstairs and all of a sudden I'll get crazy dizzy. Now, the best way to do something, everybody, is not to pretend like it's not happening, is to take it face on and say, you know what? I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to get it done. That's the way I am about getting stuff done here in the stream and in real life. I try to take on as much as I can. And then when I've gone too far, then I ease off. Then I go, okay, we'll just take a break. Let's rest up. And then back to it again. You always try to push that line back when you have disabilities as well. You're trying to push back and try to see as much as you can do. And that's why I've been working on the towels. I've been working on, doing sit-ups every day. Been working on doing walks on my treadmill and stuff like that. And trying to get that big goal, which is to go surfing one last time before I get too old. And I'm going to be surfing the kiddie waves, everybody. I'm not going to be surfing pipeline where it's 3 feet, it's three head high. It's 14, 20 feet above my head. And no, that ain't going to happen. Kismet going to do the little tiny baby waves on a very big surfboard. And that was really a moment, by the way, in my life that I realized I could do anything. Is that I am a terrible surfer, everybody. I'm terrible. I'm terrible at it. I'm not going to be a pro surfer. It's not my passion. I don't live every single day to surf. But good friends of mine who were great surfers taught me how to surf. And then I went out there and I hit my head on the board. I could not get up on the board. I kept falling over and over. And they had shorter boards then, and they weren't like the soft tops they have now. They were just painful, man. They'd hit you in the face, and you'd fall off. You couldn't get up. The waves would push you off and over. And all of that until that one moment in which you just kept doing it. You just relentlessly would not give up on it. And I would not give up on it. I would do it over and over. Everybody's laughing. Kismet, wiped out again. And then I stood up. And it took me all the way to the shore, everybody, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to jump off earlier. But I was so amazed that I didn't want to get off. I didn't want to get off the thing. So it took me all the way to the shore up there. And I ran it right into the sand. And then I went, woo-hoo! And then all my friends said, Kismet, you're the man. And that was the moment, everybody. That was the moment that I realized I could do anything in my life. And I went off and did some amazing stuff. And I'm still trying to do amazing stuff here in the stream. That's what I try to do every day. Try to be brave in your life. It's easy to just go and do the same thing every day. So when people say, hey, let's go do this thing, you're like, nah, I'll just sit around and watch a movie. Or I'll sit around and watch TV. And do all of that stuff. And then all these moments that you could have had, of course, make sure they're good choices, everybody, drugs and alcohol and all that stuff. Their job is to get you addicted, if you didn't know. Their job is to get you addicted to that stuff so they can make money because they don't care about you. They don't. They absolutely don't. They just want to make their money and they'll do anything to do so. Now, of course, in moderation, there's nothing wrong with alcohol, but getting addicted to stuff is tough, especially like stuff like cigarettes. I feel for people. I've seen people who have gotten off of cigarettes and their face was like ashen for many, many years. And all of a sudden there's like color back in their face. They can breathe a little bit better. They're not struggling all the time. They're not exhausted all the time. And that is a terrible thing to be addicted like that. I'm only addicted to chocolate, everybody. That's my addiction. I don't have any other addictions or things of that nature. I just love chocolate. I love candy and that stuff. And I feel like of all the vices that you could have, that one's probably the most tame of vices. But it's still a vice, and you still have to watch out for it. Because I'm just sitting here eating junk food all day long while I'm working. And I used to have a bowl of M&Ms. Giant bowl, and then I had a big Epic cup. And I'd have M&Ms, and I'd have one of those family packs of M&Ms in there. And I'd look down, and I'd fill it up. And I'd be working, and I'd eat an M&M, just to keep my brain going, just to keep going, right? And then I'd look down, and I'd eat that entire bowl in a single day, everybody. That is really bad. That's really bad for you, big time. But then again, it's your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. I'm not trying to take away your choices in life. For me, I just try to do as much as I possibly can and try to bring a little joy and positivity into your day. And today, we're going to get into it, all right? We're going to get into some of my favorite moments in gaming, and that is when we get to take all of these resources, which we collected last time, which we're going to go take a look at here. We went and collected a massive amount of resources before, and we got them all lined up. Look at them in there in these in these storages right here. Look at all this stuff. Now, we used our prawn suit to gather all of these resources, and these are the resources. Look at this, even nuclear stuff there, too. Yeah, pretty sweet. And a little bit there. Now, we have some ones down here that are still empty, which is great because we can get that going on. And one of the things that I like to do in games is to test the games, to test certain things. Now, the first thing we need to test is it daytime? Because we don't know because we're inside our base. Yes, it is. All right, perfect time to check this. We're going to go ahead and get up here, and we're going to get into our ship. Oh, wait, we got to repair our ship first. This is going to be number 3. Yes, and thanks to whoever told me this, by the way, who you can repair right on the panel. I've forgotten. I had forgotten you can repair it right there. Now, this is my sea moth, a.k.a. Lightning, as I like to call my primary mount. You can see I've got a giant submarine out here, too. It's called the Sea Moth. Which is awesome. I've got my prawn suit in there, and of course we called it the Sea Tycoon. Now, one of the things that happens in the very beginning, and this is my base right here, you can see I've got a scanner room, a moon pool, and some of the new large rooms that they brought from Subnautica Below Zero into Subnautica. We've got ourselves a bit of plants over here, part of our research base. And of course, where we started was right over here, which is pod number 5. Which is where you land, and of course you're right by the ship here. Now, one of the things I want to do real quick is I want to go ahead and go in the 4 different directions. In this case, I'm going to go north first, and I'm going to see how far away that the drop-off is from our starting point. So what we're going to do is go ahead and turn on our Tycoon HQ here, Life Pod, right there, and we're going to go north, and we're going to go ahead and test where the first kind of drop-off is, where I think I could build a gigantic base. We're also looking around to see how beautiful the area is, which way has the most beautiful area. And let's see, so the drop-off starts right about here. We could probably build a pretty big base right here and all of this stuff. Let's turn around and measure it. So it's 224. I'm going to note this down as well. 224 north of pod 5. All right, so now that's the closest we can get to the starting zone. Now, where you land is pretty much 0-0 on the map, and you can go about 3,000 or 4,000 in each and every direction. And it's like a giant circle, giant map of stuff you can do. So we're going to go ahead and head back, and there is a point in which you just kind of, there's nothing else out there. Same thing in Subnautica Below Zero. All right, so we went north. Let's go ahead and go south. And it's starting to get dark, of course, because... and let me turn my sound on. It's starting to get dark, of course, because Kismet's trying to work on stuff. So here we go. Now, there's a little bit of a drop-off here, but I would say it's probably after this. And this still doesn't seem like much of a drop-off. I mean, we have a little bit of a cave there, but if we were going to build a gigantic base, this is only 15 down here. We would need it to be between, I'd say, 100, 200, even 400 would be nice. Yes, here's where the drop-off really is, right about here. Because this is about 50 or so down, 35 down. That's a pretty good drop-off, even though we probably would want more, and then it kind of goes back up again. I'm going to say further, everybody. Let's say further to the south and see where we have at least like 50 drop-off. This is going to be... Whoa, this is way out here. That's about 20... there's a pretty good drop-off here, but again, these are just caves. These are just caves over there. Maybe if we slide a little bit down. Okay, now that is a drop-off right there. That's serious right there. That's about 100 down, roughly. Yeah, about 95 or so. So we'll go ahead and call that as our south drop-off. That's 594 away. So 594 in the south direction of pod 5. Oh, we should be putting this. We should be putting this in our spreadsheet. Hold on. Let's go ahead and go to our Kismet Settlement Overseer Subnautica, and then we're going to go ahead and say north. Let's call that drop off up here, and then north is going to be 224. And then we'll say south Drop off of pod 5. There we go. This here should be left aligned. Now, this little spreadsheet that I have, everybody, if you guys want to check this out, you're welcome to follow that link right there in the chat. And I kind of make notes when I go around, because this is what I would really do. What would I really do if I was in the game? I would be taking notes like this of how far the drop-off is from my starting position. Now, this is a really nice area over here, though, because we have all these cliffs, and this is a pretty deep area. This keeps going down and down and down, so this is good. That means you can make your base higher and higher. So this is a good candidate right here, because this has got the sands. There is a bunch of mobs here, but if you kind of go further out here, you can see that this whole area right here, which is about 150 down, is not too many mobs over here. They're kind of over that way and over that way. So this isn't too bad. I would say this is actually a really good spot. Now, of course, it's not, a beautiful area. It's just kind of dark and dingy, but we'll go with that. We'll say south is a good idea. And that's about 800 from where we start. Now, I need lots of room for this giant base that I'm going to be building, and we call it mega building. Now, there's 3 levels of building that I do. There's basic building, which I do at the very beginning. You'll see me build just a tube, and I put all my resources in there, and I go with there, right? In Subnautica, anyway. And then in the next stage, I build the base that I have now, which I call a super build. Super build is for generating resources, is for bringing in basically if the game has monetization, not like the kind like you do like, Game Pass or whatnot. But I mean, if it has like a currency system like gold or credits or things like that, then it should be making you that money, or bottle caps in the case of Fallout. It should then be generating you income for that. Now, in our case, our base is really a place to store all of our research items so that we can try to get off the planet, right? That's our main thing. And that's what it's doing right now. It's actually growing stuff that I can use for making stuff here in the game. So there we go. So that is south. Now we want to go ahead and go another direction. And this way you guys can use all this as well. Oh, we've got to go to the captain's office as well. That's right. We got to go to the captain's office. Captain's office as well. Let's write that down so I don't forget that. I knew there was something I was forgetting. All right, so we went north, we went south. Let's go east and see how far we go. Now, again, I'm looking for like the most beautiful place. I'm looking for a big drop-off where we can build and whatnot. Now, east is looking real good because it's already starting to drop off. Right about here. And again, we're going to say at least 25. 25 is right about there. But yeah, here's a big drop off here. And again, it's nice flat area. It's sand. Now, you also need to think about what resources are nearby and how much space that you have between you and the surface. And you can build upwards, by the way. You can build up toward the surface on top of your base as well. So this isn't too bad. We'll go ahead and call this one 316. So we'll go to our spreadsheet and we'll say east. And again, it was 316 for drop off. Now, see, this is like the scientific way of playing games, everybody, where you go in and you go, okay, how far is it here? Where could I build a base at? Now, of course, we don't have to build it exactly to the east. We can go ahead and look around and see if there's a better spot to build. Now, the reason why I have my base built in the place that it is right now is because there's a drop-off, and it's very close to the starter area where you can go ahead and utilize that life pod for making yourself med kits. You can also use it to hold stuff for you in the beginning, but very quickly you're going to outgrow that very, very quickly from collecting all of your resources, and then you're going to need to go to something a bit bigger where you use the round rooms. And of course, now with update 2, by the way, this is an unmodded playthrough, no mods, no none of that. We're just using the new update 2, which brings a lot of the stuff from Subnautica Below Zero to the original Subnautica. Now, I've never finished the game, but I've gotten about 80 to 90% through the game before, and I understand the gist of what I'm trying to do. And so we want to go ahead, and now that we have all those resources, really scale up our base so we can research all the various things and unlock more stuff. All right, west is going to be a little tough because it's a little shallow there, but we'll go up and over that. Oh, and look at west. West dropping off right away there. Very close. Yeah, down to about 40 meters. at 105 away. So very, very cool. Now, again, the reason why you want to be close to the center, everybody, is so you can go in different directions and search for different items. I find that's pretty good. But this is about 50 here. Let's keep going and really see where it starts to drop off. Here we go, right here. Now we're down to about 70. Pretty good. And then we're getting out here into this red grass. Look how open this area is right here, right? As a base builder, everybody, this is what you're looking for. Something like this, that's big and open, if you're going to build a giant base. And you're out of the swamp area. One of the problems, I consider this like a swamp because it gets real dark and dingy and it's not beautiful like it is when you get beyond there. Here's number 17 over here as well, by the way, pod number 17. So we're going kind of west, and this is about 80 down. We could build quite a humongous base right in here. I would probably build it away from all of this. Maybe up in here. I know there's like one of those little sand guys over here. Yeah, there he is. Like over here. Now, this would still give you access to the kelp forest there and still be fairly clear. Yeah, somewhere over here. And you've also got a nice drop-off right here, which is going to take you way down in there. Way down in there. It's actually, I love that spot where it looks like eyeballs. It looks like little eyes looking at you. That'll drop us down into there. And then down there is more stuff you can research and resources you might need. So right here might be a great base because you got your kelp forest that you could access. You could build up your own stuff as well as you've got more resources around here that you can gather. And it's a pretty nice looking area. And of course, as you go further up and as it gets brighter, you're going to be able to see through the water a bit more. Most of the time, the water is very murky and whatnot. So you're going to have all of that stuff. I think there's actually mods that allow you to take that murkiness out so it just looks like crystal clear water. I feel like the murkiness adds to it because that's the way it really is under the water. If you have ever snorkeled or stuff like that. Most of the time, unless you're in Hawaii, which is like unreal, it looks like it's fake. It's so clear. It looks like bathwater when you're in Hawaii. It's amazing. And then you have fluorescent fish and all sorts of stuff. It's astounding. But if you're in the Pacific, this is usually what you see. It's a little murky, but it is fairly clear. If you're in the Atlantic, which I've been in both oceans, I can tell you the Atlantic is muddy mess. It is, you got tons of scary stuff like... what do you call it? The ones that sting you. I forget. Jellyfish and things like that. And the water is just dirty and murky. And, it's the actual, ocean as opposed to the Pacific Ocean, which is a bit more clear because of the stream or the currents in the Pacific Ocean and where it's positioned on the Earth and all that stuff. We get way into tides and we get way into why stuff is clear and whatnot, but you get the general idea. So this, I feel, is more like the Pacific Ocean. And then when you get into real murky spots like this, because watch what happens to the lighting when I get in here. See how all of a sudden it gets like really dark and really murky? Well, it does that because you're in this area. And it just specifically does that. It gets real murky and it's hard to see too far and whatnot. And then when you get over here, you get right over here. And then it's less muddy. And that's because there's a lot more mud and stuff kind of kicked up in the Atlantic Ocean than in the Pacific Ocean. So if you didn't know that about the oceans, everybody, now you know. Now you're in the know. But it still is fun to go to the beach in each one. I personally prefer the Pacific, or if I can, in Hawaii, because it's amazing, everybody. It's amazing to dive on the reefs of Hawaii as well. You will never forget it. It is astonishingly beautiful. Amazing. My favorite thing in Hawaii, though, is turtle surfing. And you're like, Kismet, what's turtle surfing? Well, one time me and my wife were in Hawaii, and we were sitting on the shore, and we were just enjoying ourselves, just chilling out, having a good time. The turtles were actually under the waves, and they were riding the waves in, and then they would swim back out again, and then they would get in the wave, and they would ride the wave in again. And they were under the water turtle surfing. Not kidding. And these are massive turtles, everybody. These are turtles the size of almost the size of a VW bug. They're huge. Huge turtles, everybody. And it reminds me of that thing from Finding Nemo where all the turtles are surfers. Because that's a real thing. That's a real thing that happened. And me and my wife were tripping out because you could see them. Because the wave would come in and you could see them in the wave. And they would go in, and then they would swim back out, and they would ride the waves in. I didn't even know that was a thing, everybody. I didn't know turtles did that. Now I know. Now I know. And that's probably where they got that for Finding Nemo as well. Now, I saw that before I saw Finding Nemo, by the way. I saw that when that was in the 90s, way long ago. So there we go. Let's see. You've been coming and says there's a line in the Atlantic where the ocean meets and it goes from mud to glass. Oh, is there? Is there? I don't think I've ever been that far out in the Atlantic Ocean. I typically have not been on boats that go way out into the Atlantic. I've been up and down the coast in California. I've been on a cruise ship before. I've been on many different boats of all different sizes out there as well. I've been on all the rivers, like in Colorado River and by the Hoover Dam and all of those things, and partying in the Copper Canyon, if you guys know where that is, and doing all of those things. But I find that most of the beaches in the Atlantic that run along the Atlantic are super muddy compared to California. So if you've never been to those, check out those different oceans, everybody. Go out there and explore. So yeah, I don't know. Where's that at, Eubin? Tell me where that's at. I'll go look that up. In fact, I'm going to make a note of that. I'm going to go look that up. I love to learn new stuff, everybody. In life, you should never stop learning. You know, when you get out of school, you want to be able to go, hey, I didn't know that thing. Right? The problem is when people get older, they feel like they can't say that they don't know stuff. Like you're supposed to know everything that ever existed ever for some reason. You're not going to know everything, everybody. And learning something new, I find, is my favorite reason to keep alive in the first place. I find that awesome. Okay, so we're 352 out, roughly to the west. Let's go ahead and write that down to west. 350. So we've already looked now. We can see that north has the quickest drop off. But one of the things that we want to do here is put a little note. Somewhat clear, but empty. Right? And I should have done this on these other ones. But you get it. You get the idea. And actually, let's take this and move it over on this one. There we go. And then we'll put this to the left. And so you can make notes about what's in those different directions. I kind of like the east side. The east side's pretty good, but this one's really nice looking here with the red. And then you've got the fish here, of course. Now, one of the things that is not going on here is, of course, you're not getting your coral reef. Your coral reef is in the very center of where you started. This is kind of like the center of your start of your gameplay. And so the most beautiful place in the game is going to be the center. Because that is where all of the kind of coral reefs are. And of course, you can see that it becomes very, very clear in the center. And you have all your rays going off here and all your other various stuff that's going on. So your most beautiful center part is going to be right here, right? At pretty much 0, 0. The actual 0, 0, by the way, is actually this thing that's over here by the boat. Roughly, wherever the boat went. There it is. Or the ship, I mean. It's this thing that sits out of the water. And so you can actually check your 0, 0 point. It's right here. This thing right here, this is pretty much 0, 0. Right here. So you can go ahead and use this as a center point, and you can actually put in coordinates to find your way around. Now, I feel like if you look that up and it's a little cheating to find the thing, but if you get stuck, it's your game. You play it however you want. I don't like to do that. I like to play in such a way that allows me to discover things as I go along, because discovery is part of the journey, right? I find that incredibly fun. So again, I kind of like the sandy area. It reminds me of the beach in California. By the way, different beaches have different colored sand, by the way. Did you know that? There are some beaches in Hawaii that have black sand because of volcanic action there. Pretty cool. So here's a really good drop-off point here. Again, we don't want to be by these little crazy guys, though. I'm feeling over here. What do you guys think in the chat? You guys think north, south, east, or west? Let's make a little note over here that this in the, let's see, this is the north direction, I believe. Let's look back where we are. Oh, this is the east direction. So east direction, sandy and open. There we go. Sandy and open in that direction. I should have made a note of this when I came out, but I didn't. I forgot. It's where the Gulf Stream starts to have less control over the water current and temperature. Oh, okay. Well, I'll look that up. I wrote that down. I'm going to go check it out. I love to know all of that kind of cool stuff. Because if there is a clear area, I want to go check it out. Does it have reefs and all that other stuff you can dive on. Hopefully you can. Now, I have never gone scuba diving, everybody. I've never have gotten around to it yet, but maybe in my lifetime. We'll see, or maybe not. We'll see. When you get to a certain age, everybody, it's not as easy to do all that physical stuff that you did when you're younger, because basically you're diminishing. You diminish over time. That's just the way life works, everybody. You get less strong. Your metabolism slows down. All of those things become factors in your everyday life. And thus, everything is much more of a struggle. Even in my case, because of my medical conditions, even a struggle to get out of the bed every day. I know some of you struggle mentally to get out of the bed, but when it becomes mentally and physical, then it really is tough, believe me. It is very, very difficult. All right, so we want to go back north here. That's the one we wanted to check. And again, I should have wrote down what was out here, but we're just going to go take another little peek. Another little peek here at the drop-off. What's out here? Oh, this is where the kelp forest is. Well, there's kelp forest there, but let's go beyond this one. Let's go a little further. See what we got past the kelp forest. Yeah, woo, mama, look at that drop-off. We could build a absolute massive base down there. Right down here. Oh, look, and there's something I haven't scanned right there either. See, now this is a place for a base right here. Again, it's flat, big open area. You're down fairly deep here. You're down 61 or so. Now, of course, we're going to build bases deeper and deeper down, but I call those remote bases. I'm talking about a giant mega base. Typically, I'll have that more toward the surface because, you know, most of the thing I want to have my base in the center and then go off and do something and then come back. Go off and do something because it's going to be the shortest distance to everything everywhere when you have it in the center. That's how center works. A little far out, 50 to 90 miles off the coast, depending on the time of year and the water temps. Oh, well, hey, let me write that down as well. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been 50 miles out in the Atlantic. That's too far for me. That's too far out for me, but I'll check it out. Okay, so this is a good one here. Let's go ahead and see how far we are away here. This is 391. So let's say 391. Let's go ahead and increase this to 391. And then we're going to say down in a ravine. Close enough. Down a ravine. Past kelp forest. All right, so we'll say that one there. And again, this is definitely where I would build it, right here. And I'd actually build it out a little bit further. Just out here where it transitions between one and another. And then also right out here is another drop-off. Wherever you see these kind of floating peeps who are holding up the different things here, by the way, sometimes if you look up, there might be an island above you, by the way. So might want to, you know, look up every now and again. Like we can see there's a bunch of big animals there, but this is really starting to go down here. This is around 100. Oh, look, there's a part of a sea moth right there. And I haven't scanned all this stuff over here. So again, another good place. Fairly beautiful. Lots of fish going around. Lots of schools of fish. We've got a little bit of those guys going on there. A little animal shooting there.
Fluid intake.
I've got that, no problem. Consume. So again, I'd probably put it back here a little bit away from that danger because there's like no danger right here, right? There's no mobs attacking you. There's no stalkers. There's no other things. Now, of course, there'll be a few of those guys that are kind of wander your way sometimes, but pretty much right here would be a great spot. So we're kind of scouting out a spot for where we might want to build our next mega base. And we're going to be offset from the center because the center is not very low. And so if we wanted to build a bunch of different levels, we would have difficulty doing that. And I would not build it in the kelp area because it does get so dark and dirty, just like it does in the Atlantic. I would definitely build it further out. Now, we can also build it just perfectly flat, by the way. We could just build it just at the surface and have it above the thing. But one of the problems with doing that is if you build a whole giant base above the surface, guess what? You're blocking the light from getting down into the coral reefs here, and thus your coral reefs are not going to look as beautiful as they do during the day. All right, one more to double check again here. We're going to go to the south. And let's go check that out. Again, we'll do another test. And again, we'll try to go 50, which is about 50 down where we did before. And then we'll see how far we have to go to do like 100 down. And I guess I could have done a thing that said 50 and 100. You can see we've got a bit of a drop off there, a little cavern in that direction. I should probably get out and fix my thing in case I meet somebody very, very large who likes to chomp on my ship. There we go. All right, and again, south drops off pretty quickly here. Still a nice, beautiful area. You still got some mushrooms and stuff. So we're down about there. Let's see, this is 330. Where did we mark it before? 594. Ooh, okay, we got a ways to go. So we'll go ahead now. By the way, you want to get this compass as quick as possible, everybody. The compass is very useful. Wherever you see these volcanoes, there's kind of higher end resources there. And we do have a kelp forest out here, so that's useful. And we're getting close to pod 7, and there is our drop-off right there. Lots and lots of room in here. Wow, okay, look at this. We're already 80, 90, 100 down. We're still going down. Let's say 100 down is right here. Get away from me, crazy. Using my little shock system to zap them away from me. That's 672. So let's go ahead and call that 672 right there. And then we'll take some notes. Now, again, this is what I would do if I was really there. I would go this far. I would look and say, okay, is this a good spot to build? You know, I'm about 117 down. I could build an absolute massive base here. And I want to probably get past these guys or go more left or right to get away from them. Look at this. Look how flat this is here. And again, it's not beautiful as the coral reefs, but it is very flat, and you could build an absolute massive research base there. And I typically build my base in the center, so I want to go ahead and try something a little different here. Here's a nice little shelf to build on right here. There's a bunch of those little attacking mobs there, though. Just got to go a little bit more to the left. Ooh, look out, mobs running into me. A little bit more east-southeast here. Nice little ridge here to build a base on, up about 50 or so. Ooh, getting real dark over here. This is good because this is a nice ridge that you could build on and then build upwards. That's not too bad. All right there, but ultimately we're going to need to make a choice. And then we have our big guys coming by. Now, one of the problems with those big guys... Oh, sorry, I got to take that thing out of there. One of the problems with the big guys is they could actually run into your base. So if I built it all the way to the surface here, I would have problems with those. So we're going to go ahead and make a note of that. South. There we go. So sandy and deep. Sandy, deep, open. But large mobs close to surface level. So that would eliminate this this direction for me because I would want to eventually get all the way up to the surface level. So south, we're going to eliminate that one as one of our things. So again, I would not want to run into those. I would not want those things to run into my base. And you can see there's different sizes of them. There's like the smaller ones right here, which are all super cute. And then you have the big ones, which actually have resources on the back of them, by the way, which is pretty awesome. I wonder if I can ram into these guys. Where's those little shooter guys at? Firing minds want to know now. No shooter guys up there? Huh. I always try to keep my Seamoth at 100%. Because at any time, some mobs can run and attack you. Or you bump into something and blows up your thing. Yeah, I don't see them up there. Now, sometimes there's these mobs that are on there that shoot at you. A great use of your repulsor gun or the gun that you pick them up, and then you can shoot them really far away. And then they're no longer up here, and then allows you to get all of these resources. You can also use this to breathe right here, as giving off different oxygen. And as you can see, it has different corals on there and all sorts of stuff you can use. But again, it will be in the way, and they move back and forth as you play. And it would be in the way of any base that was going all the way to the surface. Let's turn around and head back. We're about 600 out. Though that is a beautiful spot. I love the God rays coming down. You could definitely build right up on a cliff here and let your base hang off the cliff. Oh, see, I'm building just tons of bases in my head right now, everybody. I love to build stuff on cliffs and just let it hang over. That's really fun. Build up giant towers and things of that nature. Very, very fun. And again, see how the water clears up when you get close to the surface, and then when you get kind of in the center area here, it does as well. Oh. Used to be above deck when you cross that line. Awesome. Yes, the mother-in-law is E9 in the Navy, by the way. She's retired now. So yeah, you gotta salute that Master Chief. If you're gonna have a mother-in-law, everybody, you don't want to be messing around with no Master Chief. I tell you, she's straight to, no messing around. You get to. Which she's awesome, by the way, because my family is a military family. My parents were in the military. And then my wife's family, generations back, just generations and generations, all were in the military as well. I've never been in the military. My wife has also not been in the military. My parents told me, we went in the military, so you don't have to, so you're welcome. And I appreciate it. I appreciate all you people who do stand and post, all my military peeps out there. You know what it's like to have your parents not around because they're off serving, and make sure to appreciate them for their service as well. Whether you have people in your family or not, because those are the people who allow us to have all of our freedoms, get to do what we do, like playing games and doing all the fun stuff we get to do while they're standing in post. It's like people who help others who can't help themselves, right? Who are not built for that type of thing, and greatly appreciated by me, for sure. There we go. All right. Now, as you can see, I'm using this tree right here to work on my food. And very rarely do I ever use all of these trees up. Usually I use one. And then I'll replant it. And by the time I need food again, that one will be almost grown up and I can just use another tree. These are really great to put everywhere. I'm talking about in your bases, on your sub, everywhere you go. You should have a sample of this that you could just build real quick. And put down at that base so you'll always have food and water no matter where you're at. Now, this is my primary base right here. Again, you saw it a little bit earlier there when we're looking at that. They also have the larger containers now, which hold much more fish. We're going to go in there. We're going to test that as well. That's another thing I wanted to test. How many fish do the large tanks hold? Let's say. That was one of the things that I was trying to remember. Let's put it over here where we can read it. Fish tanks. Reg and large. Don't tell me. See, this is part of the scientific stuff that we like to do here in the stream. So let's go in and let's see how many fish we got in here. Oh, or we're going to click and get back out again. One or the other. So what I'm going to do is just literally pick up all the fish. And because I've let these fish go for a while, and I've been doing this on purpose, they've been breeding, right? So they've been breeding and creating more and more fish. Oh, there's one up there. And so there we go. We've gotten all the fish out of here, I think. And luckily, we have enough space in our inventory. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8. So 18 currently in the tank. So we'll go ahead and make a note of that. Large is 18 currently. And then regular, I would imagine, would be half of that, maybe 8 or so. Now I'm going to right-click and put them all back in there again. There they go, and they'll swim off and do their thing. Now, the reason why I was doing those fish first is because you can make water out of those fish. One of the things also you can do is purify your water, which is what's going on over here. We got a filtration, which is making salt and also our water for us right there. So very, very useful. And we'll put our water back in here. Now, another thing that I always forget, and I always think of it way too late, is your disinfected water here. Now, your disinfected water is using bleach. So if you made a bunch of bleach up here in your chemicals, wherever it is, I think it's up here, basic materials. If you made a bunch of bleach out of salt and coral tubes, and you get a lot of coral tubes there, there's a bunch of coral tubes around here that you could do, but I always forget about it. And the reason why that's so awesome is because if you do that in the very beginning, if I had to do it all over again, I would be working on those right away. Because it makes 2 waters, and those waters are worth 12 ounces versus 1 water, which is 6 ounces. Now, what's easier? Is it easier to go get a bunch of salt and make some bleach and go from there? Or is it easier just to get a bunch of those small fish? Well, that one's up for debate. I think it's probably easier to get the small fish. And eventually, when you get the tank, you're going to get that. But if I had to do it all over again, I would try to use the bleach first and see if that works better. And see if it's easier to do it. Now, over here, you're going to see that I got a bunch of different fish. And we want to take all of these fish eventually and put them in their own thing. Now, I've got a problem with these fish right now, and they're all infected because there's some other fish in there that is infected. Now, one of the things I want to try is to move these fish out of here, pick them all up, move them, put them somewhere else, and see if they're still infected. And if they are, then I'm going to get rid of all of these fish and replace them with non-infected fish. You notice that my fish over here that have been by themselves are not infected. Which is something I didn't know about the game. I learned that in this playthrough. That if you put an infected fish in there, it's going to infect all the rest of them as well. So these are all non-infected. And we're going to let this run for a while, and we're going to come back and we're going to check if 18 is the max limit, because they should keep breeding until they can't breed anymore, until the actual tanks are full. Now over here, you can see that this one is multiple levels. Both in the top level and in the lower level. And eventually, we want to create a farm of each individual fish for scientific reasons, right? Because we're going to make a scientific base. We want to separate the fish and then be able to research those fish. Now, we could probably combine some of them together. There's no reason to have, 53 things with all different fish, though I'm that type of player that would do that. I would do every single fish in its own tank because I'm that guy. I'm that guy who would totally do that. And some of you are the same way, I'm sure. Put a 1 in the chat if you're that type of person that would want to go and put every single fish in a separate tank. And I've done it in previous playthroughs. I've done massive amount of fishes in every single tank. Okay, again, for scientific reasons, right? Because we're going to build a gigantic scientific base. Now we have to make some tough choices. And those tough choices have to do about where we want to build our base. Now, this place is okay. You can see there's a bit of a drop off here. You can see I can go down about 25, and that's a good place to start. And I'm by my kelp fields because you need those in the beginning until you get to the point in which you can grow your own stuff. Now, once you can grow your own plants and materials and things like that, you don't have to limit where you have your base. You can put your base 1,200 down if you want. You don't have to put it at the surface, though it is beautiful at the surface as well. And sometimes you can actually build above the surface as well. We're gonna test that out here with our big rooms eventually. So this is a nice, beautiful place to start. It's very close. It's kind of the first little drop-off area here in the very beginning. But we can see that if we go south a little bit here, south is going to keep going with this sand. And eventually, of course, like we saw before, it'll start to drop off right there. And this is kind of at the edge of the kelp forest here. And we've got some sandy areas here. We've got some stuff that we've explored over there. But I kind of feel like right in here where this is going, maybe a little southwest is where we're going here. This is a nice area over here. Even we built it up here on the shelf and then just extended it out. Now, of course, we're going to have these little guys in our way, so we'll have to think about having mobs in our way. So maybe further out. And again, my sound is so low. There we go. Maybe out here somewhere away from these guys. Yeah, right here is a good spot. Because you have the kelp forest nearby, you can grab these if you don't have them going. And there's a big area to build here. A very, very large area. Now, we have these little guys here, which are little kind of like piranha-style fish that attack you and other fish. Oh, this is nice right here, too. See, it's really clear, but man, darn big old fish in the way. See, it's really clear right here. You've got the sandy area, fairly flat. Allows you to get your sea moth in there if you have your sea moth down and whatnot. Do I have my repulsor gun? I do. Watch this. We're going to get this guy. Pow! So I can repulse these fish with my repulsor gun. I can send them flying, by the way. This guy right here. Bye-bye. Ba-boom! Bye-bye! I can even send them flying out of the water, too, which is really fun. You get underneath them like this. I can try anyway. Bye-bye! He just flew out of the water. He'll come back down eventually. You little punk. I can also shoot him into the ground or into a rock that will bump into something, and then that actually will kill them. You can kill mobs by ramming them into other objects. That does work pretty well.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna try to get one in a position where I can ram him into this rock. See, now he's reflected off of that rock. Let's go up to the surface. And really bummed about the south that there's those big mobs in the way.
Oxygen.
But that's okay. We'll be fine. Now you can see you can get away from your base really, really quickly. All of a sudden you're like really far away. I didn't even take my sea moth. I didn't even take my vehicle. Just from wandering, you can wander very, very far away. Always good to have your little glide machine here. That helps you get there. Yeah, lots of ones in the chat. There you go. Also what's over here, by the way, is the stalker teeth. They're usually in these creep vines. These little kelp or vine forest here. You can get those and use those for your glass that you're going to need to build out your base. So yeah, big bummer that way. All right. So where do we want to do this? We got to make some choices here. East is sandy and open. Sandy deep, but large mob. So south, not good. Maybe east, somewhat clear, but empty to the west. And down in a ravine in the kelp forest there. Let's go ahead and check again. Now, I'm the type of person, everybody, that don't just say, okay, I'm doing it there. I'm the type of person that will continue to test it until it feels, my intuition says, that's the spot. Right? That's usually the way I am. So you definitely want to explore as much as you can. Let's go out here west. We've actually already got a base out here, by the way. Way out here, about 800 out. Maybe we need to make that base way bigger. And you can see we're coming out of that kelp area. Oh yeah, right down here. Again, we've got our big mobs out here to the west. So south and west, we've got large mobs. Let's go ahead. Again, where was the other one? East is sandy and open. So let's go back east. We're kind of eliminated south and west now. Let's go check east. And we'll go kind of east-north to see where we are. And I'm just going by pod number 5, which is your starter one. And we got a ship base out here, huh? Ah, okay, so this is the direction of the ship as well. And I've already got a base out here as well. That's a good drop-off. You have these guys for using their gas modules. And this is nice and sandy. And this is a pretty good drop-off here. I would say this is probably a good spot right here. Look at this. Again, bunch of beautiful schools of fish there. Not too bad here. Let's go in here. There's not too many predators around. Don't see any predators. Don't see anything. That's too bad. You've got lots of fish down here. You got a little bit of those fish who like to bite you. And then we have some big guys out there. Let's go up here and see if we bump into one. Yeah, that's a real good candidate. Yeah, right down there. Maybe start it here on this cliff edge. See, I like to start my base up a little bit higher. I actually like to start it at the surface level and work my way down versus working your way up. Because when you're working your way up, what happens is sometimes it doesn't match up to the surface level exactly how you want it. So working your way down is super useful. And so we could actually start the base up here at the top level and then work our way down into the deeper levels. Now, another reason why you would want to work your way into the deeper level is because you would want to be able to park your ship, park your submarine that you're going to be driving around all over the place. And right here just happens to be a nice deep area that goes around the whole center of the thing as well. And there's a lot of stuff that we need to go and explore in this direction as well, but we really need to go in every direction. Now, the great thing about your ship is the fact that it does, about your sub, is that it's like a moving base. It goes from place to place to place. And so you can bring stuff with it, but it's never going to be as big as a base that you can actually physically build. And this isn't too bad. This is 150 out. My instincts are telling me right here. This is the spot, right? This is the spot for our new mega base. Now, again, we've got these guys that are going to be spitting these things at us. So we might want to move just a bit this way. See if we can find another little drop-off point. Again, we could start right about here, and then again, aim it right off the side. We'd have our coral areas there, maybe even here. We've got our kelp forest nearby where it's not too dark. Oh, we've got that guy down there, though. Look at him go. Yeah, he's down over there. All right, let's keep looking. Do we have a buoy on us? We don't. Oh, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. But what we should do is go back to our base, get ourselves a buoy. So when we find the perfect spot, we can say, okay, that's the spot right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to undertake building an absolute massive base. And all of this preemptive stuff is worth it because this way you don't just like start building it out and then realize you don't like it, and then you come back and you have to tear it all back down again. That's a problem. You definitely don't want to have that problem later on. All right, let's go ahead and get ourselves some copper, some titanium. I typically like to have 3 of these on me at any given time because, especially in the beginning, you'll be marking stuff like crazy. Like, okay, this is where I found the kelp. This is where I found this ship. This is where I found a beacon. This is where I found a whole bunch of other stuff that you're going to run into in the game. You definitely want to keep collecting your little med kits and keep putting them down here. You start using a lot of these later on, by the way. All right, so east is looking sharp. Let's go ahead and find out what... Oh, my sea moth is in there. I like to just jump out of the water as opposed to climbing the ladder because there's that ladder animation that you got to do. 69 power right there.
All systems online.
Hear that? Okay, east it is. Let's go look. Now, I built a base that's in the direction of my ship, and the reason why I did that is so of the crash ship, that ship. I think it's called the Aurora or something like that. It crashed over there, and then, of course, you can't get to it in the beginning because of the radiation, but you'll get the ability to get over there and be able to utilize that direction. Now, of course, we also want to have the ability to utilize the resources from the start here, right? We're about 200 out right here. Want to be able to use these mushrooms and all that stuff, but I can grow all of that now. What I want to do is have some deeper water. Ooh, that's a really good spot right there. That's a really good spot. Because, again, you have all of the coral stuff here. You have some beautiful fish swimming around, so not only the cosmetic. Yeah, really liking the east here. Oh, I got that guy down there. Maybe over this way a little bit. Now, no matter what, you're going to have some sort of mobs that are going to be in your way, everybody. In this case, we've got these mobs that are right there. We go that way, we're going to have kelp forest. You know, there's stuff in the ocean, everybody. In case you never noticed. It's funny, when I say that to my kids, they're like horrified. I'm like, yes, there's, you know, stuff in the ocean. The stuff lives there. Just like we live on the land, they live in the sea. Let's go over this way a little bit and see if we can get in between all of this. There's one over there. Oh, it's a nice little drop-off point. But see how it's getting darker because we're getting close to the kelp? A lot of caves and stuff down there. We can do this as a start point, try to get to the surface. Ooh, that's another sweet spot right there. Yeah, so I'm feeling east is our go-to spot. Now, I do have a base out there that's about 500 out. And I will leave that other base there as well, but I will take out all the resources and move them over here. So we did that, right? So we went and we checked where the drop-offs were. We kind of looked at where the most beautiful area is, and these are some notes I wrote down. We still got to go to the captain's office over here. So I'm going to call this spot as a potential spot. So let's get out of our boat here. Let's put the buoy as number 5. And then we'll go ahead and drop that. Let's see. Mega base with a question mark. All right, now that's going to allow us to track that, so we don't have to keep looking for this spot over and over again. And what we'll do is we'll build up first to get to the surface, and then we'll build out, and then we'll just keep building and building because we have really an unlimited distance forward to do this. Now, again, we got one of those big guys over there. I don't know if he travels this to the shallows over here. He kind of looks like he's going away from me there. Let's go check it. Now, the only way to really find out is just to go for it. These guys are pretty much in all the directions. And I'll check north again as well. No, he's going this direction. So we'll see if he goes right where my buoy is, which is right here, Mega Base. He definitely looks like he's coming through that way. All right, so we got to go to the captain's quarters, but we're going to go a bit north as well. We're going to go ahead and run along this edge. And check to the north. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for a spot that's between the kelp forest that's kind of open. And where's our base here? So yeah, this is almost directly south. Here's a little drop off. Oh, this is the spot we looked at before. So it's between the two kelp forests. Well, I wouldn't say it was as pretty. Oh, I think it's pretty nice, actually. Yes, that's actually a really nice spot right here. Right there. Because you're getting the God rays coming from the light, coming straight down into the area. It's a beautiful, wow, okay, that is a beautiful area. We could start up here in the kelp area. Are there any predators nearby? I don't see any. Again, if I was really there, this is what I would do. This would be one of my highest priorities, is to find that perfect spot. Look at that, how it goes out and then it drops down. That's pretty cool. So we could build out and then build down and just put fishes of every single type out as we go, as well as have our base near the surface so that we could park that in. We could park our submarine under there. We could actually come under the base of the submarine or in between the bases. I like to sometimes leave the base where it's open and the submarine becomes in between, so you can just get out and then go to the different sections and drop off the different things that you've picked up and brought back, like resources. All right, I think this might be my favorite here. Again. Oh, all right. Mega nice base. All right, so we'll call that there. Now, while we're thinking about it, we're making our final choice. Always suggest to think about stuff before you just go and do it, because this is a big commitment. The second I start doing that is the second I have to spend hours moving my stuff. And that is going to be a big commitment. Before you make big commitments, everybody, go and do something else first. So we're going to run over here to the captain's area and get this going on. This is true, Euban. This is true. Right? And we appreciate your service, Euban, big time. Not an Excel sheet. Yes, it is an Excel sheet, except for it's Google Sheets. It's not Excel. It's a Google sheet. And I put all my gaming stuff in there because, again, if I was really in the game, that's what I would do. I would write all that stuff down. Okay, I was over here, I was over there. Now, I could go look it up online, but that takes away a bunch of the fun, everybody. I feel like the discovery is part of the wonders of playing these type of games, for sure. So we're going to head over here to my ship base, which I got over here. Now, one of the things, the reason why I put the ship base here is to find a bunch of resources. It allows me to scan, because I always put basically a basic kind of room with a bioreactor, and then I will also put in a scanner. Now, eventually you get your moon pool, which you can use as well. And one of the advantages of the moon pool, like my vehicle right now is at 61% power. It's one of the very first places in which you can actually start to charge your larger batteries. So here we are in here. We can see that our battery's down to 75% over there, and we've got some fish hiding. Oh, boy, we don't. In here. Now, this is interactive. Now, as I said earlier, as you guys saw, that I've got these trees in here. Now, these not only serve the purpose for me, if I can hit them. There we go. For me to go ahead and eat and get my food and water all the way up, which I will do. They also serve the purpose of replanting. So we'll replant that. And then we can also go ahead, put that in the bioreactor. Now, if you notice that the power wasn't all the way down, and the reason why the power wasn't all the way down, and that's because I also put solar on my bases, so it always has a little bit of power, right? So this particular base has some solar there. Even just one solar is about 75, so that'll backlog that power when you're not using it. So when you do show up with your stuff's always working. Now, of course, when you have your scanner going, this is our scanner room here. When you have your scanner going, one of the things that'll happen is it'll burn down your batteries. Now, it automatically makes a battery built into the thing that you make. You don't have to make separate batteries in the game. And allow me to scan for stuff. So I can look for copper, I can look for limestone. I really want to look for copper, but that's probably just a copper chunk that I left somewhere. Right there next to the base. Look at that. All right, let's go see if we can find it, so we can get that off the list. Now, as you loot everything, yeah, I left it right there. As you loot everything, that stuff will come off of the list. Now, I'm the type of person that would go through and loot everything until there was nothing left on the list. Now, if I had that much time, I would totally do that, everybody. But since I don't have that much time, and you can see there's none other showing right now, we're not going to do that. But you can see now it's not on the list anymore, right? And so I would go get all the creature eggs and all the limestone and all the metal salvage and all the quartz. And the reef backs, those will always be there. There's certain things that'll always be there, like wrecks and reef backs, because those don't go away from your list. But you could literally eliminate a bunch of the stuff from your list, for sure. So, what do we stop over here for? Well, we stopped over here for some food and water. We'll get ourselves some coffee while we're at it. That thing takes so long. There we go. All right. We also have a little bit of food and water in here. We really just have a battery and whatnot. We see we got some batteries here. We could switch out our batteries and charge them there, but I think we're good. Let's check our ship, see if it's charged. There we go. Health is 100%, and it is now fully charged. So we good. All right. Now, the ship just happens to be right here. And this is the ship we came to the planet on, and it crashed for some reason. Now, I know the reason, and I was actually talking about it a bit earlier, but if you never played the game, I will not spoil what that reason is unless I'm actually doing it in the moment. I don't go and try to spoil the storyline and all that stuff. That's not my thing. Now, over here, I have made some beacons that are going to help me along the way, little things that I left behind. Now, whenever I go into the PDA, by the way, there is a new function that they added in version 2.0 called PDA Pause. I love it because you can go in here and not have to worry about getting attacked and do all that stuff, and you can read all your data bank stuff and whatnot, and you can also manage your beacons here. So we want to go ahead and look through our beacons here and see if I can find it. Let's see. Ship part, crash site. What was the name of that thing? Ship base. So we got that. Oh, man, I forget what the name of that is. I think it's like entrance or something like that. Yeah, ship entrance. There we go. And so we can see that there is a ship entrance right over that way. I thought I had another one over here, which is on the way. And there we go. So we're just going to slip in there, and I think there's another one right over there. We're just going to slide in there. Now, again, whenever my ship takes damage, everybody, I immediately just go out of there. I get my repair gun, and I put it back to 100%. Because your thing can take about 60% damage before you're in trouble. Now, we can actually go up onto the surface right here and actually walk up into the ship. I know, pretty cool, right? So you can walk up into the ship. Now, there's different areas you can enter from, and depending where you enter is where you end up. Now, my favorite thing in the game, everybody, is my favorite new thing anyway. Oh, we got to go back and get some more. Is the flare, which I rarely ever use. I've tried it out. I threw it down. I said, oh, cool, you throw it down. That's nice. But one of the things that you can do with the flare is you can use it as a light source. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and take my flare, and I'm going to get up out of the water here. And then I'm going to go ahead and do my flare here. I'm going to put that as number 5. And then I'm going to throw it down on the thing. And you're like, oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, you got a flare down. So, yeah, you got light. But one of the things, you can pick the flare back up again. And now it's lit. Now, it was already lit from before because I'd already done this. But now you have a light source that goes in 360 degrees. And allows it for you, when you run down into places like this, to use it both above water and also underwater at the same time, which is pretty cool. Really awesome for exploring. Really going to help you a lot. If you only learn one thing in the stream today, if you learn that one thing to use your flares, you are going to be really well off. Now, what we're going to do is go ahead and swim around in here and look for anything that I might have missed along the way. And we're also going to go ahead and look for the captain's room. I don't think there's anything else in here that I could pick up. No. As we go through, you can see I've cut my way through this sealed door. Now, I don't remember where the captain's office is, everybody. I'm just going to wander around and see where we can end up. Now, I know there's a door over here somewhere on this side, because we discovered that earlier, that we could run through, go like this, go through this door, and basically take a shortcut right down in here. And we can make ourselves right into this primary room, which I think is where we need to go. Yeah, actually, this is the right place. Amazing. Now, I'm usually pretty great with mazes and things of that nature. I can get myself out of here. Come on, there we go. We've already went in here, and we found pieces of the prawn suit in here. Now, I didn't bother to go around and put all the fires out, because, well, we'll just let those keep on burning. You can see I've grabbed all the resources. We even tried to get up in that room up there, which you can't get into, by the way, which I learned. I stacked a bunch of boxes, which you can kind of see over here. I stacked a bunch of boxes, then get up on those boxes, and then got up here and went down that thing, but it won't let me in that room, which is a bummer. Now, there's a bunch of rooms here. We can see we've got the canteen there. We got the supply room, which we came in and grabbed a bunch of loot from. And then over here, you can see we've got kind of like a little restaurant area. And then these rooms you can't get in because they don't have the thing. And then over here, you can see I've got some bags, little carry-alls that we could put stuff in. And we went through and we looted all of these various rooms. And then back here, we have the captain's quarters. Now, eventually, as you go through the storyline, you will get the code. Now, spoiler alert, everybody. I'm about to tell you what the code is. Because I wrote it down. Now, again, I didn't look it up or any of that stuff. I don't like to do that. I like to find it in-game. So, big spoiler alert about to happen here. Let's do it. Oops. I forgot. It's not the top part. Got to go up a bit. There we go. All right. So, this door now unlocked. And we got a PDA in here. We've got a Aurora. Next phase of Altera exploration. So, boom. We want to get that poster. What else we got in here? Data terminal. Oh, look, a little miniature. Man, I forgot that was in here. And then we'll get the data terminal.
Integrating new PDA data.
Okay, we got the Neptune escape rocket, which just showed up there. And I should probably move myself down here and make it a little easier for you guys to see. And then another PDA. Captain's log. Let's see. Captain's log. Loading program. Craig McGill Simulator VRAT. Captain Hot Dog Hollister. Yeah, Boral 9, resource normal. You are exploring a quiet alien backwater when the ship you arrived in here implodes. It must be the arachnid key poachers. Quick. What will you do? Search the alien crash site or farm alien plants. Use the tectonic de-imploder unavailable. So we will farm the alien plants. That's just what Craig McGill would do. After foraging for some hours, you have collected a number of potential farmable foodstuffs, which will sustain, which will you sustain yourself with? Starwall eggs, tree roaches, and stank root. This is like a mud game, everybody. Back in the day, we used to play games all via text. Back in the day, a lot of fun games back in the day. We were doing that as well. While the Starwall eggs are nutritious, the life cycle of these vast spacefaring creatures is much too slow to sustain a farm. And besides, their mother is extremely angry with you. Let's see. Fight the Starwall. Apologize to the Starwall. Accept your fate. So accepted his fate. Craig McGill's know there is no reasoning with a mother scorned. You are not so much torn apart as swallowed whole and disintegrated. The atoms that you thought were you are gradually redistributed into surface of the Starwall's continued survival. Would you like to continue? No. So that's the actual captain's log there. He's playing a game. Now this is the Neptune rocket. The Neptune rocket is the blueprint set was developed at Altera headquarters specifically to get you off of 4546B and back to the nearest phase gate. It takes into account local gravity, astronomical data, and available resources, and is piloted by AI. It may be adapted to employ whatever power source is available, but it will require a lot of it. It consists of 5 independently constructible elements: a launch platform, gantry, stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. The gantry provides structural support. Stage 1 are the primary thrusters for reaching atmosphere escape velocity. Stage 2 is fuel reserve, and Stage 3 is the cockpit. The features of the ship are one-person life support, short-range communications, adaptable power supply, orbital shielding, onboard time capsule, and there's a warning saying, onboard AI will not launch if local threats are detected. Warning, the use of alien materials to power the craft may increase its range in unpredictable ways. All right, so this is our next big goal in the game. Let's look at the Altera's HQ last recorded transmissions. Let's go.
Average long-range transmission delay, 8 hours. Opening last recorded transmissions.
This is an emergency distress call. Aurora is on collision course with planet 4546b. Sending all available environmental data. Please respond with rescue solution. Out.
This is Altera HQ. Attached to this message, you should find the blueprints for an escape ship that we calculate will be capable of breaking orbit and getting you back to the nearest phase gate. Now, it's designed to use materials you can find in situ, but it's gonna need one hell of a power source. Now, we'll be sure to...
Aurora long-range communications relay offline.
Okay, so they sent the captain the schematics to try to get off of the planet. Now, we don't know if he made it off the planet or not. I guess we'll find out. And now we've got the Neptune launch planet, or platform, to get off of the planet. We also got ourselves some flares, an Aurora poster, and also a little Aurora miniature there. Very nice. So basically, that's the whole gist of the game. As you crash on the planet, and then you try to get off of it, right? That's pretty much it. But there's a lot of awesome adventures that go along with that. I highly recommend both Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. They are two of my favorite games now of all time. I forgot to get that poster there. Let's get that poster. Let's make sure that we didn't miss any other posters or fun stuff along the way. We'll do one more check here, and that's pretty much all I need to do in this ship. Because we've pretty much explored all the other cabins and all the other stuff. I'm just looking for any random stuff that I might have missed, like that poster. I always find that I always see something that I missed. because you know you might be looking for something else in that moment, and thus you kind of miss what you're looking for. Now in this particular area, we also had to use the fire extinguishers to get by. I don't think there's anything else in here that we can grab. No, we can't get in this door. Now, sometimes there's panels that you can repair by doors. And it's a dead giveaway that you can actually get through that door because you repair the panel and then the door turns green. And then you can get through. All right, so that was like the fastest way to get in there and grab what we needed and then head on out. So we found this little secret way. Now, I don't think I've used this secret way in the past. I think I've been down here, but I didn't know there was a quick and dirty way to get in and out of the thing super fast there. So we've utilized it in this playthrough. And there we go. And we've already done all of this stuff in here. Go ahead and use our Sea Glide here just to go a little faster. See how much a difference that lighting is when you're using your torch versus everything else? I do have another one that I could use, which is this one, which is what I usually use. That is in nowhere close to as bright as that torch is, everybody. Or that flare is. The flare is awesome. It is really bright, though it is sometimes a little too bright. But it is very, very useful. Now, why did I come over here and do this first instead of building my base first? Well, because now I need to integrate that into my base, right? So I want to go ahead and head my way back to my ship base here. So we're going to head out of here and hope nothing chomps on us. Turn our light on. I like to get under the ship like this, so it's a little harder for you-know-who to come and get you. Now, by the way, one of the best ways to get titanium is these little metal fragments here, these little metal pieces. So grab a bunch of those if you can. This ship just always seems to be settling all the time. Sliding further and further down the hill. So now what we need to do is we need to integrate that rocket in with our new mega base. So I just grabbed a little bit there. Oh, there's a node over here. Probably titanium or lead. It's kind of like lead. We can come back and grab it if we really need it. And you can see that I have stuff different colors. Like my bases is yellow. My ships are yellow. Stuff that's orange is kind of like waypoints. Like, hey, there is something a little bit extra here. Like an island or something like that. And then other things are just like navigation, where, okay, this is where you go down. This is where a hole is to go down in the deeper levels. So again, let's go back over here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And again, since I have my thing set up here, we can see that that's about halfway grown there, but I can just go ahead and use another one here. Open, my inventory is now full. Let's just go do one or two at a time. Maybe two. Now there is stuff that's better for your biofuel here. Again, you can test out a whole bunch of different things. One of the things I might do as well, being scientific, doing a research base, is also to write down all of the food and then how much food and water that it gives. And then look for the one that has the most nutrients and the most food and water, and then put that one into there, or the most fish that give the most nutrients in there as well. And then we could farm those fish and then use those fish for fuel. Now, I just happened to find an absolute ton of nuclear stuff in this particular playthrough. So we could put a nuclear reactor here as well. We have one already at our primary base. So let's go ahead and head back to our primary base and look at our mega nice base. I really feel like that's probably going to be the one. So we're going to get into it. There's a cool article on Quora about what is the Gulf Stream, and if you click continue reading at the bottom of the article, the image shows the water differences. Oh, really? Cool. Hey, if you want to whisper me that here on Twitch, whisper me that link. I'll go check it out. There, Euban. I'll be happy to check it out. And thanks for all the ones in the chat. Hey, old Mortem, what up? Gotta love this game. Yes, I absolutely do. It's really, really well done. I think it's absolutely like a milestone in gaming. And there's very few like that. You know, like Witcher 3 is like a milestone. Ultima 4, if you didn't know, with the very first modern RPG. The reason why we have Fallout and Subnautica and all these other ones that have narrative storylines and quests that you go on and things like that. That all started from Ultima 4, which is why it's my favorite game of all time. Now you know why. Okay, so this is our primary base over here. And again, we've been using our new stuff. Now, one of the things you want to do, and again, this is what I would test if I was really there, is to test the size of things. Like, what is the size of this new thing that we need to build, right? So we've got, and I forget what category it's under. It's in here somewhere. Where are you at, big old base? Let's see, where is it at? Man, I can't remember. It's been so long. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to figure it out and you guys watching going, God, Kismet, just click the thing. That's all part of the fun. Okay, so we know we got it here in our data bank. We want to go down here and look again at our... where is it? Where did it go? Let's see, vehicles. There we go. Yeah, Neptune escape rocket. The blueprint set consists of 5 things. The launch platform, floating platform provides a solid base from thing. Oh, it's a floating platform. So when it's a floating platform, most likely it's going to use your little floating thing here, right up here. Let's go take a look. Ah, that's where it is. Okay. So there's a Neptune launch platform that we need to build, and then it will drop in there. Now, we need 2 titanium. Now, whether I can move it or not, I forget. It's been so long. But there we go. Now, again, discovery is the funnest part of games. In fact, especially even if it's a struggle and you spend like 30 minutes trying to figure something out or an hour or longer, I feel like that is part of the game. And once you figure it out, then you're like, yeah, I did it. It's like an achievement unlocked thing. That does happen. So we need some titanium, a computer chip, and a bunch of lead. And I don't think that's going to be a problem. So let's work on that first, because that's going to be kind of the center of our new mega research base that we're working on. So let's go ahead and we're going to tag that as something we need to build. There we go. Right there. Now it's going to say all these other things that we need to do. And there's a bunch of other stuff that we haven't built yet. I think did we do the light stick? I think we might have done that, but that's okay. Well, let's go ahead and do this, and then we're going to do computer chip up here at the top, so I don't have to remember what all that is. Right there. There we go. And if you notice, they've added pinned recipes. That was not in the original Subnautica. This is update 2, which is called the Living Large update, because you got the large rooms as well. So very cool. Let's go check on our water. Oh, it's filled up again, so very nice. All right, I'm going to go and put that water in there. Maybe have a little coffee. Coffee. Right there. Now, we have some cosmetic items here that I'm just going to throw in here for now, and then we'll fool around with all that stuff later on. We have a bunch of metal that we can convert into titanium. Not that we have a shortage of titanium, but again, those little metal pieces are fast ways. You don't have to go through and break all of the things. Especially in the very beginning, just go around and grab as many of those as you can. Now you can see I can turn it into a titanium ingot, which is one of the things that we need. And you're like, Kismet, you're out of titanium. Not really. And you're like, Kismet, you're using up all the rest of your titanium. Not really. As you'll see here in a moment, everybody. If you missed it earlier. As you can see these large ones? These are all overflow. These are all extra amount of whatever it is that I will need. Now, as you can see, I've got a bunch of other stuff here. Now, right now, titanium, I've been using so much titanium that you can see that I've used a bunch of it up, right? And I've got all these other resources. This is why we're going to expand our base today, because we have all of the other resources that we need. Now, it's not really that hard to get titanium. Again, just like you saw, I got a bunch of metal there. We could also use our big ship to collect titanium. But you can also create titanium overflow boxes, which in this particular playthrough, I normally would do T1, T2, T3, so titanium 1, titanium 2, titanium 3. But in this particular one, I've been using the larger boxes, which suck because they don't have a label. You can't label the front of it. I don't know why they added a label to this, but not a label to that, right? Or maybe at the top or on the side or wherever. That would have been awesome. If I want to try to build a label for it, there is a sign that I can do, but I can't put it actually on the box, which is where I'd want to put it. I would want to put it right there at eye level so I can know, but I can put it above it and put it there. Now, one of the things that I want to see is where can we put these labels? I can put the label on the side of the glass thing, but I didn't know I could even do that. Can I put them on the side of these? No, I can put them on the walls over here. Now, I had an idea, because they did add partitions to the game, that I wonder if we take a partition right here. We need to get back some of this titanium here. We take a partition, and say we take the partition and we put it right down the center of the room, like this. Can we put a label on the thing? And I don't know. I've never tried it. Now we're going to know. Yes, you can. So you can build a label right there. Now, what I need is I need copper, though. Copper is one of those things you always seem to need all the time. So we're going to go ahead and make some copper wire. There we go. And there we go. We've got a sign. How big can this sign get? That's as big as that sign can get. Now, what we can also do is do plus to make it bigger or smaller, as you can see, which is really awesome. We can go ahead and try to hit left. I don't know what that does. Does that make it wider or taller? I don't know. Get rid of the background, make the background transparent. We can invert it. We can change. We can rotate the colors as well. Okay. Now, I don't know what these up and down arrows do, but I definitely know that makes it bigger. You would think that would move it, right? It would move it left or right or up or down. Maybe if you have returns in there, can you put returns in? No, return gets you out. How about enter? Nope, gets you back out. So I have no idea what those arrows do. That's too bad. Definitely looks like it's activating something, like... Oh, it's like it's pointing in that direction. It's just a pointer. That's what it's doing. It's just showing you, like, that way is what you got in there. So, that's actually pretty smart. So, if you're saying, your titanium is in a certain direction, TI, and then it's got an arrow pointing to the chest with the titanium in it. Very cool. I like that. Now, can I pick this back up again is a question. Let's deconstruct it. We absolutely can. So we can go over here, and we can say, okay, I want a sign here, like so. No. Well, let's see while we're at it. I was pressing the wrong buttons because they're different buttons in different games. Overflow, right? And then we could say down arrow, and then we could get out of there. And there we go. So now it's pointing down to that box saying that's overflow. That's a little low for me. I'd probably put that a little bit higher. Now, one of the cool things is these partitions. Now, I would love it if the partitions were just the top part and not the bottom part, or just the bottom part and not the top part. But, we live with what we got, right? Now, another cool thing about the partitions here is the fact that you can make yourself little rooms if you want to, right? So you could build out little rooms like this. Like I would build out a nice little tea area here. And that tea area would allow me to, you can rotate it, allow me to kind of put my stuff together. Now, on my new base, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a crafting area. And it's going to have a beautiful kind of center area. Now, I wish you could make these out of glass, because that would be awesome. Again, no matter how much stuff they put in the game, you're always going to want that one more thing or that one more thing, I find anyway. So it'd be great if these were glass that you could put in the center. Because eventually what I want to do is my interior modules here, is I want to go ahead and make beautiful glass compartments and make windows, right? So that we could put windows outside and we could literally see outside into the water from within our base, which would be pretty cool. Now they also, because they've added this, they've also added a large glass dome, which we could put above the base and actually see outside, and then have some natural light come into our base during the day as well. So we get that natural light feel to it as well. So we definitely want to utilize all of these resources on our new thing here. Let's take that out, and then we'll take this partition back out. Now those partitions do take up some of your structural strength, I just noticed, because it's the first time I've used those. I do see that when I do put the partition in, it's 4.2. And so we go ahead and take it out. Let's see if it goes down or up. So it actually adds structural strength to your actual base, I just noticed. So it will add that to it. Now, again, I would love if they were clear, but, you know, we'll try it out and see how we like it. And if it sucks, then too bad. Now, another thing I would love for it to do would be the ability to put this on the ground, right? To actually put the label at the bottom, and I'm trying to rotate it and whatnot. It does not let me go ahead and put that on the floor, because I would put it in the floor in front of the item, and thus I wouldn't need a backdrop. Now, what else can we go ahead and do this sign on? I don't know. Let's go ahead and try it out. We can't put it on these, it looks like. I would love to be able to label all my plants. That would be awesome. But we can't put it on there. Can we put it on the side of this? No. We can, for some reason, put it on the side of the fish tank, so we could, you know, label what the fish are in there. What do we got back here? We got some power plants. Can we put it on the power plants? Nope. Can't put it on there. We can't put it on this one. See, it makes these signs incredibly not useful. Because you can't put it on the stuff that you would probably want to label. I mean, you could put it probably on the side of your base and call it whatever your base name is, I would think. It's going to let me do it outside. Will not let me do it outside because it's an interior module. I think. Let's see. Maybe we can label something down here. Can we label the exterior ones? Nope. It does not want to let me do that. It's not snapping to that. How about our sea moth? The label on there. Nope. Does not like that. How about coral? Can we put a label on the side of this coral? Nope. We cannot. So yes, it does have its limits, as we can see. We can see we've got a reinforced thing there as well. How about over here? Can we put it on this? Can we put it on the side of our ship? Nope. Put it on the front. Nope, nothing there. So again, it's very limited in what we can put it onto. Now, can I put it on top of a poster? No, it's actually going behind the poster and going to the wall. This one is definitely behind, so it's really snapping to the wall. Can't put it on that. Can't put it on this. Oh, we can put it on this thing. Okay. Now, again, these are the experiments you want to try. We can put it here on our item here as well. Oh, we should have our sea moth docked here, so we should be charging it. Let's get our sea moth parked in there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There we go. All right, so the signs I feel are really underused because they don't really get to do it. What's the circle on this sign? I don't know. Let's go look. We already got one up there. Hold on, let's take that one out. Let's go see. Oh, the circle changes color. That's what it does. Yes, it changes the overall color. It inverts it. You can change it to different colors. So certain colors you can run through. You can also make it where it's transparent. So say you want to make it in blue, or, you know, probably I'd put it in red anywhere. That's orange. There's no real red. But say you want to put it like this, then you can change the color like that. That's what that did. I find while it's a great idea, it's a great start of an idea, I would definitely make that bigger. And then I'd also make this up higher. I wonder if you take it out, if it remembers what you typed. That's a good question. I would put this way up higher. It does not. It resets. Overflow. Make it as big as you could possibly make it. And down arrow with an orange, and then get out. Okay, but it's still transparent in the background, so you can still got a problem there of the background. See, this color is transparent. It'd be nice if that color was solid. I don't see any way to change the background color. That would have been nice. But yeah, now I would move it back down so that it was in a place where it wasn't getting... did have a black line right through the middle of it. That sucks. Maybe over here. Right in the center. There we go. That's probably where I'd put that. And I could also just make it transparent. So you could just label it like that, right? So yeah, very, very useful. I find if you really want to get into it, but you have to use the wall. But now they have partitions, and those partitions, you could use the partitions instead. And one of the things I want to do is put all of my resources in the center. Now, one of the problems with putting it in the center is you are blocking off your ability to use this stuff, which is your alien containment. You're also blocking off the ability to do your power. You can see that nuclear reactor is now finally burnt out. We finally depleted that sucker. But that's okay. We still have plenty of stuff that we can use over here. We can go in now and utilize our seeds over here. Lantern fruit. Oh, wait, we got to pick the fruit. That's right. This particular one, you pick the fruit. And then we can put those in there. Very nice. Now, we can also pick those things, and we can put those in here. You get a lot of this lantern fruit, too. Very, very lot of it. Really easy. You don't have to use your knife. You can go in there, and then you can also eat it. It's plus 10 food, plus 3 water. And there we go. So now our power is back up. Now, we have a lot of nuclear power, so we don't have to worry about it. But for right now, I'm not going to work on nuclear power. I'm going to leave it because I'm going to probably move all... Well, I'm definitely going to move all of this. This will all get moved. Except for I will leave a little base here for scanning. Because I will probably have a bit of overlap between my ship base and my starter base, and then also another base that I built. And I'll probably readjust those bases. But you definitely want to have a base kind of in the center, even if it's just a small base, so that when you're over here, if you need to jump in there and repair your stuff or do all of that stuff, this is a really great starter point. All right, and we got to get all that done tonight, everybody. We got lots to do. Lots and lots to do over here. So let's go ahead and pick up some of these melons if we can get to work today. There we go. Get all those. I don't know why this sometimes doesn't work. I forget what the crouch key is, too. Sometimes you got to pick them up and then put them back down again. Like that. I don't understand why that doesn't work. There we go. Just the luck of the draw, apparently. Now, one of the things I'll also do is create a giant farm for all this stuff. And we'll make it where it's not up against the wall here, so I'm down at a lower level, so it's easier for me to do this stuff. And again, you see that I'm having trouble trying to hit it. We'll pick them back up, put them back down. Pick that one up. This one back down. And there we go. We've got all 4 plants there. And, oops, wrong thing. Again, very, very awkward. Usually you want to be standing off to the side when you're trying to do this. I find picking them up and then putting them back down usually helps. Usually. So awkward. So awkward. We'll fix that problem in our new base as well. Put one down at a time. Why you gotta be like that? It's like it's out of my reach or something. Is there a crouch key? Again, sometimes I can't remember because I play so many different games if there's actually a crouch key. Let's see. Reload, move up, move down, auto move. Yeah, I don't see one. Why you gotta be like that? Awkward. All right, how can we fix this problem? Well, that's not working there. So what we can do is go ahead and build another one of these interior pieces. And you'll see me do this when I get into the next base that we're going to build. But I'll build it away from everything else, like this, where it doesn't have anything right next to it. You want to make sure you can run around and get to it from all sides. And then put your rattlers in there. And then when you use it, you'll be at a lower level. So you can see that you have a higher chance of actually hitting the thing. Apparently not. There we go. So awkward. I don't know why that's so awkward. I just have no idea. Put that back. Again, so awkward. There we go. You got to find that sweet spot where you want to put that down. Now, I don't want to put it down there, obviously. I want to put it down out here so that it will grow, and then I will take all of these and move these to the other base. And our goal is to have a pot of each and everything in our base. I'm going to keep moving around. Get it from the edge. Why you gotta be like that? That one I should be able to get. What is the secret? I forgot about that until just now when we just started that. That's pretty awkward. But that's okay. We're going to fix that later. Very, very later. Okay, we'll put these down. Now we'll be able to stand at the lower level. Now, so you got to hit them. There we go. Like I'm moving forward and bouncing up and down at the same time. There we go. So you got to move forward and swing at them at the same time. All right, we're learning. I don't know why that's so awkward. I don't remember it being that awkward when I first played the game. I don't know if it's been that way now, if that's like a problem that's not intended. But I try to fill up all of my stuff. See, like right here, look, that should definitely be hitting that. There we go. A little too many there. Then whatever we have left over, you can pop right into there. Voxel shrub. Yeah, kind of walking forward and clicking at the same time helps. Right clicking, and there we go. So we want to fill out all of those. So we can take those and expand those to our other base. Okie dokie, we can take this out now. That was just temporary to test. Okie dokie, we got all that going and all of this going. All right, now back to work what we were doing here, and we can go ahead and take our sign out now, because I'm actually going to use that copper thing. Now, in the beginning, everybody, I kind of feel like you don't have that much copper, so building a bunch of signs is very expensive, copper-wise, because you're going to use that copper for a ton of other things. Let's go find ourselves some coral down here. Another great reason why right here is because it does have a lot of these corals nearby. I don't think I've ever tried to farm the corals. I don't know where I would put them. Maybe in a planter or something. And usually there's a bunch right here at the very beginning. To get the coral tubes, by the way, you hit these giant tubes here. You get some from those. But usually they're hanging off the side here. Where you first start. There's one right here. Now, of course, it's nighttime, so it's hard to see. How much room do we got? Oh, we got plenty of room. All right, let's go to town on this table coral. Not sure if that regrows or not, but you will find a bunch of this all over, by the way. You'll find absolute ton of that. Mushrooms I can grow, but table coral not so much. And there's a coral plate there that you can get from that as well. I think that's good for now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I don't keep that many coral tablets on me, but I do keep a little bit. So that I can utilize them when I need them. And I usually mix both corals, the coral tube and the table coral sample together. We only need one, or actually we need two right now. So we'll just get two of those. Then we need some gold. We got plenty of that. And now we can make our chip here. Let's get that going. So yes, we're working on our mega base. Now that's it, everybody. Now the only thing we need now is lead. You can see we got a little smidge of that. I always suggest to backlog as many resources as you can, as quickly as you can in any game. Any game that has to do with building, that you're going to build stuff, definitely want to backlog that. All right, so there we go. Neptune launch platform. Let's go. Ooh, that's a big boy. Now, the problem is, if I build it here, can I deconstruct it? Can I move it? Can I pick it up? What can I do with it? And I don't remember. So we're going to find out. We're going to take some notes on it, too. So my spreadsheet also acts as a note-taking. So I'm just like taking notes as I go along to try to remember. Ooh, that's a big boy. All right. That is a big boy platform. I remember doing this. That's probably remember. All right, Neptune gantry. So we need plastic steel ignite. We need copper wire. We need lubricant for that. That is what we need to work on next. We basically need to construct this ship and then work on research. So we're basically going to build this giant thing here. Now, can we deconstruct this? Let's go see. Doesn't look like we can. Not out here. Is there a way to pick this up? Again, don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to figure it out. Any way to click here? Need these ingredients. Are there any other panels that we can click on? We can get up from all these different sides. I see ways up, but I don't see any things we can do here. Different ladders and whatnot. Oh man, we might be stuck with this. Over here. Yeah, it's cool. They're in the side there. Chilling out in those little things. Yeah, neato. Alright, so doesn't look like I can deconstruct it. wherever I choose to have that, that's where that's going to be. Now, I can go back and quit, and it says the last time you saved was 17 minutes ago. Now, what did we do 17 minutes ago? Well, we were probably fooling around in the base. We were doing a whole bunch of stuff. So I might do that. I might take that out. But first, I'm going to look around and see if there's any way to deconstruct it. Now, I think they should add the ability to pick it up or to deconstruct it. But it doesn't seem to be able to be deconstructed. Like, I can go to my base, and there. Is there any way to increase your inventory? No. You can't increase your inventory, but you can build a big old ship to have inventory in it. Now, this does say deconstruct, but this does not. Now, we've already done a bunch of things that are going to help us build our base here. So it would be kind of a bummer to have this big old thing in here that we're not really going to use, because this is not where I'm going to build out my giant base. So I'm going to actually do that. I'm going to actually quit out, go back 18 minutes, and figure out what the heck we were doing. Let's go see. Now, I might have to redo the plants, and I might have to redo all of that, and that's okay. That's okay if we have to do that. But I would definitely not leave that there. If it doesn't let me deconstruct it, it doesn't let me pick it up. And you guys should just tell me in the chat, is that able to pick that up? Are you able to take that out once it's done that? Has anybody been able to do that? To actually take that out? That would be good to know. Now here I'm back in my base. We'll take out our partition here. And again, we'll take out our sign. So now we know, one, how big that thing is. Two, we know that it's done in the thing here. Right up here in our vehicle bay as well. So when we are ready for that platform, we'll know to build it there. And we'll know to aim it in such a way that we can put it down by where we want to build our giant base. Now, one of the cool things is because I am back at my base, I can tell you that I probably still have my beacons. Let's go look. We were going like north. Yeah, right there. So north, northeast. From the base, about 400 out from where we currently are, is where we put that nice base. And eventually that's where we want to do it. No, you cannot move or deconstruct a platform. Well, there you go. I just learned that. Now we know. And probably put a good note in here. Rocket. Now, I think you should be able to. I think you should be able to take it out. Maybe you put it down in the wrong spot and you don't like it. Instead of having to roll back, I think you should be able to take it out. Cannot be moved once put down. Okay. Now, also, we've been letting our fish run in here. We'll check those out when we go to move everything. And now we've tested that. We've gotten an idea of what we need to do. One of the things I also noticed is that when we put it down, the entry to the actual thing was sideways, meaning that the main place in which you're going to be doing your upgrades is actually on this side, right? So it's not where it doesn't build it straight, it builds it sideways, and then the actual main panel is over here. So if I want to control where that main panel is, I would take this and I would turn that and then build it in such a way that it is built right where I can come out of my base and go right to that stairs and then go right to the panel itself, because that's the main entry point I want to do. So we want to think about that as well. So we can also write that in there. Also down, and then also note, let's see, the panel is on left side when built. All right, so we'll remind ourselves of that. Now, again, this is something that I would do if I was really there. I would do a bunch of testing and figure out what needs to be done. All righty. So, now, what is our next step? Well, our next step is to take a break. And so we'll take a break, let you guys do some words on stream here. And now that we've done all of that, we'll go ahead and pause that. And I specifically didn't save on purpose so that we could come back and take that out if we have an issue with it. So let's see. Let's go to words on stream. We're going to let you guys go ahead and do some words on stream. Oh, already on autopilot. While I go ahead and take a quick break, and then I will come back in just a couple minutes, and we will keep on going, and we're then going to start moving all of our stuff over. We're going to start building out. I would definitely save build out that platform and keep reverting back, keep doing it as many times as you need until you get it right in the position you want it to be. And once you have it in the perfect position, then you build the rest of your base around it. And that's what we're going to do here in just a moment. So enjoy some words on stream. You can play right in the chat, and I'll be right back. Well, nice job, everybody. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to go ahead and turn that off there. There we go. Look at you guys kicking butt. Anion, Row, Specimen coming in, kicking butt on that thing. And we got level 8 there as well. So we'll go ahead and come back to that later on. That's just something fun for you guys to do while I go AFK. I usually take a minute or two to run around and get into trouble. Just to stretch out and all of that. Let's get back to getting our coral. We probably have to re-get our coral again. Yes, we do. That's okay. We know right where that's at. Right over here somewhere. There we go. Much easier to collect during the day. You can actually see it. Much easier. Now, the thing I always worry about is finite resources. Thanks for those ones in the chat. There's 1,000 kiss caps. Did I give you guys 1,000 for those retweets? I think you guys crushed it at the very beginning. So I'm going to give you 2,000 for crushing it right away. And then I'm going to write myself a note so I remember. 2K for getting 5 retweets right at the start. There we go. All right, so we'll pick all this stuff up over here. We'll go ahead and knock those out. So those are the thing. And those are kind of like in a shell, like when you're picking up all the other stuff, you know, when you're picking up all of the limestone nuggets and things. Those are kind of in a shell. So you have to hit them first to break them free, and then you can actually use them. You can't just grab them off the thing and use them. So we're going to go ahead and head out here. And again, the reason why I have this drop off is because this way my ship is not going to bump into the side, and it's easier to go in and out and all of that of the base. So now we have all of that stuff. Let's go ahead and make our chip again here. Oh, we need some gold. Let's grab that. Some of this coral back again. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff I did too, but really not that important. Just, you know, messing around with the plants and stuff like that. I think we're fine there. If we missed out on any of that, we can always redo that later. All right, so there we go. And now we need our lead. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And now we can build our platform again. Now would be the perfect time to save before we do it. And I should have probably done that before, but I didn't think of it, so that's what happens. You don't think about things you don't think about, if you know what I mean. All right, now we got to get our sea moth again over here. And we're going to have some fun trying to figure out how to put this platform above our future mega base. So let's go out here now, and we're going to go ahead and not build it here because we learned our lesson. And we're going to go up here, and we're going to try to pick this thing up. See, like this you could pick up. Now, that would be pretty massive to pick up and move, but you should at least be able to deconstruct it and then reconstruct it again, I think. But it's very much like a vehicle, very much like a sea moth or a submarine, which you can't deconstruct once you've constructed. Though you can destroy it. That works. But probably not the best option, I would say. I'm sure we could have went and destroyed that, but again, just easier to back up because we're just doing testing right now. Let's see, where did that nice base go? To the north. That's where it was. Let's see, and this is why we put a beacon down or we get lost. I'm feeling like this one is a real good candidate. Right over here, past all of these guys. See how that lifts? Yeah, right here. Nice big drop off. You got your stuff in each direction. Beautiful area. Even if you wanted to make yourself a nice little observatory, you'd have kind of the kelp forests and all these little fishies and whatnot wandering around, just checking out the whole environment. All right. So now that we're here, we want to think about putting our thing here. Now, can we put it up here? Oh, we got stalkers nearby too. Cool. But not so close that they're going to be annoying. So we want to kind of try to put this out in the water a little bit so that we can build our primary base close to the surface. And I'm going to try to work my way down from the surface and then work my way out into the drop-off. Right? Because that's what I want to do. I want to work my way out into here. Now, of course, the more we get out into here, the kind of darker it's going to get because we're by the kelp forest. But over here, it is quite beautiful, and we're going to get all this natural light from our base. So I feel like a good spot is right about there. So let's go ahead and think about this. So let's call this the center. We're going to use this coral thing. We're going to call this the center line right here. And then we'll want to put it up here, but we'll want to turn it this way. And we know it's pretty huge, so we definitely want to kind of swing out a bit. Let's say somewhere right about here. We can get some sneezes in while we're at it. Again, I don't know what it is about streaming that makes me sneeze. So let's say right about here. All right, and so we're going to go ahead and save before we deploy, so just in case we want to back up. And then we'll put that down, and we'll go ahead and get a general idea of how big this is going to be. Let's back up just a little bit more. Let's just guess about right there. I backed up because this thing's going to build it out a bit. So we're going to give it a shot. See if we like it. And I'll do this as many times as it takes to get it lined up, because I'm that guy. Now, again, it would be nice if I could deconstruct it, then move back, and then reconstruct it again, since it's just a platform, just like any other platform you build. But we're going to keep at it. That's what we're going to do. Now, again, getting this lined up is the key to everything that we're working on as well. Okay, now of course it's getting dark because that's how it goes whenever you're trying to do stuff like this. And so we'll look at where the center line is, and that seems a little far left to me. Yeah, so we got to go back about the edge of the actual kelp line there. So we'll go ahead and say quit. We'll say yes. We lost 1 minute. That's fine, and we'll play. And hope that we didn't permanently save, because you can only save. You only got one save. So once I put that in and I save after it, that's it. That's where it's going to be for the whole rest of the playthrough. So I suggest to really get it where you want it to go. Now it does auto save sometimes too, so be careful. Or it just kind of saves when you're not really wanting to. All right, more into the kelp forest here. So we're going to get way more into the kelp forest this time. And we're going to get further out. Let's get way to right here. And let's try this again. Let's say right there. Now sometimes when you go to do it, then you'll overcompensate and then you went too far the other way. Well, let's see what happens. Now, the first time I built this, I just built it by my base. I remember doing that. I actually never finished building the rocket. I never finished getting off the planet. That's where I was. I was working on the rocket ship. And I guess I could have went back to that playthrough, but I deleted it out so that we were not tempted to go back to that previous playthrough. That's the way I do all the time. I'll delete playthroughs out, and then it avoids temptation. The same thing when I'm playing like Fallout 76 and stuff. I won't keep my characters. I'll just start a new character. Yikes. Okay, that is really crooked. That is very crooked, and it's a bit too far out. Okay, why is it so crooked like that? That was weird. Alright, yet again. Keep doing it. I mean, hey, if you don't like something, don't live with it, everybody. One time I bought a car. I bought a car from a credit union. And they had went and got me the car, and they brought me the car. It was like the first model. And so it's the first of that model that was in convertible. So they went and got the car. They brought it. They shipped it there. They shipped it on one of those cars, you know, that one of those trucks that carries all the cars. Drove up. They said, here's your keys. Go take a look at it. So I walked out there, and it was the wrong interior. It was the wrong everything. And I said, this is totally the wrong car. Did nobody check this before they sent it? And they're like, oh, we're sorry. Oh, hold on. We know what we'll do is we'll drop $500 off the price. And I'm like, hey, don't try to scam me, bro. I'm buying a custom car here. That's not cool. And they said, oh, well, we could try to get you one from the factory and all that stuff. And I said, yeah, that's what you're going to do. And they even dropped the price of it, too. They gave me that discount because they wasted my time on top of that. So, yeah, don't settle, everybody. Don't settle for people trying to screw you over. That is for sure. All right, that was really awkwardly sideways there. And I do feel like it should be closer. Yeah, let's try right here. Probably a good time to save right there, right when I'm about to deploy it. So if I'm going to deploy it 50 times. I kind of like the position, though. The position wasn't too bad. Position wasn't too bad. Now, again, we're not going to do this 100 times, everybody. We'll do that. We'll do it enough times to where I feel like it is good enough, right? Ugh. Well, now I screwed that up. Now I got to move that back again. Nope, nope. I hate it when you go when you're going to click and then it does the thing you don't want it to do. And now it's dark. Okay, so we're squaring it off versus this down here. And we're moving back into the kelp bed here, so when it offsets, it'll be fine. Alright. I wish it was getting lighter right now, because that would make it way easier. Does seem like it's better squared there. We'll go over here and watch it drop into the water. Still seems a little turned. Maybe I gotta turn in a little bit more. Yeah, I think I have to turn like this a little bit for it to square off. Now, it doesn't really matter, everybody. You don't have to be this particular. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. That actually is pretty good. Actually, that's pretty good. You know what? I think I'm going to go with that. I think that's a go. Right there. Now, another thing I would do is definitely move this again. I would not leave that right there. I think I'm going to go with that. And the second I save it, everybody, it is a perma-saved right there. Now, before I do that, though, I'm going to go ahead and act like I'm going to build out a big, giant room over here. Just to get an idea of how far I can get away with this. Up here. There we go. Probably want to go this side so I can see it squared off against that way. And of course, it's dark, so it's kind of hard to see. Let's say something like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more over left here. And we'll square it off to our platform. That's why I did that first. Get up as high as we can. It's not going to be perfect, everybody, but it'll be close. It'll be close. I like how it's hanging off the edge there. That's cool. Now, again, normally I like to build upwards, up on top here. Maybe we can get away with building it up here. Build it back further? No. Oh, yeah, there we go. Wow, we can build that one way out the water. We You can literally build it out of the water. I don't really want it to be out of the water, at least this part of the base. Let's nudge it left as far as we can. Let's try that. Now, it does give you this awesome ability to kind of pretend like you're going to build it and see how you like it. That's not too bad. Let's take this one out. That's not too bad. And see, I'm up above the water as well, so that when I do add the glass up there, I'm just going to see sky, which is pretty cool. That's actually really, really nice. All right, I like where that positioned is and whatnot. Now, we're going to have trouble if we try to build stuff underneath it. And this particular one here is not going to have anything built underneath it. It's just going to be the kind of primary room that I'm going to use. And then I'm going to go ahead and basically build out bases forward and then down. And basically kind of step it down different levels. Now, this one's going to be up on its own level. And then everything else will be underneath it in that lower level and actually build its way underneath the platform. Now, anytime I need to go to the platform, I should be able to just go perfectly straight here, click this, and now we're on the platform. See, that's the cool part right there about pre-thinking it out, right? You pre-thought that out, and this will be kind of where my primary stuff is, right? Where all of my crafting and all that is going to be going on. Now, I can also build to the sides of my base over here. So say I want to go ahead and build out in this direction and connect that across there, I will. And that's pretty squared off against the top there. Again, down right there would probably be a trouble, but to the sides, I don't think would be issue. We got lots of room on this side, so sides would be great. Forward 1 and then down as far as we wanted. Forward 3 and then way down. We could literally stack probably 5 to 10 of those in the deep water way out there, and we can just keep building as long as we want. Of course, we're going to need to reinforce it. So I think that's perfect, and I think this perfect, and we're going to commit to it. We've got the beautiful light coming in now. Look at that. Yes, 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 and yes. What do you guys think in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's a great place to start. Right there, let me know. Let me know what you guys think. And then if you guys think it's cool, I'm going to hit save. Let's go. I think that's a great place to build right there. Again, I like the natural light. Now, we're going to find out when we start building if we run into that or not. Because basically, we can also do a test with our CMOT.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Is to get down here to this lower part of it. By the way, if you go up to it, it does actually act as a solid object. So look out for that. And we can try to drive straight, which is not easy. Just drive straight. Oh, I'm bumping into the side of it. Bumping into something. What the heck am I bumping into? Probably some supports that we can't see. So we'll try to drive straight. And see if that one, yeah, see that one underneath it is going to go right underneath it. Out into here. Now, we are going to be super ambitious in this build, everybody. This is going to be the largest build I've ever done in Subnautica. So I feel like that is GG. So we got that set. We got that set. That's a save. GG's all around. We good. Now, another thing that I would do is just so I don't have to carry it back and forth is I'm going to go ahead and do my mobile vehicle bay right here just so it's right there and I don't have to carry it and it'll be there when I come back. I've got a bunch of resources on me as well, but not resources to make that room. So we need to get the resources to make that room, and we need to get busy building out our gigantic Kismet's mega research base. We're going to be doing a bunch of research there. We're going to be exploring more. We're going to be going deeper and deeper, looking for resources. We know where a ton of copper is. We know where a ton of other resources are, because we went out and we put a bunch of beacons down that are going to help us find all of that. And then I also moved my buoy over here too, from there to over there, and that will become Tycoon HQ. Actually, will become the mega base, mega research base, or maybe I'll just call it research base, however long it lets me type. That's what we will do. So let's go ahead. Yeah, look, see, sometimes it takes a minute for the supports to kick in. You'll see that boom, all of a sudden they just pop in. So you got to watch out. Sometimes you get trapped under there too. But you can see that that is the one that is supporting the rest of this. So let's get up here and let's go ahead and see what we need to do.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
No problem. We got this.
Restored. All primary systems online.
I always like to take it completely out and then restart and growing it. This way you don't forget what you're doing. Okay, so there we go. So now what we want to do is take out this because we've got our platform down. We've got that down. Always a good idea to save in a good spot where you are. You don't want to save in a dangerous spot because you may just die over and over and over again, which is tough. Now that we put that down, we also have the Neptune gantry, and we'll work on the actual spaceship and all that stuff later. But what we want to do is, of course, build out our base. So to build out that base, we're going to need to get some resources here. Let's take all that out over there as well. We have too much salt. Let's put our salt in our overflow. Over here. There we go. Our food and water. In there. We'd actually probably drink one of those. Oh, or not. Come on. There we go. Okay, so what we want to do, of course, keep our fabricator going. And we want to build out now the big room. So to build out the big room, we want to just start with one room and then basically utilize the rooms that we already have. Now, one of the things about the rooms is you got to make sure that you do have enough reinforcements for the rooms. And this is no small undertaking here, everybody. This is a massive undertaking when you start to do this. So we need 2 plastisteel ingots. We're going to click on that. And, of course, the toughest thing in the very beginning of this plastisteel is the lithium. But we have a lot, so we're good. We are very, very good on that. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to use our... underpowered. Okay. There's something that's burning it all up. Here's a great little trick, everybody. Just turn this thing off. And then you'll see my power starts going back up again. See that? Now we can go ahead and use our fabricator. All right. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and do our plastisteel, but we got to make our titanium ingots first. And we do not have enough titanium for that. That is for sure. So let's put our titanium away. Let's put our copper back for right now. Our coral. We don't need that. And then we just have all of our basic stuff that we're utilizing right now. Might be a good idea while we don't have a lot of power stuff going is to switch out our batteries. Put it all back in there. Okay, so we got that going. So what we need is we need to use our scanner. And we don't really have a lot of power. So what we want to do is probably get our nuclear power going again. So let's go ahead and pull some of this other stuff off of here. Maybe we'll fool around with that later, maybe not. But we want to get our nuclear power going again. So we need our nuclear rod. So we need to grab a little bit of this titanium and use that. We're going to use our glass, which we have a bit of a backlog of it back here somewhere, right here. Glass there. We need our uranium, which I have right here. So we need 3 of those. I love this part, everybody, when you can just run around and you just got it there and it's here and it's there and you can just pick it up and you're good to go. And then we'll make ourselves another rod. Like that. This will hold us over. That'll hold us over while we're moving. And the reason why I didn't use it is because I wanted my power to go off. So I'm getting the maximum use out of it until, before I figure out what I actually want to do. Then we turn this back on again. And now this is going to go ahead and do its thing. Now we also have enough power for our scanner. And so that's another thing we want to look for. Is we want to use our scanner to find some metal salvage. And we want to make sure that our inventory is nice and clear as best we can. We got a depleted rod here as well. You can't really reuse those, but I'm just going to throw it in equipment for right now. And we can go ahead and throw those away eventually. You don't want to keep a bunch of extra stuff because then you just have to manage more stuff. So, and our power is definitely on the rise there. And you can see we found a little bit of metal there. Now, I have it set where it doesn't go very fast, but it goes very, very far. It's at maximum range. It's at 500 range right over there. So we're going to go ahead and find this metal pretty easily, or this titanium pretty easily. Now, we do have our prawn suit. It is inside. You can see it right over here. It's inside the sub. If we want to go get the big nodes, we can. But again, I find the metal salvage to be pretty easy. Now, one of the things I also find that when you're out and about wandering all over the place, these guys love to grab your stuff or the metal salvage and put it right where, we probably don't need any more of those right now, put it right where normally they drop the metal. So if you see your little thing, it's probably by some of that metal as well. I'll run over here and grab some more over here. And we'll run back. And you can see that they're starting to show up more and more and more of them. Now, I do have some storage on my ship that I can put, one or two of those in. See if we can get another one in there. There we go. And then we also have some storage on the top where I can put more up there. So we can go ahead and collect a bunch of them because we have our Seamoth. Now, we could also get our submarine and bring our submarine over here. But I feel like the submarine is always like a giant undertaking. So unless I'm going to go fairly far away from my base, I typically don't use the submarine unless I'm going to go build a remote base or something like that. I feel like the Seamoth is just super easy to go and grab stuff. And then I can grab that stuff there. And grab other stuff nearby. And just make my way back to the Seamoth before I run out of oxygen. Good spot. Whoa, really good spot there. Sometimes it's hard to find it because I got all these beacons going everywhere. Sometimes it can be difficult to figure it out. That's why I put it in a different color. All right, we're going to try to get as much of this as we can. Back in the Seamoth here. Let's look for a few more. Again, this is the fastest way I've found to get titanium, especially if you haven't collected this stuff yet. Usually in the beginning, you might collect a little bit, but then you start going around and clicking all of those rocks. And those little rocks are going to give you 1 titanium, but the metal salvage is going to give you 4 each. And so it takes up the same space that 4 titanium would take up, but it's just so much quicker and so much easier to grab these. And of course, it's going to kind of bum you out because it's going to take up a lot of your inventory. But it'd take up just as much inventory if you had the actual titanium itself. Wow, this is way further than it looks. That's way further than it looks. We'll go back this way. It'd be nice if it told you how far this stuff is away as well. I'm sure there's a mod probably for that. That one's just over the way. Like cleaning out the sea, everybody. I'm like cleaning the sea up. Now, again, you can also use your prawn suit. Again, it's definitely debatable depending on how easy it is to get this metal salvage. Whether it's faster to use your prawn suit or to just go and collect it manually. I think my inventory is full. Maybe one more. So really, it's up to you. What you feel like you need to do. I think the metal salvage is awesome. Just takes a second when you're hurting for that titanium. And it's also like cleaning up the sea. And then eventually, if you collect enough of them, there'll be none left. Because those do not respawn. That I've seen anyway. Oh, and I can take my my beacon off now for my light pod. There we go. Don't need that anymore. We're just using that as a center item. And see how this has a nice drop-off. This is probably one of the closest drop-offs to the beginning. And that's why typically I'll use that in the beginning. But we want to try something different this playthrough. Normally I would just build out the rest of my base right here. But we want to try something different. I try to rotate what I'm doing in game, always. And then up here we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And while we're at it, we'll go ahead and repair. All right, it's charging that up for me. Okay, now another smart thing to do is to turn off your scanners so you're not looking at all these little circles everywhere. I mean, you got enough of that going on with your beacons and stuff. And it takes a minute or two before it'll just go, and they'll all just kind of suddenly disappear. Like that. There you go. Now they're gone. So you don't want to see that the whole time. Believe me, it'll definitely get in your way. Okay, so again, now we want to make that titanium. Right up here. And this is kind of a one-to-one space that you're using. So I took one of these, and it now made 4. And then one of those did 4, because this is taking up 4 slots right there anyway. So inventory-wise, it's actually very efficient. It's like a 1-to-1 ratio. And it's like 4 titanium at once. So very, very useful. And there is a lot of this everywhere. So again, especially in the very beginning, but really throughout the whole game, it's very, very useful. So we're going to go ahead and make 2 of these, because we're going to need 2 plastisteels. And then we're going to need 2 lithium each. We have to have just a smidge of lithium, just a teeny bit. Not only in here, but also in box after box after box over there. And so we're good. All right, we are ready to rock. Let's go ahead and get back in my sea moth. We're going to be doing a bunch of trips back and forth. Now, at some point, everybody will be using our submarine to go back and forth. And probably a good idea of what I should do right now is start to turn all the other stuff off. Like this. I don't necessarily need all of these ones. But I'm going to leave my Neptune on there, and I'm actually going to change that to yellow. And that's going to help me find that base, and I'm going to turn all these other beacons off for right now, just so visually it won't be in my way. I can always turn it back on again when I need them. Right here. This is one of my favorite things of the game, too, is the fact that you can control your beacons. And did we go to that one? I think we already went that one. We can turn that off. Camera, drones, don't need those on right now. And let's see. We still want to have Tycoon HQ on, though. We still want that one on. There we go. All right, looking good. And that's pretty much it. So we got our Seamoth on, we got Neptune on, and now we can see there's Tycoon HQ, which is my primary base, and if I look around, there we go, and we got nothing else that's obstructing our view. So that'll make it nice and easy to get where we want to go. And this is pretty far away from the start. But we want a bigger area and a deeper area to do our base. Hey, what's up, Dr. J? Hello, hello. And thanks for all the ones in the chat, by the way. Appreciate that. Okay. Again, I love how it just all of a sudden becomes clear, right? Or clearer, anyway. All right, let's build this baby. Now, I don't want to hit Q to deconstruct. I want to make sure that I use left mouse button to construct and not screw this up. Let's try it. Do I have the plastisteel ignits on me? Did I make them? Ah, I didn't actually make the plastisteel ignits. Fail. I have the materials for making them, but I didn't actually make them. And I do that every now and again. I get ahead of myself. I'm sure you guys have done that before as well. It does happen. Helps if you actually make the thing. awesome. I feel like however much titanium we have, we never have enough. That is for sure. All right. Now's a good time to save. Because we've already got our beacons all set up and we got all that. And now we're just going to be doing a bunch of back and forth, back and forth. And we're going to use our CMOT at first. Oh, look out. Reed coming in with 39 months of sub love. Bringing that awesome Kismet love trade in. I'm working on a bunch of stuff, by the way, for all my alerts and all of that. A bunch of stuff for my patrons. You guys are going to see a whole bunch of new stuff rolling out. Super excited. Now that I got all the medical stuff out of the way, now that I got all of that other stuff out of the way, a lot of awesome stuff coming to the stream. So definitely hang around, everybody, because I'll be rolling it out. Okay, so now I've got my plastisteel. So let's build this baby and see how we like it. All right. Do we like that? Oh, yes, we do. And look at that. Only 2 supports in the way, too. Like that a lot. A lot, as a matter of fact. Okay, that's looking good. Now, what else do we need to do in here? Well, we need to have some power. We need to have a hatch that we need to put in there. So what we can do is start to think about the things that we want to bring to get our base started over here as well. So we want to do a hatch. Obviously, we want to do a multi-purpose room. Or not multi-purpose, sorry, scanner room, moon pool. Maybe even a cool observatory. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We definitely want to do some glass as well. We can also do it on the multi-purpose room now. So we want to make ourselves a cool glass top to it. And we want to think long-term now. Now we want to think, okay, this is going to be our kind of giant base that we're going to use for all of our research. So we need to get all of that going on right over there. So let's go ahead and head back. And now when we're going to use a lot more resources, we're going to use a giant amount of resources. Now's a good time to think about using our submarine. Is so that we can put a bunch of resources on the submarine. And instead of going back and forth 50 times or 100 times, it might take me here. We want to go ahead and now move those resources to our submarine and simply just drive our submarine over there and then drive it back and forth and back and forth. And before you know it, all of that stuff would be taken care of. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm actually not going to park that in my moon pool, and you'll see why here in just a moment. We're going to first start with our scanner in here. We're going to go ahead and take this out. And then you can see we've got a hatch and then we've got a scanner here. Now I'm actually going to put a scanner back here again. But I'm going to need to take some stuff out, including all my cosmetic stuff that I will move to my main base there. So we're going to take all that out and we're going to move that into the cosmetic box right over here. Put all that stuff back in there. Deal with that later. And then we're going to actually go take our scanner room out so we can use it in our new location first, and then we'll come back and we'll build a much smaller, kind of easier to manage base. And then we'll take out the scanner room. So basically we're going to downscale this particular base. And there we go. And then we're going to take out the moon pool, but it can't be. It says attached components must be deconstructed. So what is it that's in here? Even though we took out our cosmetics, what's in here that we'd have to deconstruct? Well, first, we need to take out our modification station. Take that out. Now we're going to watch our inventory so our inventory doesn't get full. So we'll put some of this back where we got it from, including chips and things like that. Usually want to put chips in a different one, like under your crafting here, which is kind of your more rare resources, maybe our scanner room upgrades. We could put in there, and then we might be okay from there. Now, another thing that we have in here is our vehicle upgrade console. If we go to try to deconstruct it here, you're going to see that it still does say, hey, you got to take out whatever it is you got installed. So we're going to go ahead and take out our upgrades console as well. And yet again, we should take this, and we should put this under our crafting. Maybe even some of these titaniums here. Anything that you've kind of utilized for that particular object. And then we're going to go ahead and take our moon pool out. Oh, there's a transmitter up at top. Yes, right here. I forgot that was even up there. We were screwing around with the transmitter to see if we could transmit from there to our submarine. The answer is no, you cannot. All right, there we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to get in your base? Well, I do have a hatch on the side, just in case, to get that going on. So now we need to look at our stuff over there and see if we have all of the things that we need to do it. Now, remember, some of those, even though it says, hey, you have this thing, it might overlap with something that you already had, right? Now, I'm actually going to take this out right now because the other thing that we need is we need that upgrade for our moon pool. So we're going to go try to hunt that down. There we go. And we're going to try to take all of the resources that we're going to need for all of that stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take this. We're going to take that. We got some titanium ingots there. What else do we got? We're going to need our coral sample. Oh, boy. Okay, we got too much stuff. Let's put our water back in there. Let's see. So it's got that. Now, any overlapping things? Well, our titanium is overlapping. With our hatch, with our scanner room, and our thing. But we have more than enough there. That'd be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we have 12. We're using one computer chip there. Oh, we don't need the recipe here for these big rooms right now. We can take that out. And that looks pretty good. Now, again, I could go in and put everything on the sub. Right over here, and then drive it over there. And that's what we should start doing, except for my sub's kind of in the wrong position right now. What I want to do is go ahead and take my Seamoth now and kind of move it out of the way. I'm going to move it over here to this side, because there's no hatch on this side, if you see. And I'm just going to park it over there, and then it's time to drive the sub, everybody. The sub is super cool, man. If you've never seen the sub, you are in for a treat. Hey, Reed, what's up? We are working on a mega base, everybody, so settle in. We got to start up our giant sub here.
Powering up.
And, of course, they call me the Wasteland Tycoon, but they also call me the Sea Tycoon, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and go here. We're going to kind of look through the camera here. We're going to look toward the base here. Oh, wrong thing. Let's go to the proper camera. This one's in the back. I need the one in the front. Oh, the thing's in the way. Oh, that's a bummer. The thing is in the way. All right, we'll just look this way then. So we're going to pull forward enough to where... oh, nope. There we go. Now we're going to pull forward so we can see... kind of where this is, so now we can rotate this around. Actually, that worked out pretty good. So, rotate this around, and then kind of park this a lot closer so we don't have to go across the whole universe to put stuff into our sub. Then we'll get out of there, turn the sub off,
Powering down.
and I'd probably get away with, a little closer.
Engine powering up.
Now, I'm also going to bring the sub up out of the water. Like this. And this kind of pull forward. Again, the whole goal is to get nice and close to our base here. And then pull it up out of the water as much as possible. Oop, and I forgot. I forget all the time, everybody. They should really have this control out of here.
Engine powering down.
But there we go. Powering that down. Now let's go see if this is a good distance. See, I always put you backwards, too, which I always find weird. But there we go. That's pretty good. I feel like maybe even further up. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. Let's just go with that. Not allow me to get in my base. Now this... Oh, I'm in the back of the base. Hold on. That's actually not the right... That's not the right one. This one's the one I want to be in. Oh, okay. I just got to back it up. And that's why you test. Went a little too far there. I love this sub, everybody. It's just so awesome. Alright, we now know we can get way closer, too. Now, if you notice, I'm tilting the front of the thing forward, and I'm doing that on purpose. And that's so that when I come out of there... I'll be really, really close to it. Now, if you come out of the water too fast, it'll make you bump and then go back down in the water. If you come out real mellow, then you'll stay much further out of the water.
Powering down.
And there we go. And then we're going to go right over here. And there we go. All right, now we're back in the base. We're looking good. You can see I've already taken out the moon pool and all that stuff. And now what we're going to do is start to transfer all of the stuff here from here into my my thing here. Now you can see I've got a little bit of plants there. I'll put an X on that one that tells me I've got some stuff in there. All this other resources here that I am using, I'm going to go ahead and transfer right here. So this tells me that this is what I want to grab when I go to make my scan room. So we'll call this scan and moon. So we know that those will be the resources for that. And now, remember all those resources that we gathered the other day? Now we got to move all those resources as well. Now I would start with your basic resources first, right? Titanium is a great example. Now here's the great thing that's going to happen, everybody, is that I'm going to get a massive amount of titanium back as I go and clear the resources from here. So I'm going to start with my basic resources and deconstruct. Go deeper. Hey, watch that backseat gaming. When you did come in, make sure that you do read that thing. You don't want to come in and start telling people what to do because people don't like it. But I do appreciate you coming in and having my back, though. Appreciate that part of it. All right, we're going to go ahead and put all of this stuff in here. Just like that. Now, another good idea right here is also to use my EQ, aka my equipment here, because I don't really need any of this equipment right now. So it's filling up my inventory so I could transfer stuff, a lot more stuff back and forth. And I'm just going back and forth between the hatch, right? So it's not like I really need my Sea Glide or any of that other stuff. I just want to go ahead and grab all this quartz out of here. Now, I can come in and deconstruct this. But I can always do that later, or I could have just kept my deconstruct tool. But now what we're going to do is we're going to move this way faster than when we moved the previous base that I had built. That was here. I had moved a bunch of stuff just over there and then rebuilt out the big rooms here. But we're going to make this much, much faster simply by filling up all of these various resources here. So we'll put our quartz in there. We'll put an X on there that says there's something in there. Now, I'm not going to label out every single thing, everybody, because I'm going to relabel it all later on. I'm just going to go ahead and put an X there, which tells me that there's stuff in that particular box. Now, this is pretty dangerous to actually put all of your resources in your sub. If your sub gets destroyed, bye-bye resources, just so you know. So I wouldn't take all of this into, like, the scariest part of the game. Though I have before. I've taken a lot of resources down there and built big old giant bases. But if you're a little worried about it, I would move it to a safe location or semi-safe anyway, and then go from there. And we have a tremendous amount of resources to move. And so our big goal today is to get our new base begun. Right, we're just beginning the base. We seriously are not going to anywhere close to getting to finish it tonight, but we are going to work on it as heavy as we can here and get all this stuff stocked and ready to rock. Now again, this is a lot of work, so as you go along, make sure that you're doing saving, right? You don't want to accidentally get kicked out of the game and then lose about 30 minutes of transferring your stuff or whatnot. Every time you think, oh god, I think it's going to crash, good time to clear all your loot. Clear all your loot and save. Good stuff. Acid mushrooms here, very nice. And then gold. Gold in them there hills. And we put some stuff in there, so X on that one. X on that one. X on that one, and transfer it over. Okay, we did our mushrooms. We were on our gold. Again, we're going to make trips back and forth, so we might as well make the most of each and every trip which in the long run is going to take us less time. The more trips we have to do back and forth, the longer it's going to take to move the base. So as you can see, this is a lot easier, right? A lot easier to use your sub and get that going on. I'm going to go up to this one here. A lot easier to use your sub as a giant, like, sea freighter to carry all your loot. In fact, I feel like this sub is actually better than the other sub in the amount of stuff that it can hold. Though I do love the sub in Subnautica Below Zero, the sea truck. Very cool. I can add different modules to it and all that kind of fun stuff. Okay, we'll get another kit here. Do we really need all of our equipment? Not really. What we need is we need resources to get started. We've got a bunch of diamonds over here, so let's go ahead and get those. Now, in theory, I should be able to get the bulk of all of these resources moved over to the other side and start to establish all of these resources there. Let's see if this one's empty first. Oh, no, that can have some more in there. And I'm putting them down here as well and not up above because it's just easier for me to come in and out of here because I can just go right out like that. Pretty easy. All right, we did diamonds, looking good. Gels, we are good. Rubies, let's get those out of there. And sulfur. All right, looking good. Ooh, lots of magnetite there. All right, plenty of that. Now, if you're not worried about your sub getting blown up, you can just leave all this in your sub. Just work completely from your sub and don't even need a base. But I love building bases. That's like my thing. If you watch like more than 10 minutes of my stream, everybody, you're going to suddenly realize that Kismet likes to build himself a base. That is for sure. These are just techniques that I came up with when I played it last time. I've actually played it multiple times, but only really like one serious playthrough, right? Because again, I got 100 other games in my backlog or really 1,000 other games in my backlog of games that I eventually want to get to. But I love this upgrade. I think they did a great job of taking the stuff from Subnautica Below Zero that they innovated on and bringing it to the original Subnautica as well. So there we go. And I'm sure glad I didn't grab an absolute ton of all of that. Because otherwise I'd just be moving it and I could always go grab it. It's one of the things I tell my kids all the time, that we don't need to buy everything from the store because if you need something, they're storing it. They got it at the store. I don't need to store it at my place. I don't need to store, 10 tons of toilet paper for the next 30 years. Because, it comes out of your actual space. And, space is a valuable thing. That's why houses are so expensive. Because you need space for you to live in there. You don't need to fill it up with stuff. My wife is very much a fill it up with stuff type of person. If there's any flat surfaces, let me know if you know anybody like that. Put a 1 in the chat. Any flat surface has to have clutter on it. It has to have stuff on it. You got to put papers on it. You got to put this thing on there. Any flat surface must be filled with stuff. It's a little annoying, but happy wife, happy life kind of thing. But, again, you only have so much time in the day as well. Let me get my little extra knife I have in here. I have to run all the way back. Let's take care of our food and water.
Vital signs stabilizing.
All right, looking good. We'll put this back in there. Deal with that later. Okay, again, we want all of our resources first. Sulfur, magnetite, glass, lubricant, fiber mesh, gas pods, stalker toots. I don't remember where I left off, so I just double check. Cosmetic, we'll leave that for now. Cubes, we definitely want to take that. Silicon rubber, we want to take that. And then definitely our uranium, or uranite crystals, aka uranium, or I call it Uri for short. And there is all of our primary resources. Just that easy, just that quick. Now you know why I built out all of these things right up in here. Let's see, we were on this one right here. Okay. And just filling it up. Filling this this thing up so we don't have to make too many trips. Now imagine how many trips this would be if I was doing it with my Seamoth. It would be a lot of trips, that's for sure. Okay, oh, and I need my tool before I get out of there, actually. Now's a good time to go in here and to get my habitat builder. Now the last things that I would take out would be your charging. I would take out my fabricator as the last thing as well. So now we can start to kind of decommission this base by simply deconstructing the lockers. Because we're going to need that titanium to build more lockers on the other end. Except for we're going to do it a little bit different this time. I do love the lockers that are on the walls here. I like the fact that they already have labels on them. And then in your ship, you can see that you can stack them too high in that lower part. I even cover up the other ones that are already there because they're so small. I just cover those up. And so we're going to try something very tricky and see if it works. And there we go. Boom. Titanium. So cosmetic is still got stuff in it. All right, now also way down here at the end, some of these overflows also don't have anything in them. So we can take those out. And you can see I work very systematically, and there we go. I work very systematically in the way that I do stuff because it's just more efficient that way. More efficient for me to take out all the loot first and then come back and deconstruct them all at the same time. It's going to be way faster. And then, of course, as I'm marking these as I'm going along, I don't have to look in every single one of them. To see if I've, put loot in there or not. And then over here, all of this stuff. I'm gonna put an X in that one, and we're going to use this one, so we'll just put an X in that one. All right, looking good. Let's go back, deconstruct a few more thingies here. All right, not empty, not empty. Now, just so you know, look at this. Boom. All the way down the line. Okay, what else can we move? I would probably start over here on your easy stuff, which is going to be your equipment. We can start taking that out. We got a little cosmetic item here we can grab, and I'm just going to put that all with the cosmetic stuff, and we'll move all that together. We've got miscellaneous equipment that we've made along the way. Do we need all this equipment? I don't know, maybe. Maybe, but we'll just take it out, get that going. We have 2 charging stations. We'll go ahead and take out one of those charging stations. And then our inventory now full. Okay, so now all my basic resources, my primary resources that I'm using are all on this side. Now on this side, I'm going to be pretty much the same thing, but this is going to be the less important stuff, like all of this and all of these kind of tools that I'm not currently using. We're going to go ahead, or put an X on there, and then on this one, again, less important stuff there. Now I do have titanium in that. I don't have enough room over here for it, but I have a little bit of room there. I can put another extra titanium there. Is there any more room here? Okay, I got a little bit more room for those base resources. We'll go that. By the way, all these plants in here, some of these plants need to be planted, and some of these plants are for when I go to different areas, I can utilize those plants as well. So we'll get into all of that later on when we go to rebuild the base. And we're making big strides. All right. Now we got that taken out of, so we'll go back to our charger. Oops, other way. I'm not really charging anything now, so I'm good. I'm going to take these chargers out. This would be one of the last things I take out because I would want to go in, take one of these batteries out, and then swap the battery and let the other one charge while I'm using my thing here. Now, the radio signal, that'd be an easy one to take out. I would definitely take that one out. Fabricator, take that out. We got another cosmetic item there. Grab that. Then we have stuff for crafting. So this would be something fairly we would want to know where this went to. So we'll grab that and we'll take the locker out. And as we go, we can see that we're slowly removing all the stuff, and we can see how our progress is going. That's very, very important, so we know how we're doing as we're going along. And you can see that we've got some stuff in here that we're not going to use for right now. This is kind of equipment. What I will do is I will take the cosmetic stuff and put it in with that. And we can see we've got some resources in here. We're going to go ahead and just throw all that in with those resources. And over here, we'll throw all this. Except for this item we'll take out. And then we'll put X there because we've filled that one. And then this one. It actually just tells me there's something in there. And I don't have to track it down. I'll probably put my water in there. Under equipment. I'm thinking of going back to Subnautica. Well, hey, I would definitely give it another playthrough. This version 2.0 is awesome. Absolutely loving it. Oops, I forgot to keep my thing on me. That's okay. We'll fill that later. We'll fix all that later. All right, we got that. Now it's time to come over here and say, what do we got over here? We got a bunch of cosmetic stuff. All right, we'll start grabbing that now, too. Highly recommend it. It's very, very fun, as you can see. All right, cosmetic stuff in with that. Any other cosmetic stuff? No. Over there. Looking good there. Looking good there. And let's go ahead and put all this stuff in here. Eventually, I'll throw away that deleted battery, but I don't really want to even think about it. I just want to fill this stuff up. Get as much of this moved as we can. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to bring my thing back again. That's okay. We'll keep working on our cosmetic here. And now we're ready for our overflow. And this is going to take a minute here, too. This is going to take a minute. We're on this one. That one's full. Now let's go back to this one over here. One of these right here, and see if we can sneak some more cosmetic items there. And we'll just throw some down here as well. See, we're on this one. That one's got stuff in it. Let's put an X in this one. I could just actually go through and put an X on everything because it's pretty much going to fill up all of it. But we'll just put that there. Oh, and we need to get our tool back. Where did I put it? Right there. There we go. And you can clear it as you go, or you can just move everything first and then come back and remove all the boxes. I kind of do a combination of both. I like to feel like I'm progressing. I mean, you're standing there, you might as well, all right. Again, this is always a giant undertaking. I've already done this once before, by the way. In this particular playthrough. So yeah, again, giant undertaking. Put an X there. Oh. And on this one as well, because I know these are going to fill up. Too close to the door. Door is acting awkward. Like I said, I got a little bit of resources. Excellent locker and storage management mod. I would imagine there would be. I've never played Subnautica with mods. I typically don't play mods, especially if I haven't got all the way to the end. I've got about 90% through on Subnautica. I built the platform and was getting my ship ready and all that. And I said, ooh, shiny new game. And then I got distracted. And always wanted to come back to it. So that's what we're doing now. Coming back with a full playthrough. And not a little baby playthrough, too. We're not just running through it as fast as we possibly can to get to the end and say, look at me, I got it done in like 5 hours. No, it's not a speed run here. We're fully playing it out as I would play it. And that is to the umph degree, right? I go all out, everybody. I don't just play a little quick run-throughs, as you can see. Now, this should be the last time that we're moving all of this, by the way, just a heads up. But you never know. You might suddenly get another idea. You want to try something else, and move it as many times as you have to, right? Move it until your heart's content. That's what I say. Move as much as you feel like moving it. It's your base and your game. You do whatever you want. This is all overflow here. That means I collected a bunch of extra resources, and then I just throw them in the overflow. And then if I need it, I know where to find it. It'll be in those overflow things. So let's just do the next two here. Right over here. Now, we just collected all of this via our prawn suit the other day. That's why we have so much of these resources. We went and got a bunch of the large nodes. Now, we also found like an absolute jackpot of where we could just collect a massive ton of resources over and over again. And so when we're ready for that, we'll go get that as well. But for now, just trying to clean house on the base. Right here. You know what I forgot to do earlier, everybody? It made me laugh after the stream. Like, oh, the whole entire time I was trying to remember. And I got off the stream, and that's when I remembered. I forgot to do conduits. I do apologize to Unforgiven. I was going to do conduits earlier and show them that, but I got distracted. And, you know, that's how it goes in this stream. Kismet is easily distracted from his purpose. What he's trying to do. But I still have it written down, so I'm going to do it tomorrow. How do I get more sellers with the recruitment radio towers on Fallout 4? You want to get the number one place to recruit, by the way, is the drive-in. So first you want to go to the drive-in, and I usually put it up high. I don't think it really makes a difference, but you can go up on the actual screen that they have there, and you can go up and put it up there, or you can just put it on top of the little, the little projection area. And that's the number one place to recruit. So once you do is you recruit them there at the drive-in. This is in Fallout 4, by the way, for those who don't know what I'm talking about. And then you can just go ahead and send them to other locations. Now, of course, you want to put a beacon in every single location, but you're going to get the most of them at the drive-in. I wouldn't even bother. I'd put some basic food and water down, and then maybe a little defense, little Kismet kill box with maybe 2 to 4 turrets. And then I would not build it up at all. I would send it to all the other places. Now, we're going to do another mega definitive playthrough of Fallout 4 when they come out with the HD version of it, though I am a little tempted to play through anyway. You know how it goes, everybody. Once you get the bug, just like playing Subnautica here, you're just like, man, I really want to play that game, right? I really want to play that game. And if I inspire you to play great games, everybody, I feel like I'm doing my job right. Well, that's how you get more sellers. It's just a matter of time. And it's not like game time. It's actual physical time. Real time. So just like when you're trying to collect resources, you can't just forward time to get the resources. Most of the time, especially stuff like purified water and things like that, it's actual real time. So even though you forward time, it's not going to just suddenly give you, tons and tons of resources. So best thing to do is to get all your stuff set up, get as many things running as you can, and as many bases as you can, and then let it run. And you'll see me do that in Subnautica here too. I'm doing the same thing, multitasking. Right now I'm doing all of this, but guess what? We're getting more fish. It's collecting me more water. In the back here, it's more fish are breeding back here. All of that's going out there. All of that interior stuff, all the exterior stuff. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. We got to come back for all of that stuff too. But we will leave this here, though, because you always want to leave this. And then I'll probably leave the biofuel back here, because this way I don't have to keep coming back and putting nuclear rods in them or whatnot. I find this is like the easiest power in the game, along with solar. So you want at least 1 or 2 solars up there that you can utilize. Is there actually any fish in there? There actually is a fish in there. What do you know? Let's take that out too while we're at it. That's easy. All right, back to the overflow. Lots more still to go. Okay, and I think we're good. Okie dokie. Look at this. Where are we at? Right here. Now, I do have more boxes up above, but I'm not going to bother to fill those up because that would just take more time. I like how the fish are after my habitat builder. I like little, little things like that, everybody. It does help you a lot. I still got 3 more boxes we could fill, so hey, we got 3 more boxes. Let's fill 3 more boxes. That'll be 1 less trip we got to do. Okay, now we got a bunch of fish right here that we can also go in and snatch up these fishies. I always click that and it always does that, even though I'm not facing toward it. All right, come on, little fishes! Fishies! Fishy, fishy, fish! What are you doing? Did you eat that fish? Don't eat that fish. Don't eat that fish. Little fishy. I think we got them all. Sometimes they're sneaky. See? Sometimes they're sneaky like that. All right. So we let that run for a while, too. Let's see if we still have 18. So this would be 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so we do have 18 fish. So we know that the maximum size of those containers is 18 because we've let that run for days now. So we got some fishies that we're going to put up in here. Now, I'd probably put the fish separate. Fish. And put them all in there. Now, I could just take 2 of them and let them repopulate. But I'm going to take the fish out of this one. And put it up into that one. There we go. That'll just make it easy for me to know where them fishes are. Let's see. If you're on PC, then check out the Commonwealth mod. They built the settlements themselves. Yes! Sim Settlements 2 is awesome. There you go. Yeah, a lot of great suggestions there from Sheep in the chat. So definitely you want to check those out too. There's a lot of good mods right there. I've actually used all those mods before. They are awesome. All right, we're going to deconstruct our alien containment unit here. Now, our goal is to basically clear this whole area out and then move this over there. So now's a good time to go ahead and now take out all our batteries, take out our charger, and then over here we can now take out our fabricator. I think we're good there. Okay, and how's our inventory looking? Plenty of room there. Let's go ahead, get the rest of this, take out our filtration machine. And now we got to take this out. Now, we've got some extra of this, so I can actually start deconstructing this. What I don't want to do is try to take all of this, because it's not worth my time. If you deconstruct this, though, you lose all the stuff that's in your bed. So make sure you have an extra seed when you go to do that, because you don't actually get the seeds back. So if I had only had that and I'd done that, well, guess what? It's now permanently gone. I have to go find those seeds again. And I've actually done that before several times in previous playthroughs and accidentally in this playthrough as well. So be real careful when you're doing that kind of stuff.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Don't want you to have to run all the way over, all over Kingdom Come to try to get that stuff going on. Let's just put all this stuff over here. This would be a good spot to drop all that loot there, and then we can sneak maybe the rest of this right down there. Very nice. Okay. And we're getting there ever so slowly. All right, now look at that. Look at all that we got done, everybody. That was a lot. Back to our thing. We're going to take out our hatch. We're going to check for any solar on the top here. Over here, I was going to bake some solar, but I never got around to finishing it. So we'll take all that out. And we took this out, and now it is time to do it. Can't deconstruct. Gray cap should be deconstructed first. So we got a gray cap somewhere. I don't know what that is or where that is, but we're going to go ahead and try to get that out of there. Gray cap should be deconstructed first. That's a good question. Let's go over here now and go into this one. What does it mean by gray cap? Gray cap should be deconstructed. You're either inside or too close to the thing. Well, I'm inside now, but it says the gray cap needs to be deconstructed. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is figuring it out. Gray cap. Oh, gray cap. Right there. There's a gray cap on the ground. I didn't even notice it was there. That really means gray cap. All right, let's try it again. Yeah, there we go. That's funny when that kind of stuff happens. Okie dokie. Now we could probably deconstruct some of these down here as well. We have got a massive amount of foundations here. These are adding stability to our base. And we have an excessive amount of these. Just because we had a pretty big sized base. I just love how you can just take it all back down and make it like it was before you even built your base. I just think that's super neat myself. And there we go. We are seriously downscaling our base here. Now, what else can we take down here? I think all of this would be fine. I think we just leave our nuclear reactor for now. Or should we take our nuclear reactor? That's a good question. We can't take the rod out, but we could build another rod on the other end. That's what we'll do. We'll take out our nuclear reactor. There we go. Over here, we have a bunch of seeds and stuff for backup, just in case I do something dumb like I was just talking about. You can see that I have a bunch of various seeds that I can utilize here. And we're going to put those in on the other side as well, except for we're going to better organize all of our seeds and all of that stuff as well. So we're just going to leave those there. We've got a ladder down here. Did I build anything other than the alien containment? No, that's all I have down there. Okay, awesome. Now, I also want to try something with these fish and see if the fish are still radiated or still infected if I move them to another tank. So I'm going to take the squid here. And I'm just going to pick him up and try to put him right back down again and see if he's now still... Yes, he is still contaminated. So all of these fish might be contaminated, and I won't be able to make them non-contaminated if I mix them with other fish. So we definitely... Oh, we could bring our sub forward, too. But that's okay. We're about to head on out of here anyway. So we're going to say contaminated, or C-O-N-T, fish. So any contaminated fish are going to go up into the... Oh, or not. Actually, we're just going to put this as an X. And we'll see over here. There we go. So these are contaminated fish that I need to replace. Over there. Or maybe I need contaminated fish. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a bunch in there and I'll have one of each type of fish that's contaminated. That might be an idea. We'll do some research on that. You can see we got plenty more fish in here. We're just going to grab them all. And I think at one point I would just end up... Oh, I forgot to put all the resources in there. At one point, I would just scale these down. Scale these down to 1 or 2 of each of those fish. And then if I want to, I could put them in each individual container and we'll let them breed with each other as well. All right, contaminated fish in there. How many more can we get in there? I think we can get a couple more. Let's get our little fish in there. Do we got any room over here? No. A little room in fish here. Let's go ahead and do that. Any other room? Yes, perfect for that cap. There we go. Very nice. Now, we also have room in our inventory, so we might as well bring that as well. Yeah, let's grab, I don't know, random fish, whatever we can carry at this point. Get some of these little fishies. Not even get the little fishies? No, we good. Now, I don't know how they got contaminated. I must have put some contaminated fish in there. Probably one of these peepers. My peeps that got contaminated, and now they're all contaminated. And I didn't even know that was a thing, by the way. I didn't even know you can have a problem with contaminated fish. Let's see. Let's put this guy in. We definitely don't have enough room for that in there. All right, we can put these little guys in there for now. Okay, now that's good. I think we got more than enough loot. Now's a really good time to save before you embark on this journey. And let's go.
Engine powering up.
Okay, now we know lightning's over there. We're going to go ahead and look at our... we'll rotate and look at where our actual base is to the right. So the first thing we want to do is back away from our base. Obviously, you don't want to be turning into our base, so I'm going to back out into the thing. It bumped into something. Let's go here into the middle cam. And so I'm going to turn now toward this way. I have no idea what I'm bumping into. What am I bumping into? Is my actual base taking damage? No, it's not actually taking damage. It's just bumping. Let's go down the water. Just bumping into fish or whatever. They're trying to attack my thing. And this is the easiest way to move this much stuff. They do not have to be connected to the thing. They just have to be nearby. I know, pretty cool, right? Cool little Kismet trick there. They will still add the stuff that's nearby. Also, some of the tunnels, if you put the tunnels next to each other but don't connect them, they'll actually transfer power, too. Another great Kismet tip for you. Another great tip for you there. Now, what we're doing is we're moving our base over here to kind of a deeper area, and it just keeps falling off and off, as well as it's a nicer looking area. Here's where I'm going, right over here. And we're just going to go ahead and drive right into the front here. Always forget to turn the thing off.
Engine.
I just think it's a good idea to turn your engines off. You know, just like if you were driving a real thing. You don't want your thing to all of a sudden pop into gear and go flying off. I don't know why it turns you backwards every time as well. I feel like that's really awkward. All right, we need to get some quartz. Maybe one of the things I want to do is use that to my advantage. Hold on, let's try this. Let's go up here, back in the thing, power this up.
Powering up.
And we're going to go all the way up onto the surface here, and then we're going to pull really far forward. Like this. And then we'll turn this off.
Powering down.
And then when we go down, we got to get some quartz. Got to remember to get that before we run out. There's some quartz there. And then when we go out, it'll turn us backwards, which should put us right by where we want to go, right? So we're using it. I got a fish. What are you doing with that fish? And then we'll just put a hatch in here on the side real quick. Just to get things going.
Warning, emergency power only.
And then I wonder if
Production offline.
if I still have all my stuff for my nuclear power. I do. Okay. Now, this is actually not going to end up in this room, but I'm going to put it here for right now. Just because I already have all the resources for my nuclear power. Now, the one thing I would start building would be your replicator. Now, I'm going to need the replicator for some stuff I'm going to build. So we're going to need gold and table coral. And I don't remember where I put it, so I'm now going to have to search for it. And replicator. Looking good. All right, we'll put that on the... Oops. Get out of there. Put that on our blueprints over here. Show me all the blueprints. Fabricata. I'm going to move all this stuff later, but to get started, you definitely want to get your fabricator in. Right there. To get your oxygen going, I suggest to do some solar power, so quartz and copper. And we'll just put these guys in when we take all this out. Lug those guys around. Probably good to get all this stuff down here. Put a little titanium in. Get these titanium ingots out of there and all this titanium. There we go. Where do we get that from? This one. Contaminated fish. Don't want to mix those with my other fish because it'll contaminate my other fish as well. Okay, oh, and I need another table coral there. Let's go get one of those.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All is online.
There's some. Okay, now on the left side over here, I'm going to go ahead and build myself a nice little moon pool. Okay, now I don't have my my actual thing there, and I feel like this is constructing in such a way that I don't like it. Nope, don't like it. Definitely want to rotate that. Now, there's only 2 positions you can put your moon pool. It actually won't let you rotate it to the other side for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why it's so weird like that, but it is. So you're just going to have to deal with it. Where's my moon pool? Here. So I'm just going to rotate it using my mouse wheel. This way, when I bring my sea moth up, it's going to bring me up like this. And then it's actually going to put me out on the side over here, which is going to bring me into there. There's our moon pool. And then we're going to run up here to the top. And we'll go ahead and start up our oxygen here. Not that it's a big deal because we're at the surface, so it's not like we're going to run out of oxygen. But just to get her started. And just to make it fancy.
Restored. All primary systems online.
We'll go ahead and do that side. Oh, we don't have enough for that one. All right, well, I'll just put one down and hopefully I remember. Come back with some quartz. It doesn't really matter which way you put those, by the way. I've never seen it make a difference going toward the sun or away from the sun.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And there we go. Now we got it going. And you can see that I can just go through the moon pool now and don't need to use the hatch entrance if I don't want. Oh, and we need to make our moon pool upgrade thingy. And let's do that before I forget. What side do I want it on this time? Maybe this inside. Yeah, right next to the entrance of the base. So I don't have to run to that other side. There we go. Allow me to work that right outside the main door here. And let's see what else we want to do. Oh, we want our scanner. So we want to put our scanner room in. What do we need? A little more copper. And probably get some more quartz while we're at it. Alrighty, little copper. Where are you hiding? Now, this is one of the drawbacks of taking all your stuff and just randomly throwing it in some boxes. Because it's going to be hard to find that stuff. Where'd that contaminated fish go? Let's get rid of this other contaminated fish that I have on me. Over there. Alright, scanner room. Now, do I want to put the scanner room in here or put it on the other side? And this way I can just run one side to the other side. I think I feel like doing that this time. Again, I like to try different stuff. Oh, we have to go outside and do that. Oh, and our thing might be in the way. And we're going to rotate it.
Seek fluid intake.
I'm on it. Okay, now it's -1. Now what's going to happen is all of a sudden, we're going to start having fish end up in our base. We got holes in our base. It's now starting to flood our base. That's not good because now the power is off. And you can see that our whole base is flooding. Now, I did do that on purpose, everybody. So how do you fix that problem? Well, what we need to do is we need to reinforce our base. And what we want to do is... Little punk. What we need to do is reinforce our base with some lead. Now, one of the smart things you want to do with your submarine here, everybody, and we probably want to save all this because that was a lot of work. Let's go ahead and save. You probably want to, in your sub, give yourself the ability to get some food here, right? So we got food and water no matter where we go. Now, I've put all of my equipment away in this equipment box, so it'd be easy for me to find. We'll go ahead and put that back in there. And now I can go up here, and instead of starving to death, I can very easily, well, semi-easily, grab all of that, stabilize my food and water.
Vital signs stabilizing.
And you'll see that I do it to the nth degree. I take it all out, and then I replant it again, so it'll come back at its full strength. And there we go. Problem solved. Pretty easy. Okay, and we're going to need some more quartz. Let's see if we can find our quartz. There we go. We got copper. We got all of that other stuff. So we need some lead. Let's try to find that. Here's a bunch of lead right here. Good, 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 good. We're going to get a ton of that. And we're going to go down here. And now what we can do is we can build out our foundations. Now, our foundations can actually snap to our base. Sometimes it tries to go through the bottom of the base there. But if you kind of look at it, you can see that it's actually snapping to the base itself. Now, at this point, I would probably put this more in the back, maybe. Yeah, maybe more in the back. I'm not going to be building underneath this part of the base. I'm actually going to be building forward. So there's nothing that's going to be under this part of the base. Now, you don't actually have to do this, by the way. You don't have to actually build under the base. You can just build it separately. I could just build it down here, and it would still count, just like you saw at my other base. But on this particular base, we're going to try to be, a bit more legit in our building. It's really hard to see right now, too, so trying to line these all up. There we go. Now you can see my base is at 5. Now, one of the drawbacks of using these things is that it's going to make a bunch of foundation lines down there, or foundation supports, which are going to make it a little tougher for me to do whatever I need to do. Probably don't want to do that, as a matter of fact. Don't want to bring those out in that direction because I'm going to be going forward here. Oh, that's right. Once you bring it out, you can't take it out without taking everything else out. Ah, that is a bummer. That is a bummer. Okay, well, I'm glad we didn't move everything in yet. Now, we're going to have a problem here. We're going to have to deconstruct this stuff in here. Take all this back out again. Yeah, we got a problem. We got a problem. We're going to have to redo that. How long ago did I save? 2 minutes. We did a lot in that 2 minutes, but you know what? Let's just go ahead and back up. Let's just back up. So what we can do is we can go back and we can go back 2 minutes. which we did a bunch of stuff, but that's okay. We can just back up, and then we don't have to take all that out, put it back in our boxes, do the thing. Now, sometimes I do play through that way, where you make a mistake, you have to live with it. But since we only have so much time, we're going to go. Yes, and that's, again, that is true. You don't have to connect them exactly to the item to make them work. Okay, back in here. Let's see where we're at. Got our moon pool in. We got our scanner in. All right, that's not too bad. Not too bad there. We probably don't have our upgrade in. Do we have our upgrade in there? We do. Okay, so we just have a problem with our foundations here. So we just need that lead. Do I have the lead on me? No. And I'm swapping out some of my equipment. So we're doing this. We're worried about our food here. We want to get some of the lead that's in here somewhere. Right there. And now we know not to do that. Now, of course, before I started that, I should have saved first. Before you undertake a bunch of stuff like that, I had forgotten that it does do that. So.
Vital signs stabilizing.
And it had happened to me earlier too. So. Earlier in this playthrough. Okie dokie, back down we go. Sometimes you get all wrapped up in what you're doing, and then you don't think, I should have saved. All right, I liked all of that except for the ones that come forward, because I'm going to have another room that's right here in front. And this actually is going to go out and then down, where these ones are going to stay where they are in that location. So let's go ahead and go back to doing our foundations. Now, once I commit to these foundations, by the way, and I save, that's it. You'd have to undo it manually by going in and taking all the stuff out and then take out your foundation. So be real careful on how you put your foundations down, because once they're down, you'd have to deconstruct the whole rest of your base to take them back out. And there we go. Now, another technique we can use... and I should actually look at how much that adds, by the way. I should have been looking at that when I was adding that. I'm going to add another one this way toward our scanner, I think. And we'll see how we like that. It doesn't want to let me do that. Okay. No, it definitely does not want to let me do that. So, we can also add it on the back. In this direction, and the reason why we want to add it back here is because this is where we want to put our outside gardens, and it's going to add to the stability of the rest of our base. And so this is no big deal right here. This is not being really in my way, because I'm going to be building in the other direction. And so this is why we want to be up here at this level. And now we're going to bring our stuff up a lot closer to where we will be. We need some more lead. And titanium. We're going to build our resources up much closer to where we're actually going to have our crafting area. This will be our main crafting area here. Okay, and we need more lead, which luckily we have plenty hiding in here. So basically this will be my kind of outside. Oh, wait, we need to drop this down. Oh, I almost forgot. All right, the ones on the inside, I think these ones, we could take these in and out because there's not something sitting on it. But we need to drop this down. And the reason why we need to drop it down is if you notice inside when you're growing plants, if you're growing plants inside your alien containment, what happens is they'll only grow to like 50% because they don't have enough height for them to grow. So that's why you got to put two tanks on top of each other. So the same thing when you're trying to grow it here close to the surface. Now I'm pretty far down from the surface, but I think the smart thing to do is to go ahead and make these tiered. So we're going to go ahead and take the foundation, and it will let you snap, by the way. It'll let you snap at different tier levels like this, and you can even go way down here. So we might as well just give ourselves plenty of room by going down to this level. Now watch what happens, though. Watch what happens up here. Boom, that just now added it to 11. And then we add another one here. which we need something else with, more lead, I think. Then we'll see how we go from there. So let's write that down, that we're at 11, because I'm trying to remember how many those give you. More lead. What did we put all that lead? Right here. Oh, we need more titanium is what we actually need. Let's get all this titanium in this first one. There we go. So I'm going to bring those down so that some of my taller stuff will have plenty of room. And I'm also putting this in a direction in which it's not going to be in the way of what I'm doing. You can see that we also have a bunch of kelp forest here that we could utilize. But it's also in a beautiful spot, right? So you got lots of light and all of that to see your stuff. So I'm going to do kind of the smaller ones. They just grow, only so big right here. And then the larger ones down here that I can go ahead and access. And then I'll have a bunch of other ones that are just going to be for just for cosmetic. And those ones I will put off to the side. I'll put those probably down off to the side that I'm not really using, just trying to collect every single bit of resource. Now, I need to be able to come in and out of here as well. So it might be a good idea to put a hatch over there. So let's go ahead and go back. And again, we're trying to plan it out. Before we do too much stuff, we want to kind of plan it out ahead of time and get all these things in place. And I definitely don't have a shortage of quartz. I just got to have it on me. And I could be using my Sea Glide and all that stuff to go a little bit faster, but I'm not going to worry about all of that. So you can see now you have all of these supports, and they're all in the way. So you can't drive your sea moth under there or your other stuff in the way. That's their biggest disadvantage, is they do get actually in your way. All right, hatch. I want it in the center. You can't really put it in the center. You really offset one way or another. Where's my other hatch? Let's just line it up to my other hatch. There we go. All right, now I just got -1 from the hull strength there, which was 12. I didn't even look at it when I was putting it down. Hold on, let's take this out. I think it gives 2. Let's just double check. We're at 10 now. And so it should go up to 12. And I guess I could have looked when I took it out. Yeah, so it does add 2. So if we go in and say foundations, give 2 additional, or +2 strength to base. All right. Now, what do the other ones do? Right, and again, this is something I, as someone who would go in scientifically and try to figure this out. We also have a reinforcement thing that we can put on the side. So we'll go ahead and say reinforcement. Enforce. I'm just going to say reinforce, so I don't have to type out that whole entire thing. So now we'll go up here, and we're going to need to get some lithium. Now, normally I don't like to waste my lithium, but at some point, if you get your prawn suit, you can be like me and have a tremendous amount of it laying around somewhere. Right there. And there we go. And again, see how those ones were down by themselves? I mean, you could consider them connected because they are connected to these other ones, but they're not really connected. I mean, you would probably want to connect it underneath your base for it to truly make a difference there. But okay, so the other thing we were doing was with some lithium. We're going to do a reinforcement thing right over here. Let's add that. So we're at 12 right now, and this is going to add. Whoa! Hey, that just added +7 to the whole strength. So reinforcements are 7. So wow, those are way, way better. +7. The only drawback to that, of course, is the fact. Oops, what's it going to be? Gives +7 to. Let's just make this easier. Base. Right. There we go. So now we know what that does. So that gives +7. That's a lot more Then your foundations here. Now, I could go back. How long has it been? It's been 7 minutes. We'll say save since last 7 minutes. No. I could go back and now take these out if I wanted to, right? I could take these out so they're not underneath my base and not use these at all and just use these out here as a platform for my stuff. But I feel like at this point it's no big deal because I'm not going to build anything underneath it. And I could try to, by the way. You can go through and try to get another big room here and try to build out underneath it, but you're going to see it's red because the foundations are in the way. I cannot remove the foundations because it must be because the attached components must be deconstructed first, which means that I would have to deconstruct my large room and take all the stuff out of there and take out the reinforcement and take out this and just take out a crazy ton of stuff as well. I'm actually going to take this reinforcement out of here. I'm going to show you a much better place for these reinforcements, and that is over here in your scanner room. You can use it in there. Now, one of the drawbacks of using reinforcements is you can't put in your windows. Now, my main room, I'm going to put a lot of windows in there. But how many windows do you think I'm going to put in these other rooms? Probably not that much. If you notice in your scanner, there's nothing you can do in your scanner. But you can just make a room that you're not using or using something interior that you don't need to see and just put a whole bunch of reinforcements around the outside and you're going to be good. Now, another thing also is if you have a spot like this where you can put a reinforcement, which I wish I could, but I can't because there's an actual item there, which kind of tells me that I should go in and deconstruct this. And don't worry, we'll fix the base here in a minute. Like this, and then go over here and say, okay, I want to build. Oh, it's out of power. Hold on, we got to go get a battery.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Now, also in my ship here, I do have a battery charger, so it does come out of your main batteries here, so you can put that in, switch that out, swap that right back in, and get that charging. There we go. Very nice. All right, very, very nice. And we are putting a reinforcement in right there. So that's a really good spot for a reinforcement. And the reason why that's a good spot is because you'd just be looking at the wall right here anyway. No, you could kind of look out from an angle and see, but I think that's a great hidden spot for a reinforcement right there. Now, I wish you could put more reinforcements on these corners. I think that would be amazing. As well. Where else would I put a reinforcement? Probably right here because it doesn't really have that great of a view. It's just looking at this table coral. Would be a great spot for that. Maybe just put them in the corners and then the middle ones are all glass. Or put them on the sides and then the middle ones are glass. Now I'm going to actually put most of my reinforcements on the ones down below because this one's going to be like my premier location, right? Now, to fix this, by the way, your base in here and get this working again, you're going to need your repair tool. Just like when you first kind of started the game, you had to repair a bunch of stuff. If you make it go beyond what it can actually do, you're going to need your little repair gun. Make sure it's got some battery to it. All right, now we're just going to go in and do some repairs. Now, the great thing is it doesn't ruin your stuff and whatnot. You know, all your stuff's not going to go bad, even though it's an internal thing. I don't know if your plants go bad or not. I've never tried it. I've never had this problem with plants. I find the hardest thing is like finding where the things are, because sometimes they're very hidden and you can't actually find them. This could actually cause you to die because you don't have any oxygen and you're down really low and all of a sudden your base starts filling. So highly recommend the second this starts happening that you repair these as quick as possible and add reinforcements and kind of watch your numbers big time before stuff happens.
Hull integrity restored.
One of my favorite things is when it starts to drain the water. We'll go in here and watch into the moon pool. So cool. It's cool every time. Every single time, it's cool. Oh, and let me move myself back down here. I forgot to do that. Whoop, there we go, down here. This way you guys can see all my stuff over here and then stuff that pops up right there. And there we go. All right, base back up and running. GG's all around. We got our stuff figured out right over there. Let's go over here and decide what we want to do next. All right, so we got our moon pool out of there. We got that going. Oh, we forgot to do our thing there. Gotta put that back in.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There we go. Okay, so we want to go ahead and put our interior module back in here. You got to aim at the wall, so there's only 2 places right there. Actually, multiple places. I guess I could put it over here, too. I really want to put, I think, a window there. And then maybe a window on that side. Yeah, window on this side. Do I need a window this way? Yeah, probably. So yeah, and again, you can see I have 2 spots there. I'm going to put it on this side. And that's just so I can add windows to it later. Okay. Looking good. Now, speaking of windows, let's go ahead and tag some windows here. Oops, oh, wrong thing. Got to go into our blueprints, and then tag us some windows. Right here, window. And then reinforcements as well. We're going to use those in a bit. We're going to try to get our big window in. And we're just going to, again, try to get the first part of the base built up. That's kind of our big goal for today. Try to get all that going. Up here. What did I do with that glass? Good question. There's where I put it. Okie dokie. All right, now this is what I call a mega build. When I start doing things cosmetically and they don't actually have any benefit other than a cosmetic benefit, that's when you know I'm mega building. So now we got a window there, we got a window over here, we got a window over there, and we're just throwing down a bunch of windows. All the various locations here. Now we can't put any there, but now we can see all of our plants outside. When we plant them, we can see in different directions. We can see fish out there if we're looking for them. We can see our sub. And that's why I kind of put it in this location so that you could actually see outside. Otherwise, it'd just be nothing but dark. I mean, it's kind of dark right now because the kind of sun is kind of waning right now. Or maybe it's coming up. I can't remember. It's either going down or coming up. But we still have our God rays here coming down. And now what we want to do is we want to, and we can see into the base too, which is also very cool. But we also want to go ahead and make this, maybe we want to move this. We want to move that up. That's a good question. Do I like it where it's at? I kind of do. No, I think I like where that hatch is at. Also need to put a window over here. Oh, ran out of glass. All right, well, we'll just put our windows in and we'll come back with the appropriate amount of glass later on. Oh, well, let me put it in. I guess you can only have one temporary one in at that time. It's weird. Should allow me to put that in. All right, more traveling over to here. Again, you can see we're using this as a temporary base. Now, I need some plastisteel and some titanium. So let's go ahead and search along here and see if we can find ourselves more titanium. And then we need to find out what we did with the plastisteels, which we put them over here. Now, these actually go to my containment tank, and there's more glass there. They actually go to my containment tank. We don't need as much lead. We can put that back in. But we're going to grab those out of here. Those are contaminated fish. And we're going to use those for our roof first, and then we'll work on some more plastisteel later on. We're going to make a whole lot of it at some point. Well, there's our scanner things. I guess we can take our scanner things out now. And where are you hiding my little plastisteels? Somewhere. Really? Did not give me my plastisteels back? Hmm. But not my plastisteels, I mean my glass items. It's gotta be here. It's gotta be here somewhere. Really? Huh. I'm stumped by that one. Do I... Well, I'm not gonna remember. Do I, does it use that? Yeah, I think it does. Let's go look at our fish containment thing. I thought it did. Oh, it just uses glass. It just uses glass. It doesn't use the, bigger ones. I see. I see. Okay, no worries. We got this. We'll go over here, and actually we'll put that on our list of things to make. Just to make it easier. Basically, it's enameled glass. I know we've used that for something. I can't remember what the heck it was. But we need some of our stalker teeth. And we don't, of course, that was the one thing that we didn't bring. But we probably have some nearby. So we can just go ahead and search for them instead of running all the way back. And we'll extend our scanner. And we'll tell our scanner to search for stalker tooths. Okay, any nearby? Yes, right down here. Now we have a bunch back at the other base. I can't remember if I grabbed them. I think I put them in the base, now that I think about it. I think I actually did bring them in there. I didn't see them in there, but I definitely cleared that whole side, so they definitely should be inside our thing, now that I think about it. I cleared out all that, and I removed that room, so they've got to be here somewhere. Where they are is the hardest part. I probably looked at them as I was going through there and didn't even register in my noggin. Up there they are, right there. Very easy to find. All right, easy measy. Easy peasy. And then over here, use the fabricator to make myself some enameled glass. I think I'm gonna need one more stalker tooth. Yep, one more stalker tooth. And where was it? Somewhere over here. No, it was somewhere over there. Somewhere up here. Can't remember where it was, so it should be something nearby wherever we found it. There we go. That's why it's great to have a bunch of extra resources. And you'll see I'll go resource crazy in a minute here. Well, maybe not tonight, maybe next time, but we'll go resource crazy and just backlog a ton of resources. Because we're not going to move this base again. This will be our permanent home of our mega base. Okie dokie. Let's go use this replicator here. Oh, we already did. Already did? Yeah. Okay. Now what we want to do is go ahead and have some fun here and add a large glass area up on the top. I think we're going to have to probably take out our solar to do that. So I'm going to take our solar out here temporarily. Of course, it's nighttime, which makes it just that much harder to get done.
Warning, emergency power only.
Okay, and then I probably have to get away from it. Yep, there we go. Large glass dome. This is the first large glass dome I've done in this playthrough. I've done it in below zero, but it's the first time I've done it in here. Oh, that is cool. Oh, can't get out of the thing now. Jump out of the water, try to get on the top. Let's get over on here first. Well, let me get on that dome. Huh. There we go. Okay, now of course it's nighttime, so you guys can't really see this, but we'll check it out when the day comes back up again.
Fluid intake.
Let's see if it lets us put this back up on top, which it does look like that. Build order is very important, everybody. I find in everything that you do. Let's see if that actually transfers power. It does not. It didn't start up. That's telling me that it's not got any power. Let's put one over here on this thing. Oh, it's because it's nighttime. That's why it didn't start up. Duh. That's why it didn't start up, because of the night times. Now what it does is it has a built-in battery, so you can just kind of automatically do it. Hold on, let's go down. And then we're just going to go flying out of the water and try to get up there. Nope. Try to get over the hatch. And we got up there before, so we know there is a way up there. And because it's so far out of the water, it's a little tough to get up on top of there. That is a drawback. There we go. Took a few tries. What I want to do is put these solar panels in between so they're not blocking. There we go. They're not blocking the rest of it, and that just looks so cool when it just turned on.
All primary systems online.
Something cool like that. All right, very nice. We can see the sun's coming up over there. Now, me, I would normally aim it toward that. I wonder if you can put a glass top on any of these other rooms. What about over here on the scanner? I don't think I've ever tried on the scanner. Doesn't look like it. That's a bummer. But all right, so very cool glass roof on that. Very awkward to get up there. You got to kind of dive in and jump out of the water and try to get up. There we go. I love that. Wow, that is perfect too. And it's up out of the water. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get natural light in my base. So let's go ahead and go in my base.
Welcome aboard,
I can see
Captain.
the stars at nighttime. That is cool. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right. Now, one of the things we also want to do is think about how we're going to do our power and all this other stuff. One of the things I also want to do is make it so I can get down below my base and go out this way. Maybe I should have built something under that base and built it down and then built it out. That would have been useful. But we could still go ahead and build this down
Fluid intake
and try to
immediately.
build that out, and then use the top of that like this. See, I want to build this out and use the top of the other base as the foundation for the rest of my base. And then what I can do is do something like that and make it where this is going to be low enough to go under that. And then this will come out, and then it will go down, 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 and do all of the things I want to do. So this base will basically be separated from the rest of my bases. I could have put one down below, and then I could have put a ladder to just go down and stay in the base the whole time. Another thing I just thought of here on this is I could use the top of this maybe to construct some a grow bed. So, wrong grow bed. Let me do an external grow bed. Yeah, it absolutely will. So I can use the top of this as a grow bed as well. Oh, that's cool. And now I wish I hadn't done these foundations there. Yeah. Huh. Kidding me, that'd be a lot to undo that. That's true. But it would be cool. I don't know. I kind of like it the way it is. I gotta make a choice here. Gotta make a choice. Whether I wanted to build that down and try to build it out. Well, the first thing is, can I build it down? Because I'm really close to this edge here. I don't even know if it would let me build down, even if those weren't there. Yeah, it's kind of touching the edge of that. It probably won't let me build down. I could go through all of that and then end up where I couldn't build it anyway, and then I have to build it all back up again. I think I'm going to stay with that. I think I like that. I like how this is right here. And this is going to be all the stuff that we're not going to really mess with all that much, right? The stuff that we're going to mess with is the stuff that we're going to use a lot inside our primary base. Now, also, the view of this is basically going to be this. So the back of this, we could just go ahead and put a whole bunch of supports on that side. And then probably a whole bunch of supports on this side and whatnot. Now let's take a quick minute to take care of our food and water over here. Morning, Whimsy. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you coming in the stream. Let's do a little bit of food and water action here before I start taking damage.
Vital signs stabilizing.
You can see that I don't worry about it. I don't worry about food and water anymore. I just let it run all the way down and then just take care of it. Put one back. GG's. We good. Okay, so that's looking good there. I like that. That's probably going to be our power room. So in our power room, we're probably not going to go in there too much, but we need to think about how are we going to get into this room down below, and then also how we're going to connect to everything. I would probably put it on the moon pool side. Is where I would put my hatch. Right there. And now you know why I haven't done anything with this in here. And that's just so I could put it there temporarily and then take it out of here and put it down below. Like that. And this definitely will be our power room. So probably want to put our first power right here toward the door. And just have this lined this way, or we could just put them all along a certain way, I guess. And then we'd have them all the way down. But all right, we'll go ahead and start with our nuclear reactor here. Now, if you notice that these two bases are not connected, they're actually not directly connected to each other, but this one down here is actually lit up and it has power. If we go inside it, right over here, you can see that it says 150 of 2650 because this nuclear reactor is not running. So this is actually getting its power from the solar energy from the top. So they only have to be somewhat close to each other, I find, and connected in some way where it's like this is actually connected to this in some way in its own mechanics. And the same thing here with our things. So because they're down here, these right here are actually giving strength to the rest of the base. But we're going to really do some strengthening now. We're going to really give this base an obscene amount of strength by using our reinforcements on that level. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a control rod. Probably want to move our sub now because we're getting a little close.
Engine powering up.
I find parking it by the moon pool is a really great place to park. Honk my horn. It's a really great place to park it. This way you go out, and then just go ahead and swim and just whoop right out of your moon pool. Well, if you do it right, don't hit the bar. And come right out of the moon pool, and then you're in your base. You don't have to go in and out of the hatch because it's like an animation. But look at that. Isn't that cool? And plus we have, we can look up into the sky. Very, very cool. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, I like the way this is shaping up. Very nice. Got our scanner one way, moon pool the other way. And our power room is working here. Oh, we're going to fabricate a thing. Now, by the way, this is new. This is new. The room is new, and then also the glass ceilings are new. They brought that from Subnautica Below Zero. So, yeah, very cool. You couldn't do that before, but now you can. So, awesome. Let's see. What else we want to build here? So, we did that. Now, I'm not going to probably put any more glass ceilings other than this one room. And then all the rest of them, no. So, let's see. We already did that. That stuff we'll keep for now. Enamel glass we'll take out. And we are trying to build another core because we're just wasting cores left and right today. But no worries. We can make more and get more resources to make more as well. Let's see. Where's our cores at? Way up here somewhere. Where are you hiding, my little cores? There you are. I call them cores, but they're like reactor rods. Okay, now finding... Oh, wow. First try. All right, awesome. I was going to say, finding that might be a little tough. I know we put some more lead back in here somewhere. And like I said, this is no small undertaking. This is going to be some serious work here. But we're trying to innovate on our base, and that's a lot of fun. When you're innovating on the way that you're building your base and building it out, a fun stuff. All right, let's use our replicator here. And we're going to build a reactor rod. Now, if this works correctly, when I go ahead and put this reactor rod, it's going to bring up the power in this room, but also in the rest of our entire base. So let's go check it out. Throw that reactor rod in there. There we go. See, it's going up. It's 165 right now. And if we go into our moon pool, we can see it's going up, which means it's also supplying this more room up here. Now, another thing I might want to consider is to take one of these windows out so that I can utilize that window for extracting some filtration, water filtration. That would be a perfect spot for that. Let's go work on that next. You can see that I'm prioritizing certain things over other things. That's just the way I work, and it works really well. Now, finding this aerogel in here somewhere is going to be fun. I think it's one of the last things that I took out, so it's probably over here. All right, along here maybe. No aerogel there. And let's go ahead and tag it for building. So we know what reason. I love this. I'm so glad they added this back to the game from Subnautica Below Zero. The ability to tag stuff like this, to pin them like that so you can remember what you need. Out of there. I know I saw that aerogel at some point. We need copper wire as well. Are you hiding my little aerogel? I could always make more if I can't find it. Ah, of course, then one of the last ones. Okay. Then we need some of this titanium. We have somewhere. None of those. There's some right there. And filtration machine ready to go. This way my water can get back to working. And this is a good place to kind of set it off to the side, but still have it working away for us. Okay, and this is my primary entrance here. Now what I want to do is to go in and make some partitions. So I'm going to need a bunch of titanium. So let's get those. And I'm going to try this out, and I'm going to see if I like it. If I don't like it, then nope. Taking it out, but we will see if I like it here in the long run. I'm sure I've got titanium mixed in with all of this because I was taking out a bunch of these boxes. There we go. We can always go collect more, too, if we need some. Okay, now one of the problems with the partitions is they're not clear, and that kind of sucks, that they're not clear and they don't make it easier for me to do what I need to do. That's kind of cool where it closes that in. So what I want to do is put all my resources down the line here. So I'm going to go ahead and just put these in here. Oh, it'll make smaller ones and bigger ones. Ah, very nice. Now what this is actually doing is adding hull strength to my base. And our goal is to have plenty of storage so we don't have to worry about our storage. Now I'd probably go to there, and this one here at the end, the small little one, I would probably take that one out. Just to give you, you know, more room. But again, I would love it if that stuff was clear. That would be way, way better. Now what we want to do is put down some of our storages. Now at this particular time, I'm going to go ahead and use the storages that, oh, I need more quartz. The bigger storages. Because we're going to scale up our loot here, and we're definitely going to need a lot of that. So let's get our quartz, and we luckily went and grabbed a ton of quartz as well somewhere. There's a bunch of titanium in there. Might as well grab that out while we're at it. Grab a bunch of that. All right, quartz, where are you hiding at? Silver. Quartz would have been before that. Would have been somewhere like right here. We got copper. There we go. Lots of quartz. Let's get that out of there. And again, we're going to try to innovate. We're going to try something a bit different and see how we like it. If it sucks, it's out. But you still got lots of... Look at all the light in here. Very nice. And if I want to see out here, I can just walk around the other side, or I can leave a gap. I would probably leave a gap in the center. I don't like the way that partition gaps, though. So I can't see right from one to the other. But I'd leave a little bit of a gap there, like that. Oh, inventory full. Well, that's okay. We'll take care of that here in a second. Just so I can see what I'm doing. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and I'm going to put them sideways. And you're like, Kismet, that sucks. What are you putting them sideways for? Well, you'll see here in just a second. And I'm going to try to nudge them as close as I can, and right at the very end, like this, and just kind of move my mouse to try to get them inside that area as close as possible. Now, this is going to be some precision work here, because we want to go ahead and back these up to each other. Right over here. All right, we'll call that close enough. Okay, now why are these ones, why am I using these ones? Well, these ones are much larger than the other ones. They're actually larger than my actual inventory, which is great. The problem is they don't have labels, and I don't know why they wouldn't add labels to these. I feel like that would be a smart thing to do. I think it would massively improve the game. But because we put the partitions here, we can go ahead and put in a sign. So I'm going to go ahead and try to put this sign in, but I need copper wire. So I'm going to need a lot of copper for this particular experiment. And I mean a lot of copper wire for this particular experiment. And see how I like it.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And I think we had some copper wire over here, didn't we? We put a bunch of that up here. Oh, we have a little bit of copper wire there. We'll just make some more. A little bit of copper wire. Subnautica currently 15% off on Fanatical website. Oh, really? Well, actually, I'm a Fanatical partner as well. I have to look that up. Do me a favor and whisper me that, Richis Regis. Remind me, and I'll see if I get even bigger discount for everybody. I will give it a go. All right, let's, oh, nope. Trying to build the sign. All right, build the sign, bro. Oh, stop getting into the thing. Build the sign. There we go. There's your sign. Okay, so now we can go into the sign, and we can go ahead, and it's in a bad position, too. We can try to get into the sign. Nope, keep saying open locker. Sign. Okay, really, no, I don't like that. And then we're going to put T for titanium. We're going to put TI, by the way. It'd be nice if you could put it in lowercase. I'm just going to put T, and then I'm going to make the sign way bigger. And then maybe make it transparent. Maybe change it to a different color. What color do I want for resources? What would be pretty stand out? Probably green is a pretty good one, but the background's not good enough for green. Purple's not too bad. Black's boring, white's boring. Maybe orange. We could leave that in, or we could just leave that out. Let's see what it looks like with it out. Okay, kind of like that. And then sign, and then we're going to click this. And that's going to say titanium is in that one, right? And then we'll go ahead and try to put another sign in, but we need more copper. Wire. About the same position. This would be C for copper. Oh, and it doesn't give me option to make it any bigger. Oh, there we go. And then again, change the color. Down arrow, take out the background. That's not too bad. I kind of like it. I feel like it should be up higher, though. Again, why I can't put the sign actually on the item? I don't know, everybody. It seems kind of crazy to me. But that's just me and my crazy ideas. All right, let's put this one a little bit further up, and we'll put it a little bit further to the side. See how I like that. All right, this is going to be T. This is going to be way bigger. This is going to be orange, and it's going to have an arrow down. Oh, and we want to get rid of this thing here. It kind of clips through that edge. Ooh, I don't like that. That's for sure. I do not like that clipping. Why is it doing that? Try it down a little bit again. T, down, orange, transparent, very large. Ugh, too far down. I'm gonna do that first and see if I can see it. All right, that I like. Okay. Orange, no background. This is T for titanium. All right, I can live with that. And then this one. Now we know about the level that we want it to be. So let's say. That's gonna get annoying. That's going to get annoying as I put these signs in. This will be copper. Make it bigger. I think it's clipping again. Not too bad. Not too bad. Actually, you know what? Let's screw it. Let's take it out and put it back in again. I feel like it's clipping through there. It's causing it to act funny. Okay, titanium and copper. What do you guys think in chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you're digging that. I'm digging it. Okay. I think space-wise and efficiency-wise, that is much better. And then, look, someone's stealing my camera over there. And efficiency-wise, it doesn't take up all of your room where you can have your beautiful windows and all of that. It takes up a lot less room. And the fact that they gave you the partitions so you can put the things up on the partitions is great. Now, the partitions were transparent. that'd be even cooler, because then I could put that thing on there and make it not transparent and make it stand out even more so, and then I could see through to my other side of my base. So I'm digging it, and it's very space efficient, though it is very time intensive and resource intensive to make this work. Now let's see how many of these we can squeeze right next to each other here. We want to go in this way as much as we can. This is definitely gonna take a minute. I'm just nudging my character around. So too bad you can't actually move the object independently from your actual character. That would be awesome, like a float cam, like they have like in No Man's Sky and stuff like that. All right, we'll keep going. I'm digging it. I'm liking that. And trying to, it'd be also nice if you could snap to 90 degrees. That would also be amazing. And I'm going to try to pair stuff together that, you know, would commonly go together. And of course, these are all my basic resources here. And let's go make some more copper wire. And I'm going to be burning up all my copper here, so we're definitely going to have to take a break from this and go collect more copper, because I'm definitely going to run out. But we know where to grab some. All right, and there's a lot of meticulous work right here. Okay. And so next to that, I'll put this sign. We definitely don't want to get too far in putting our signs in, and then realize that we can't reach the sign, because you can see that even though it says sign, it doesn't let me actually modify the sign unless I'm much closer, like this. So this would be Q for quartz. You notice that I just put the first letter in there. I mean, I don't know to make it that involved. Yeah, this might be a problem. There we go. I got to be able to click all these little things. Click that. Change that to orange. Take this off. Again, make that as big as I can. And there we go. Quartz there. All right. What would be the next thing that I would have after quartz? Huh. Titanium, copper, quartz. I'm trying to think of what my order was. Oh, I can take that partition out now. I'm trying to think of what my order was. What would my order be? Probably coral next, but I could go ahead and just do silver and put coral at the end. Gold, silver. Let's go in here and look at our resources. Now, I can always move it later. I can always change the name of it. But it's very difficult to get to those signs in the back like that. So we'll just go look at some resources in here that we got. We got copper, quartz, silver. Let's make some notes real quick here. So silver, gold, coral. What else? Lithium. So trying to think of what my order would be as I went across these. Already got gold. Oh, mushrooms is another one. So I just call that mush for short. You'd want lead probably before lithium, because you probably used lead before lithium. I do it in like use order. Oh, salt. We'll put that into. What else? Diamonds. Probably put diamonds in before salt. We'll probably move our diamonds closer and take our coral and try to group that with our mushrooms. Now I'm just doing this in a document. I guess I could be doing it in my spreadsheet right now. Let's do it in there so you guys can watch me how I think. Let's go ahead and add 100 rows at the bottom. So the way I think is like this, everybody. I write it all down, and then I organize it in priority. So silver, oh, got my caps lock on. Silver, gold, lead, diamonds, coral. Let's see, mush would be mushrooms, salt. I would do this first and then figure out which I would use first and in what order. Now, I'm probably going to need some room in here, so I'm going to add some room above. And that's why I do the spreadsheet on stream, so that you guys can see what I'm doing. And then also you guys can check it out. By the way, you can just follow that link right there in the chat. You're welcome to check it out. So rubies. Oh, we also got gel stacks as well. So we'll put the rubies together with our other stuff. So ruby here, and then gel down here. So again, we're kind of putting the farming stuff in one place and then the raw resources in another. A little bit different than my other base, but again, kind of better organized. We've got sulfur in there. Let's add sulfur. Again, these are things that I wouldn't use as much, and thus would go further down the line. Let's see what else we got hiding in here. Oh, magnetite. Oh, that's a good one. Magnetite. That would be something I would put probably up here. So we'll say mag up there. Again, I just abbreviate it just to save time. We've also got fiber mesh and all of that. We'll do that later for those kind of finished goods. Lubricant. We got gas pods. Probably put that with sulfur. So LU, gas pod. Put that over there. Uri, I would definitely put with my other stuff here. Uri. And we need more rows in here. Something keeps bumping into my ship. I can hear it bumping into it. So Uri, again, we'll come back to all that second level stuff. Stalker Tooth, that's a good one. Stalker Tooths. So we'll just call it Tooths. Right there. And anything else over here we're trying to think of. Okay, nothing on that side. Let's go back over here. We're going to put equipment and all of that into the center. But we're just trying to figure out our order of resources here. Trying to think if I'm forgetting any other resources. Oh, nickel. That was the other one I was trying to think of. Nickel. That one, we could just type that one out. Or we just call it Nick for short, I guess. Nickel was the other one. Okay. That's all equipment. That's salt, quartz. We already got lead. We already got all of that stuff. And this is just going to be a repeat of most of this. Might as well be thorough if we're going to do it. Can't think of anything else, but we do find something else. We will add to it. Now, fish and all that stuff, I'm not going to worry about that. And equipment and stuff like that, we're going to put that separate. Okay, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and work some more on our
Welcome
stuff.
aboard, Captain.
Okay, so the next one I would put in order would definitely be silver. Silver, gold, lead, lithium, and then, see, as you're going down here, I'm probably going to be using these less and less. Mag actually would probably one up closer to the top. I would probably use that a lot more in the beginning as I'm building stuff. And then later, it doesn't really matter as long as all this stuff are together. So these two will be paired. These two will be paired. These two, and then nickel will be by itself. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more boxes that we're going to need to put in there. And if we have to put that middle back in, then that's what we're going to do. So let's just go ahead and now call this one silver, make it as big as we can, bump the thing, change it to orange. Oh, missed the orange. Take this off. And there we go. So now that one is silver. So again, I don't think that's too bad. I feel like the partitions are great for that. Again, I wish I could see to the other side of my base. But I would like to have all my stuff really well stored up. So let's keep going. Again, this is a giant undertaking. Oh my God, we're already. Can you believe that it's already been 5 hours? Holy mackerel! That's what's so great about this game, everybody, is you really get lost in it. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend snatching it up while you can. Get this game and Subnautica Below Zero. Both of them are excellent. They're actually 2 separate games, by the way. So you're not like getting a DLC. They're 2 completely independent games with different storylines. I'm trying to keep it as straight as possible. All right, more signs over here. More copper wire. Not enough copper.
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
We'll start labeling a little bit of this to make it a little easier. Those are fish. There's all of our copper. So this one's now empty. So we go ahead and put an E for empty. Don't have to look in there again. We're going to just start grabbing all these resources out of here. So that we, while we're going back and forth, we might as well also be starting to transfer your resources. So let's go ahead and start with that quartz that we just picked up. And let's see if this is going to be easy enough. And I'm not accidentally clicking the wrong box all the time. That one's empty. That one's empty. I want to get to my quartz. Quartz good. Silver good. All right, okay, that looks like it works pretty good. And I've done this before, but probably not at this scale. This is a pretty big scale to be doing all of these resources. Silver, and then we got to make more of our little things here. Again, this is when we really get like crazy. You're like, well, Kismet, you haven't even finished the game. There's so much more for you to explore. True. But this is my favorite part, is the building the base part. I love all the other stuff, too. That stuff's fun, too. But again, building out the base is really fun. I'm going to try to put these up a little higher. Let's see if I can get away with putting that up a little higher here. Nope. Had to get awkward. When I get too close to the ceiling, it starts to kind of glitch out a little bit. And then this one, I'll stay right there. Oh, and that one's glitching out. All right, well, let's fix this one first. This is going to be what? I've already forgotten. Let's see, silver, gold, and lead. So gold, make it really big. Do the thing, click the thing, clicky clicky, do this thing, and we done. Gold, very nice. Okay, now another sign. It stops doing the glitchy thing. And then this is, that's my attention span right there, but I've already forgotten. Lead. And this one we can just actually type out. Because what happens is you have multiple things that have L's in them. So if I just put L there, it's going to be a little awkward. And I could type all these out, by the way. I could say gold and silver and quartz and all that stuff. But I know what they are, and that's what's important. The only person who needs to know what that stuff is you. So you need to be able to know which one of these are what. And that's pretty useful. Now, also, I could use one label. I could use one label for both of those. You know what? Let's try that. Let's try a little trick here. Well, we go ahead and put one in the center. Try to improve upon our design here. And then just go, this is copper and titanium. Something like that. Make it bigger. Ah, using less resources for the same result. I'm all about that. Oop. I'm all about that. I'm trying to find the little transparent thing. Yes. And that would be these boxes. Yeah, I like it, except for the T is in an awkward spot. Move it out just a little bit more, maybe. I spelled titanium. Titanium. Brain. That's not it. That is not it. Not even close. A-N-I-U-M. Titanium. I have sleep apnea, everybody, so I can't. It's amazing I can even say words at this point. There we go. Copper titanium. Then can we put a little bit of room in between them here? Yeah. I'm kind of liking that. It's too bad you can't just move this thing. You can't pick it up and move it over. That would be nice. Yeah, I definitely want it to be more centered. Maybe work on the centering first. Ah, now it's all glitchy. Don't be glitchy. Titanium. Wow. Wow. Come on, brain. A-N-I-U-M. All right. Okay, it's working. And my brain works sometimes. Don't expect it to work all the time, though. Maybe I should just leave this on. And then do this and put this here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Kind of like that, and then we'll make it way bigger. Maybe not that big. Oh, yeah, liking that. Liking that a lot. I feel like it'd probably be more centered over the box, and the box kind of hangs a little bit off the side. But again, using less resources is the best. Let's take that quartz out of there. Let's move it over just a little bit more. We'll try to center it over this one maybe a little bit. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Down arrow. Ah, all right. Now we're looking good. Yes, I like that way better. Uses less resources. I hate wasting my copper. Wasting your copper sucks. Okay, and this is quartz, and this is silver. It doesn't have anything in there, but that's what we're going to do. So again, we'll try to line it up, maybe a little bit left here. Look at the overall distance. Oh man, see that's the worst part, is that you gotta to get to the thing is a little tough. What can we put down, like a counter that we could maybe get on? Get up on the counter and then work the sign. Yeah, there we go. All right, workarounds are the best. Silver and what's the other thing? Quartz. This bigger. People with bad eyeballs, like me. All right. All right, I'm digging it. Again, I wish you could make it. You could adjust the transparency of the thing. That'd be way nicer, because then you can just make it a solid black in the background. That would be way nicer, but we do what we got to do. All right, what? Oh god, there it is, all screwed up again. Hold on, let's try it again. Move it around. I feel like you got a 50-50 chance to have a wonky one like that.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Okay. Sign's kind of sitting in there weird. All right, let's take a break on that real quick. Yeah, usually I just put like T or whatever. Or you can use TI. One of the problems with the game is it doesn't do lowercase. So if it did lowercase, then I would probably do that. But since it doesn't, I just don't bother. And I just use the first letter of most of the resources, because most of the resources do not share letters. Do not share the first letter. So you can get away with it big time by just using that first letter instead of typing it all out and being scientific, but you're welcome to. You're welcome to use the cool scientific things. I think that's actually kind of cool if you're into being scientific. I don't think I've ever labeled them fully out like this. I don't think I've ever labeled them like that. I think usually I'll just use T or whatnot. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Make that bigger. And this is going to be what? Gold is going to be on the right side, and lead was the other side? I can't remember. I can't remember. Definitely a great way to do that because it takes up less resources and less space. Oh, I forgot to put the little arrow thing on there. Oh, you can stand back a little bit and do it too. That's cool. Lead and gold. All right, I think that was what we were going to do. I don't know. Let's go see. Gold and lead. Yes, okay. So silver is pairing with quartz, I think. Oh, and look at that. See, sometimes we're going to get a little bit of glitching there. That's too bad. All right, so quartz. And then we'll add another one here. Copper. Titanium. So these will be paired. I'm just going to do every other pair. Like this. So gold and lead, lithium and diamonds is our next one we're working on. Yeah, a lot less. I like that better because you're using less resources. So now it's not as bad, though. You know, I still am not into it, but still. I still feel like the other ones are way easier because you can just name and rename and do all of those all day long. I feel like they should have fixed these lockers by now with labels built onto them. That would be 1,000 times easier than what I'm doing. But we want the benefit of these ones that give us the bigger storage area. So we're going through all this extra effort here. I feel like resources-wise, you actually burn up more resources doing this than just using the other ones. Also, time-wise. My time is my most invaluable resource. I feel like ever so slowly, this is going to start turning in a kind of an angle. All right. Sign way up here. Right about there. I'm purposely kind of putting it off to the side a little bit. Lead, gold, lithium, and diamonds. Oh yeah, you can spell the whole thing out. Awesome. Awesome. So lithium. Put a little gap. Oh, nice. Okay, digging it. Probably make that a little bigger too. Oh yeah. Okay, so it's great. I'm pairing them together and using one sign to pair them together. Now, I could, in theory, probably do 3 of them with one sign if it let me go long enough, and if I was basically using a truncated name. But very cool. I've never kind of spelt it out like that. Very, very fun. Hey, Bo, what's up? So you don't have what issue? What issue would you have? That you don't have enough room? I don't normally do this either. I'm just doing it in this mega build to just make it fancy. Again, normally I would just put T for titanium, like you saw me do earlier. I just T for titanium, C for copper, Q for quartz, S for silver. That makes it easier. I don't have to think about what it is. I don't have to think, okay, what is the periodic table for that particular element? I don't have to do that. S for silver is pretty easy. Oh, more titanium. Let's go get some more. My job is to make it where I don't have to think about it. That's the power of labeling.
Captain. All
All right, that one's empty. Just double check. And this one here, we can take our quartz and silver out. Put an E on that one. We'll take all this stuff out. Or actually, probably leave the coral in there. Leave the coral in there. Come back to it. Coral. And then silver. Lithium. Somewhere in here, hopefully, is going to be some titanium. I think there was some up on the top. Well, that one's empty. E on that one. Oh, there we go. Oh, that looks cool from outside, too.
Well,
Yeah, that looks cool. I'm digging it. Again, a lot of effort. Oh, I didn't mean to deconstruct it. I'm trying to construct it. There we go. All right, I'm digging it. I feel like this stuff just keeps getting more and more at an angle. Just that one's more at an angle. All right, let's put some of this silver away. There we go. Yeah, there's no like snap to the world grid. Like a 90% snap would, or a 90-degree snap would be awesome. Yeah, and I feel like these are getting further and further. I guess I could use the floor grid to my advantage. That will help me kind of line it up to the building. Doesn't really matter in the long run if you think about it. But it matters to me. I'll just straighten that one out a little bit. Yeah, I feel like these are just ever so slightly tilted like this. And if I wanted to come back and fix them, I could, but I think we're going to go with that. For now. We're going to use that floor grid. Now, that kind of tells me that what I should have done was, if I was to do it all over again, is to line up the center ones to the floor grid first. So you can use this kind of straight line here, even though it's in hexo grids there, hex grids. You could still use this as a way of lining up the straightness of that, and then go in and then line all the rest of those up to that one as a template. That would be pretty tricky. But again, we're just trying to get ourselves done here. We are already running over. Now, just so you all know, I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow. So I might be running long on the stream as well. I can't stay up too late because last week I overslept. I overslept, get my haircut, and I hate being late. I hate falling behind on stuff, everybody. That sucks. Ruby and Mag. Ruby. Which one was first? I think Mag was last, and then Ruby. Right here. And do we want to spell that all the way out? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. We're already done it on all the rest of these. Let me try to remember how the heck you spell that. Let's go over how. We're being elaborate in our building now. Definitely some of it over here somewhere. Really? All right, there we go. Let's write it down in here. Right, yeah. So we're going to spell it out. Magnetite. All right, there we go. I wonder if I can copy it from here and go in here and actually paste it from my spreadsheet into the game. Guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out, because that would be awesome. Survey says... Yep! I just learned something else. Awesome! So I don't even have to type it out. I can just take it from what I've already typed out. That's cool. Alright, like that. I'm digging it. Maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe a little right there at the bottom. Oh, man. I am liking that. That is sweet. Sweet, sweet. Okie dokie. What do we got on us here? Let's actually offload some of this stuff. We got lead. Let's put it where our lead goes. Our copper goes. Oh, this is good. I'm digging this. All right. I'm glad I took the effort now to get this going on. Titanium here. Silver all goes in there. Lithium right here. And our diamonds right there. And we got some quartz. Which we probably want to keep the quartz. And we want to keep the titanium because that's what makes these boxes. Sure, let's keep making some more. Now, how many more do we got to go? One more. Okay, cool. And that's going to be perfect. That's going to be perfect here. I might be able... Can I take this out? No, because that sign is over into that thing. So that's okay. We'll go with it. And again, these lockers are much bigger size-wise, so they are super useful in what we're doing. And this might just work out perfectly because I do want to have one more at the end that I can use on the inside. More titanium. Now, in the short run, this is taking a lot of time. But in the long run, this is going to help us a big time work on a bunch of stuff. So we'll take that all out there. And then we will mark that as empty. And we got... Oh, we might want to get our battery charger going too. Just dawned on me. We need a wiring kit. All right, we'll work on that in a sec. Let's get another sign in here. Yeah, I like using the signs for both of them. I think that works great. I think it's freaking out. I think it's freaking out. Again, why did you not put this as part of it? Be even cooler if they had the label on the front and the label on the side. So you could pick whether, you know, I'd put it right here at the top level and put in there. Now, another thing is when you put stuff in there, it should visually show you there's stuff in there too. Like it should show you the titanium, it should show you the copper and the quartz, because I'm more of a visual person. So I would actually look at it based on the look of the resource, less than the actual signs themselves. So that would be another awesome addition if they could add that at some point as well. But, you know, I'm going to go with what they got. All right, the last two are nickel, and we can just copy that name, and uretite. In there, if we can actually click on the sign here. So nickel, down, make it bigger. Here, yeah, we got the down arrow. We'll put that right there. And then we need to figure out what the name of that other thing is, because it's not uranium, it's something else. If I can just get lucky and find it. Oh my gosh. Lucky on that one. All right. So again, we're just full labeling everything, which is just a fancy way of doing it. And I feel like I could probably take a bunch of these resources with me as well. There's our nickel there. Again, might as well, while I'm going back and forth, grab random resources and put them away. Again, imagine if I didn't have the sub, everybody. If I had to go back and forth every time, this would take an absorbent amount of time. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and get the full name of this, which is your Anianite. Right there. Then we'll copy that. Copy pasta. Right there. And good enough. Ah, liking it, liking it. I feel like it needs just a couple more spaces. Alright, kind of feel like the Magnetite Ruby one could be over just a little bit, but I feel like that's good enough, everybody. I feel like that's really telling you what's in each and every one of those things. Looks good enough to me. Now, let's go ahead and put in another storage here at the end. Can we squeeze two more in here? I kind of feel like you're only going to get one. I'm only going to put one. Yeah, one's good enough. I don't want it sticking out the side, I don't think. Yeah, this other one would stick out just a little bit. I think. Yeah, we'll try it. Try it and see how much it sticks out and see if I hate it or not. Still going to get caught up by that lip right there anyway. So we might as well put it in. I'd go back and move all these over a little bit and probably center them a little better. And definitely straighten them a little better. But again, only so much time in the day. So yeah. Yeah, that gap right there bugs me. But we'll roll it. Okay. No more copper wire. Don't have any copper ore. We're gonna get more copper. Over here. Let's use up this copper. Put some of this titanium away. Too much titanium. Then we'll make some more of the thingies. Ever so slowly. This game needs snapping and blueprints, then all this would take about 10 minutes. I know, right? I know. This is taking way too long for what we should be getting out of this. All right. Now this one is going to be equipment. All right. And then equipment, I'm going to actually change it to another color. Let's say yellow. Make it a little bigger. Like so. All right, equipment going there. And a little smaller. Kind of in the thing. There we go. So equipment here. Probably like my current equipment that I'm using would go on the outside like this. And then like backup and other equipment would go on the other side. And then I guess we'll just be consistent here with our down arrow. I mean, I know that's where it goes because I put it above it, but, you know, might as well. And I don't need to put, like, you know, live equipment and miscellaneous equipment. I would normally kind of do that stuff sometimes on box, especially the other ones I would label. But, liking all of that. Big time. Okay, so again, let's go ahead and clean some house here. Clean out some of that stuff. Let's see. Airnites here. Now, one of the things that I think you should probably do is put a little bit in each box so that when you get in the box, you know whether you're in the right box or not, right? Like if I know if I'm trying to get the lithium box and I see rubies, I know I'm in the wrong box. So a great way to get all that started. Quartz into there. Copper into here. Then we got a bunch of other miscellaneous loot that we'll deal with later. So yeah, I like all of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and work a bit on this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Those are all empty. And let's just grab whatever we can. We'll put our toots back in for now.
Systems online.
Let's not grab that. Let's put this back and that back. Kidoki, what do we got here? Bunch of uranium there. Magnetite. Anything that we just made boxes for. Rubies. Again, another thing that I think they should have is when you control click on a certain type of resource, like in a bunch of other games, it would automatically put that resource into that particular box. Like if I control clicked, it would put all the titanium into that titanium box, like a lot of other games have now. And I remember this game came out a while ago. I thought it was like a year or two ago that I played this game, but it was actually 4 years ago. that I did a more intense playthrough. And this is actually probably the most involved playthrough I've done so far right here. Where we're really, I mean, we're really getting into it now. We're really going above and beyond, organizing our resources and starting out our giant mega base here. And this is just the beginning of what we're working on. I kind of feel like we want to take all of this stuff and move it into this down part here. Put that thing back. Just so we can clear these top ones. Start emptying those out. Same thing with this. Consolidate all this stuff. Don't look through 10 boxes for it. See how easy it is with a label on the front? I don't know why, everybody. I don't know why they would not just do that on the other boxes. Put one on the side too, so if we want to put it long ways, we'd have it. That one's back filled. This one is the one that we emptied. Empty on that one. Which one was it? This one, I think. Yep. These other items in there. Ever so slowly. We don't need sulfur. Just leave that sulfur in there for now. Diamonds and rubies and gold. All right, gold first. Interesting thing with the full label is that I don't have to think about what it means. That R means ruby or this means that. I know exactly what it means because it's all spelt out. And normally I don't spell it all out just because it abbreviates, it's faster, easier, that kind of stuff. You're so spoiled, me too. That's why Satisfactory is like the gold standard in building games now, because it just does it so well. All right, lots of loot in here. All right, I think I emptied that one. Yep. E for empty. Onto this one. Salt. Nope. Nope. Yep. Now, in theory, we should have a lot less overflow boxes, though we're still going to have overflow boxes. So lots of gold. Because we do have more than even a full box of this will hold of some of these resources. But less overflow means less boxes I have to create, less stuff I have to manage as well. So that's good. Consolidate, consolidate. And back we go. Probably could take my builder off now, but just go in and put it right there so we can find it later. And see where we leave off here. This one is empty. This one, lithium. Now empty. Nope. Alright, now to this side. What we got in here? That's equipment. I guess we could just move our equipment too while we're at it. Let's just move all this stuff. Now empty, yep. And do we want to bring that? Yeah, probably. Take all that stuff too. We got lots to do. I know, the placing, exactly. Yeah, because you can't snap. By the way, you can just go like this and say, gameplay, please add snap, add a 45 and 90 degree snap when I hold down the Alt plus rotate equals snap. Thanks and much love. There we go. For storage boxes, for larger storage boxes and other items. There we go. Let's be real specific. Much love. Boom. There you go. Send them feedback right there. Be respectful, though. Be nice and respectful to them. Because otherwise they're just going to ignore what you say anyway. So, all right. That's stuff that I'm not going to use in the short term. So I'm just going to put all that in there. And then more stuff in the long term over here. I would definitely use that. And I would definitely use that. All right. And we got lithium. Consolidating all of my resources nicely. Kind of feel like I want to move this forward. Because it keeps making me go out the back of it and then I have to turn around. It's starting to bug me.
Engine powering up. Engine powering down.
Alright, enough of that. Enough of that stuff. Okay, and there's my equipment there. So let's get all that equipment out of there. I'm just going to leave the label on that one. This is cosmetic. And just leave that for now. Come back to that later. Get all the little goodies that we need here. And that's going to be for later. That's all later. Gosh, time goes by so fast. Do not want the salt. I will take the diamonds, though. And the magnetite. Alright, at least it's turning me around the right way. I probably could be closer. I could probably back that up a little bit. But let's keep filling it up. Over here, put that magnetite in there. My actual equipment. Over here that I'll be looking for later. Right in there. That would not be considered equipment. That would be food and water. I got salt on me too. I got salt and it makes me salty. Quartz, copper. Lead. Diamonds. Got plenty of those. Lithium. A whole lot of that. Silver. Nothing but silver. Alright, just so I don't have to taxi this back and forth, I'm going to put those two in there and deal with them later. I need to put me a thing there that tells me exactly where to park it. Have you ever seen that in people's garages and stuff? They have a tennis ball that hangs down. And that's so when you're parking your car in there, you pulling it forward or pulling it in backwards, the tennis ball will hit the window in the exact right spot so you know when to stop so you don't run into the side of your garage. Brilliant idea, by the way. Whoever thought of that. Brilliant. All right, let's try that.
Engine powering down.
Just keep fine-tuning it each time we come in and out of here until we find the primo spot. This is cosmetics, so I'm going to call this cos, so I stop looking in there. These are resources. This is crafting. Let's call that craft for short. It's now empty. This is all crafting stuff along with food, water. And we'll just start consolidating all this stuff. That'll be less boxes we have to go in and out of. here. That's like equipment. This would be equipment here. Equipment. This would be food, water, and then I guess I could call storage module equipment. Yeah. That would be called equipment too. All right, we'll just take that. Not salt. Diamonds and stuff. Just trying to fill up the boxes that I have. Holy moly, a lot of lead in there. Now, I could just go in and grab all of one resource and then run it over, and then grab all of the next resource and run it over, and all of that. I don't know, I just feel like doing it like this way. There's 100 different ways of doing what I'm doing. You do it whatever way makes you feel the best. Definitely plenty of diamonds in there. And I am, out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking to see what it is over here. And this would be equipment. Over here, prawn suit propulsion cannon. And this would be equipment that I'm not, like, using right now. Over there. Okay. And again, now I've got extra water thing. I'll just actually use the water. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Much better. Nearly perfect, as a matter of fact. Nearly perfect. Oh, if I could click on the thing. Click it. All right, we're not the faint of heart around here, everybody. We in it to win it here. This is not messing around here for sure. This is some serious base organizing. Right up in here. Luckily, we brought most of this in one shot too. We still got to go. There's still more to go grab from my other base and bring it back. But again, first goal is to organize. Organize our primary stuff. I thought I saw some titanium in there. Oh, that's not goes there. Magnetite over here. All right, those are starting to fill up now. Lead over here. Way too much quartz. I have a feeling we're going to fill the quartz here. Yep. That's okay. We're going to use some of this quartz up here in a second. And now is the perfect time to use it. Let's go ahead and grab a bunch of quartz and a bunch of titanium. And we're going to start putting some in the back here. We need to find our tool. Hopefully it's nice and easy to find in here. Right there. Needs a new battery. How convenient. Okay, so now we're off to the other side. Now on this side, this is going to be nothing but overflow. Now I've already learned my lesson about how to straighten this out, so I'm going to go ahead and try to use the floor here to try to get it to the edge, but also be somewhat straighter than whatever I did last time, because that wasn't very straight. So we'll try to do better. We'll try to do more better this time. Yeah, let's call it that. Now, this is overflow, or also known as drop boxes. So if you've ever played any games with other people, you should be familiar with drop boxes. By the way, I could just put these all in the same direction if I wanted to, but I think they look cooler when you're putting them opposing. Like this, where you're pairing them together. But these are all overflows over here now. And so I'll only need one label for these. I'll just simply call them overflow. And then I'll just fill them from left to right. Because that's the way we do it. And get it done. And I'm going to have a crazy ton of overflow of some of this stuff. One of the other advantages of doing this is the fact that that I'm burning these resources up. I'm burning these resources up so I can have a lot of resources. Oh, and that's it. That's all she wrote on that one. But luckily, I just happen to have more resources right over here. How convenient. Also kind of annoying that it doesn't resume the thing. I bet you there's some mods for this. Is there some mods that fix this snapping problem they have in Subnautica? I would think so. I can't be the only one that finds this incredibly annoying, that I have to, you know, micro manage that rotation and stuff. Definitely would prefer to have a snap and something that allows it to snap to each other would be super useful as well. So they would snap back to back, and they would snap along the world grid. That would be super useful. You just let me know in the chat if there is. I would think so. Thanks for the follow as well. Thanks for the follows, everybody. I see you all there in my follow list. Appreciate all the love. We're going to really go to town on these overflows. Let's put them back here on this other side, which I'm not going to come to this side all that much. So that'll make doing this kind of stuff way easier. And we're going pretty extreme here. Normally I do not use do not even use these, everybody. I find them annoying. They're super involved like I'm doing right now. It takes a lot of my time and effort to build out all of this when I could have had this already done. I could have moved all this stuff out, done all the other ones on the wall, and be GG, I'm good. I wonder if I can actually do double of the other ones vertically right here. Let's see if we can do it vertically in the center. Oh my god, you can! Ah, see, look, we could just do these vertically in the center of this room, and they actually go double up. Oh, man. Oh, you can try to lay... Oh, they lay down on the... What the heck? Look, it's laying down on the top there. I didn't know you could make them lay down. I can put one across the top, too. It's kind of cool. I don't know. It acts like it's laying down. Doesn't lay down on the ground, though. I lay it down on this one. No, I can't, because it actually snaps to the top of there. That's wild. Does the other one do that? Of course it doesn't. But still cool. But yeah, look at that. See, so if you're using the center partitions with the high ceiling, I could have just done this, and it would have been 1,000 times faster, and it already had the label on it. I could have just named it all the way down. I've been fine, but we are going above and beyond in this playthrough, so we're going to keep on keeping on. Let's see. Copper over here. That does not have copper in it. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, now we're going to put our big old sign up here. We'll probably just put it right here, because it's a nice big open spot. Let's say there. Oh, I can jump up and do it. Oh, and it pauses the game, too. Yeah, I can just jump up. Awesome. Overflow. Make it nice and big. Big arrow. And we good. Yeah, that's cool. You jump up and it pauses the game. Man, do we want to save, everybody? It just dawned on me I haven't saved in a while. Like 45 minutes ago. Woo! Alright, we saved. Now we good. Okay, so overflow. So that tells me all of this is overflow, by the way. Now, I don't have any overflow because I just used up all of those resources. But we're going to have a bunch of it here in a minute. Let's put all this back in here. And copper here. Builder. Right back over there. And back to it. Yeah, make sure you're saving. You don't want to get in trouble.
Captain, all systems online.
Well, good job. Nope. Double check all of these. Nope. Probably consolidate these all together. Let's consolidate this stuff all back across here. Kind of into this one. There, and this is cosmetic here, which doesn't have any room. I'll That's cause 2. Cosmetic stuff there. And what do we got in here? We got all of that. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. Alright, so this one's empty. That one's empty. Double check. Yeah. Empty. Yes. And I'll come back and double check them all later on to make sure that they are actually empty, because I might have missed one or I misclicked for some whatever reason. Yeah, we definitely have more quartz than we have that can fit in that big old box, and that's a good thing. We want to have a lot of resources. Ooh, mama, look at all that quartz. It's a lot of quartz. And we can even organize our overflow. So I could put quartz 2 and titanium 3 and all of that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to just fill up my quartz box over here and then just walk over here. And I might actually do it by overflow. So this first one will be quartz. And so if I'm putting some overflow in here, I might just look and see what's already in there and then go to the next box for overflow. But we'll see. I think at some point I'm just going to literally just start throwing it in there because, again, it just takes more time for me to micro-organize it when I know in the long run it's not going to have that big of a benefit. Oh, that one's full. That one be full. I feel like we're using less boxes overall as well and less room, because we definitely are using less room because we have fewer overall boxes that have resources in them. Because the boxes hold more. Empty. Lots of quartz in that one. Empty. Double check. And thank goodness for that sub, everybody. That just saved us so much time. Alright, we know the quartz goes over here, so we'll just go ahead and look at that. We're going to have like 3 boxes of overflow quartz here. If you have this many boxes of quartz, you got too much quartz, everybody. Use that stuff up. Again, to make other things out of it. Now our lead's in overflow. So let's just say the second one here is going to be our lead overflow. Just whatever overflows first goes in the boxes. Normally it's titanium that you're overflowing, but because I'm using so much right now, and this is what I love. I love having too much lithium, because lithium is one of those things in the beginning that you're searching for. You really want to get it all built up. Oh, God. Another hour's already gone by. Just trying to get this stuff out of my ship here so I feel more secure with it actually in the base. And then we're going to finish out the rest of it tomorrow night. We're just going to try to get most of this out of here into the boxes that we have. Because I do got to get up and get a haircut tomorrow. What do we got first? Quartz. Oh, mama. Look at all that lead. Wow, okay. Overflow number 2. Lithium. Titanium. A little bit of gold. Now lithium in overflow. We got a smidge of resources. Just a smidge. As you can see. Like, dang, Kismet, it just seems to go on forever. I know, right? That's because we got lots of stuff. This is what you want, everybody. You want to have a lot of extra resources. So you don't have to keep going out for it every 5 minutes when you're like, oh, God, I don't have any gold, or I don't have any of this, that, or the other thing. You want to make sure you got a whole thing full of it. Granite over here. Ooh, mama, we might go into overflow on that. Gonna be close. Ooh, close one. Lithium, I think, is already... Yeah, that's an overflow. That's the third one. Right here, fourth one, I guess, would be. Like having lots of extra lithium. We're going to use all of that stuff. Now, see, once we get it all in there, we can also convert it into other things like chips and all that other stuff. Get this one up here at the top. And then empty that one out. Oh. Empty that one out. And then we're going to cause 2. We're going to put that in there. And then one of these other ones that we left. This one. That one's already full. Craft. All right, I'll put this in craft for right now. Okay, anything else up here? Oh, yeah. Lots of stuff. There's another one that should go into craft. Crafting there. Just put the salt in there for now. Just looking for the main resources. This is contaminated fish with just contaminated fish in there. Some resources in this one. Ooh, mama. Do we kick butt on that or what? All right. And we got some other resources that we're going to work on next time. Over here. Man, that was like 6 hours. Feels like this. Feels like that, everybody. Like a few seconds went by. That's how I know you're having fun. When you play and time goes flying by. You're just having the greatest time. Again, if I inspire you to play games that cause that to happen for you, then I'm doing it right. Yeah, uranium overflow. I love it when that happens. All right, we got some quartz over here. How are we doing? Oh, just enough. Look at that. It's like perfect. Lead number 2 overflow because we got plenty of lead. That's lithium, and then this one. Whoop, what up, fish? Crazy fish just coming through my bed. Come here, you. Are you contaminated? I don't know. Well, put them in there. Oh, and along with all of this. Deal with that later. Okay, everybody. I think we got that done. That part anyway done. We've consolidated all of our stuff. We put our stuff into overflow. And now we have an absolute massive amount of space. Really upgraded that. Digged it. I like the partitions. I'm glad they added that back in. Or they added that back. Or they added that from... Not this was in the game and then they took it out. They added that from Subnautica Below Zero back over here. So very cool. I like all of that. I like the equipment there. And then we'll probably do our crafting stuff. Maybe I'll have a crafting box over here. And then we got to put all of our other stuff in, which is like our radio signal and all of that stuff. We'll just put them here on these posts. Where we can't actually put in anything else. And that'll be super useful. Now, we could also, by the way, come back later and put in the little white boxes here as well with all the labels on those as well. But we're going to try to use the bigger boxes in this playthrough because they do hold quite a bit. Like that. Okay, that's it. We got to go sleep. We got to get a haircut. We got to come back. We got to do it all over again. Let's go. All right, there's all you awesome peeps right in there. Now, of course, we are playing a Subnautica. We just did that tonight. Then tomorrow, again, I may be running a little bit behind because of my haircut, just to let you guys know. So if I do run behind, I will get on the stream ASAP. We'll play some Fallout 76 with a little bit of Fallout Shelter. Then we're also going to go ahead and play some more Subnautica. We're going to come through. We're going to do the other side of our boxes. We're going to transfer all of our stuff over there and start to build out our gigantic mega base that we have. We're going to need a lot more titanium, a massive amount. We got plenty of lithium, but titanium for sure. So we can start building in all of our fish tanks, building in more power systems as well. And then also we're going to build out some gardens for our regular food that we're going to use. I might even switch up where I'm putting my resources and put them maybe in the front and then maybe put a garden behind. Not sure if I could build another one back behind here. I'm gonna go look real quick while you guys are oh, I can't because I don't have my build tool. All right, we'll deal with that later. We'll try that out tomorrow. I should make a note of what to try out. Let's see, we did captain's office. I can take that out. Put gardens next to main base. You know, put our gardens down below. Or down below. I'll probably put it down below because I'm not going to be going to it all that much. It'll just be there for when I need to access that food. Okay, so we got that styling. I'm going to save again because I didn't really do anything, but oh well. So everybody, so again, I'll be back in the morning or in the afternoon, depending on how you look at it, your time zone. I'll be back in about, how much long from now? 6, 7, 8, 9 hours from now, roughly, around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some more Subnautica. So if you want to watch the next part of this as we work on it. And then we're going to do a bunch of remote base building. We're going to be doing a bunch of those so we can scan everything. We're going to build a bunch of scanner stuff to boost all of our scanners and then also boost all the power of our scanners. And be able to scan anywhere and everywhere we want to do. Now, the most efficient scanner, by the way, is actually 400 or 500 down. So if you put your scanner 500 down, it's like a giant bubble. So it's actually scanning vertically as well, not just horizontally like we're doing right now. When we're at the surface, it's scanning the air because it goes above the surface and it's just scanning up there. There ain't nothing up there. But if you do put it down around 500, and then you max your distance, you're going to get 500 width-wise, horizontal, and also vertical-wise. So very, very useful to put your bases down much further and then be able to scan in places that you can do that. You can't always do that with all of it, but we'll get into all of that next time. And again, Tuesday through Thursday, 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. You can see here on Thursday, we've got some special stuff we're going to be doing in the evening around 2 p.m. On Thursday. We're going to be playing Kingdoms Reborn, which is pretty fun. It's like a sim game. We're going to be doing a learn to play on that, and we'll take a first look at that game. Looks pretty neat from what I've seen so far. And then we're going to play some Mistlands on Saturday at 10 p.m. You're welcome to come join us in Valheim, by the way, on our mega server. We are playing through and working on Iron right now. So we worked a bunch of that. We played way too long on Saturday, but we just had the greatest time with the team. So definitely going to get that going on. Now, let me go ahead and say thanks to a bunch of peeps, everybody. We're going to go ahead and jump over to Kismet Love Train. Let's do that. All right, thanks to all the peeps down below. Let's go ahead and show you guys some love in the chat. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. Didn't quite get to 10 retweets there. We'll try again tomorrow. See how it goes. Appreciate all my Patreon supporters right down there. Appreciate all of them. They're the ones that keep this stream going. Also, take a minute, everybody. See all those social medias over there. We've got Patreon, of course, patreon.com/Kismet. You can also go to my YouTube and Twitter, hit that subscribe and follow button if you're watching this in the future. Hi, thanks for watching. Put wonky down in the chat below so I know you watched this video. And then go ahead and check out the Discord and the website as well. In fact, I'll make it super easy for you. I'll go ahead and just put the links right there in the chat. You can just go ahead and follow those links. Click them, go up there, hit that follow, hit that subscribe, show some love. Over there on Patreon. Again, it is the best place to do it. Now, normally we go and raid somebody, but we just keep running over every single stream. And I get to the point where I get exhausted, and then I'm just ready to go. I just tell it to you straight, everybody. So we're out of here. I can see you guys again, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, roughly, depending on how long it takes to get my hair cut and get back and get the stream fired up. All right? We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Thanks for watching this video. Keep the Kismet love train a-going. Drop by my Patreon and show your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, Notorious TDK, Scriplin, Ems, Brando, and Blaring Fire. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.